Chapter 1895. Luo Tian's remnant soul was reforged and reborn on earth. The Supreme Divine King was not idle. He knew that Luo Tian would definitely be reborn, and searched every corner of the divine realm, but to no avail. However, he did not give up. Only Luo Tian could give him a breakthrough in strength, and only Luo Tian could give him the power to enter the chaos realm. For this reason, he searched everywhere like a madman and used his own will to condense countless weapons. Whether it was a dagger, a blade, a sword, a battle armor, or something like that, he used another trading plane as an opportunity to scatter these daggers, blades, and swords to various planes. As long as he dared to sense Luo Tian's aura, his will would immediately be awakened. And at that time, he would immediately be able to sense Luo Tian's location. Yi Qihin's dagger was obtained by chance, and the moment he saw Luo Tian, the power within the dagger erupted. The will of the Supreme Divine King was awakened. At the same time, the Supreme Divine King in the divine realm knew of Luo Tian's location. It was also at that moment. Luo Tian was furious in his heart, his killing intent soared to the sky, and thus activated the god, killing God's god deity. The first god deity returned to his body. This made the Supreme Divine King even more excited, because he knew that Luo Tian's God King's god deity had not been discarded, but was slowly recovering. He saw the light of dawn, the light of fusing with the power of a new law. In that instant, he made a decision, a very bold decision. He wanted to send people into Earth. Furthermore, he wanted to bring his enormous consciousness into Earth. He wanted to obtain Luo Tian and obtain the four Divine Kings' god deity. Luo Tian, just you wait. I'll be coming to find you soon. You're mine, ha ha ha. Hong Tu laughed, wildly in excitement. Luo Tian went berserk. After being reborn on Earth, he wanted to find the source energy, fuse with it, and then return to the divine realm to kill the Supreme Divine King and save his brothers, wife, and children. However, he never thought that the Supreme Divine King would actually come to find him first. Being forced to this point, he was really unhappy, extremely unhappy. Activating the God King's godhead was too much for Huang Xiaolong's physical body to handle, and it fainted. Skinny Monkey and the others quickly rushed down. They were shocked. They were shocked by the God King's godhead's power erupting from Luo Tian's body, and they were also shocked by the powerful voice in the void. Their hearts were filled with questions, but in their hearts, no matter how much Luo Tian had changed, he would always be their leader. They were all their bosses. The Skinny Monkey frowned and said, "What should we do now? If we are too slow outside, we will be beaten to a pulp as soon as we go out." 8,000 soldiers surrounded the Su's building. They were ordered to shoot as soon as Luo Tian came out. Once hit by the laser gun, it would cause paralysis. With their current cultivation, it was impossible. Xian Yuanyo shouted, "I'll lead the way. Zhugeqing, Monkey, you too protect boss. Now that Brother Tian is unconscious, if anyone dares to touch him, I will fight them to the death." The power in Xian Yuanyo's right arm buzzed like a beast roaring. A surge of power desperately wanted to rush out of his body. As long as he could protect Luo Tian, Xian Yuanyo would do anything, even if he had to release the demon in his arm. Without Luo Tian, he was nothing. Lei Xiangdong and Lu Sueki said at the same time, "We can also lead the way." "Let's do that." Xian Yuanyo stepped out. Zhao Ling suddenly said, "I've calculated, if you go out like this, all of you will die." Huh. Everyone was stunned and stopped in their tracks. They all looked at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling was extremely serious and said, "I'm not joking. You can't fight against 8,000 soldiers with your current strength. You will only die if you go out like this." Her ability was very special. Zhugeqing said, "Ling, you can control demonic beasts. Can you let some of them come here and pretend to attack the coastline? This way, the military will transfer these 8,000 soldiers to defend the coastline." "Yeah, besiege way to save Zhao." "Ling, You are so capable. You can definitely do it. Everyone pinned their hopes on Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling shook her head and said, I'll tell you the truth. From the moment I stepped onto the shore, my power disappeared. My power will only come back when I'm in the sea. I can't sense any sea beasts here, nor can I make them attack the coastline. This was her weakness. It was also her secret. She didn't want to say it, but she had to say it now. Then what should we do? We have to go out, right? If you really can't do it, then do it my way. Even if I have to risk my life, I will protect Brother Tian and leave this place. Xian Yuanyo's eyes tightened. Suddenly, a deep voice came from outside. Luo Tian, surrender. You have no way out. Surrender is your only choice, an officer said loudly. Xian Yuanyo was furious. He grabbed a corpse and threw it out, roaring, surrender my ass. Grandson, if you have the guts, come in here. I'll kill whoever comes. Bang! A corpse was thrown out. Bang, bang, bang. In less than half a second, it turned into powder and was shattered by the laser gun. This was the power of an army. With advanced technology and huge numbers, even a powerful self-cultivator would be helpless against them. Lei Xiangdong's eyes turned sinister as he said indifferently, It's just as Ling said. If we go out, we'll be shot into a sieve in an instant. Laser guns are different from ordinary firearms. Once you're shot, you'll be crippled. At this moment, Skinny Monkey, who had been silent all this time, looked at the internal structure of the Sue's building. 8 huge pillars supported the building. Skinny Monkey's eyes stared blankly as he said, If we collapse the building, they will definitely retreat. We will take advantage of the chaos to escape. Collapse the building. How can a 50-story building collapse? It's more like using a bomb. Xian Yuanyo looked at Zhao Ling and asked, Will this method work? Zhao Ling's brain was like a computer, crazily calculating. After pausing for a few seconds, she said, Yes. If the front of the building collapses, it will allow the 8,000 soldiers to evacuate. After all, they have to maintain social order. The crowd on the streets will also be evacuated, so there won't be any casualties. Xian Yuanyo clenched his fists and said, Let's do it. Finished. He walked in front of a huge pillar. With a move of his right arm, the clothes on his arm were torn apart. At the same time, a red light flashed on his right arm, and fish, scale-like scales were faintly discernible. Qilin scales. With a move of his right arm, Xian Yuanyo roared, Power of Qilin, break for me! He aimed at the huge pillar and punched out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Sue's building was shaking violently, and the people outside were also panicking. In this half a month, Xian Yuanyo had been cultivating the power of the Qilin blood. He had really merged the Qilin blood into his right arm. His right arm had turned into a Qilin's arm. Chapter 1896. Crack! Bang, bang, bang! The huge pillars continued to crack. Everyone was stunned. Old Ox, how did you cultivate this power? Lei Xiangdong was incomparably envious, looking at the faintly flashing Qilin scales on the right arm of the Xianyuan ox. His eyes flashed with incomparable envy. Skinny Monkey also walked out and smiled. How else can I cultivate it? Old Ox is used to using his right hand. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Lei Xiangdong laughed. Xianyuan Ox said naively, What do you mean by used to using your right hand? I've always used my right hand. After saying that, he said to Skinny Monkey, I'll leave the rest to you. He walked in front of another huge pillar. With a move of his right arm, he released the power of the Qilin and punched down. Kacha! Bang, bang, bang. The stone pillar continued to crack. Skinny Monkey walked in front of a cracked stone pillar, moved his fists, and sank his true qi. Huff! He let out a light breath. His body was glowing with a ball of power. His entire body was emitting the power of the 9 suns. He fiercely attacked the huge pillar, controlling the direction of the pillar's collapse to one place. Xian Yuan Ox was also dumbfounded and laughed out loud. Monkey, do you like to use both hands? Skinny Monkey was startled and said disdainfully, I've never used it before. Cultivating the Nine-Yang divine art was even more so not to be used carelessly. Rumble, rumble. The Sue's building was shaking violently, and the curious civilians outside fled frantically. It's going to fall. It's going to collapse. The Sue's building is going to collapse. On the huge plaza in front of the Sue's building, the 8,000 soldiers were also frowning. If they did not evacuate now, they would really be smashed to death. It was impossible to enter. The 2 Yi family elders had been killed. As long as they entered, they would be killed instantly. They would not be able to display their advantage in numbers. He had no choice. The Supreme Commander shouted, Retreat! Swish, swish, swish. The 8,000 soldiers quickly retreated to a safe location. Rumble. The Sue's building collapsed, and an artificial explosion was completed. Xian Yuan Ox carried Luo Tian and said, Everyone quickly retreat! The moment the dust filled the sky, they quickly retreated to the back and fled frantically. They lost sight of Luo Tian. 8,000 soldiers quickly searched the area. At the same time, an arrest warrant was quickly issued with a reward of 1 million yuan. Soldiers were searching the streets and alleys. 4 hours later, Roland Street, underground fighting ring. Master Hong looked at the unconscious Luo Tian and fed him a small bottle of healing liquid. He's too tired, he needs time to rest. Xian Yuan Niu said gratefully, Thank you, Sir Hong, for taking me in. Master Hong smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, it's absolutely safe here. No one dares to barge into my door. Wu Shuang, get the brothers of the Wu Shuang gang to guard all the entrances. Inform me immediately if a large force enters Roland Street. Zhan Wu Shuang immediately nodded and said, I'll do it now. Zhan Wu Shuang looked at Luo Tian with admiration in his eyes. He was the first person who dared to challenge the Su family in the Divine Sea City. He was also the only one who had annihilated the Su clan in one night. In her heart, she felt incomparably sorry for Luo Tian, because she hated the Su family to the bones. Master Hong was the same. Master Hong asked his men to prepare some daily necessities and said, You guys rest here and wait for Luo Tian to wake up. I'll go make a call. I'm afraid only he can solve this matter. Skinny Monkey also said gratefully, Thank you, Master Hong. Master Hong laughed. Actually, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I hate the Su family to the bones. And today, you guys have helped me take revenge. I sincerely thank you guys for the unpleasant things I've done to you guys in the past. Please don't take it to heart. Finished. He quickly left. The Divine Sea City was in an uproar. The Su family was destroyed overnight, and some other families and forces rose up crazily seizing the Su family's territory. The entire Divine Sea City was in a mess. Military region. Hu Chuanta's forehead was sweating profusely as he answered one call after another. Every time he answered the phone, his hands and feet would tremble, because these were all big shots in the capital war zone. Each and every one of them had the ability to reach the heavens. He, a small commander of the Divine Sea City's military region, couldn't handle them at all. Hu Chuantu, go and find them now. Send out all your men. I want them alive. We must capture them alive. Hu Chuantu, what exactly happened in the Divine Sea City? Was it an attack by magical beasts? Why did the entire China region feel the tremor from the Divine Sea City? What exactly is it? Hu Chuantu, I'm Yi Tianlong. How did the 2 elders of the Yi family die? Also, where is that brat now? One call after another, he kept answering. Hu Chuantu really had no way to deal with it. Right now, he only wanted to capture Luo Tian as soon as possible and hand him over. This way, he would have nothing to do with it. The Divine Sea City was in chaos. The China region was also in chaos. Countless cultivators who were in seclusion flew out of their caves, because they felt a power that made all of them fear descending. They were all old monsters. Even if the big shots in the military region saw them, they would have to treat them like ancestors. What kind of power is that? The power of God. When did such an expert appear? Faced with their questions, the big shots in the military region couldn't answer a single question. How useless, they disdainfully said as they all scattered in all directions to search for him. Capital region, the highest command post. A white-bearded old Taoist appeared out of thin air in front of all the big shots and said faintly, "Remove all arrest warrants for Luo Tian. If anyone dares to capture Luo Tian again, they'll be going against our immortal sect. You should be very clear about the consequences." Finished. The old Taoist swept his gaze across the crowd and instantly disappeared. The immortal sect is also involved? Damn, what is the background of that brat called Luo Tian? Even the hidden experts of the immortal sect have come out. Oh my God. Then, Huchuanta's phone was bombarded with calls again. When Huchuanta heard the two words Luo Tian, his scalp went numb. At the same time, fear rose in his heart. What kind of person did I offend? However, since the matter had already been stirred up, it had to be resolved. Huchuantu's gaze tightened. The source of the trouble is Luo Tian. As long as Luo Tian disappears from this world, all the trouble will disappear. He made up his mind. He decided to stand on the side of the Yi and Chen families. The Yi and Chen families were existences that could cover the sky with one hand. Whether it was in the military region, the political world, or the number of cultivators, they had absolute dominance. Luo Tian, even if I have to turn the entire Divine Sea City upside down, I will find you. Chapter 1897. One had to learn how to stand in line, and he had to choose a good side. The Chen family and the Yi family were definitely the top families in the capital, and even in the entire Hua Xiaowar zone. If they could climb up these two big trees, they would definitely have a bright future. Huchuanta did not listen to the advice of the higher-ups. Instead, he searched even more crazily for Luo Tian's hiding place. Fighting building. In the secret room of the underground boxing arena, Hong Kan rushed in. Seeing that everyone was there, his heart relaxed slightly and said, "Monkey Anyo, your houses are filled with hidden sentries. As long as you show your head, you will be arrested. Don't go home during this period of time." "What?" Xian, Yuanyo frowned. "This is too much. My parents are not in good health. If they find out then," Skinny Monkey's face was also full of anger and said, "Damn it, too sinister." Hong Kan said, "Bear with it for a few more days. The arrest warrant will be removed very soon, very soon." He was very depressed. Logically speaking, when he made the call, it would immediately attract attention, and Huchuanta would immediately remove the arrest warrant. However, not only was the arrest warrant not removed, the search had become even stricter these 2 days. If it was not for the chaos on Roland Street and the disturbance caused by the Peerless Gang, they would have already searched here. Hong Kan had doubts in his heart and thought to himself, how could this be? Zhu Geqing asked with concern, "Master Hong, how is Luo Tian?" "He's still unconscious. Should we find a hospital?" For the past 2 days, she had been praying in her heart that Luo Tian would wake up. She was praying that she would replace Luo Tian and bear the pain for him. Hong Kan frowned and said, "With my current cultivation, I can only know that he is too tired and needs time to rest before he can wake up. As for when he wakes up, that will depend on himself. And with Luo Tian's current cultivation, he doesn't need to go to the hospital. Even if he goes to the hospital, there won't be any." Lei Xiangdong said, "Master Hong is right. Going to the hospital will only cause trouble." At this moment, Lu Sweki walked into the secret room with anger on his face and said, "Huchuantu is really bold. I have confirmed with the higher-ups that the arrest warrant and the arrest warrant for Luo Tian have all been revoked. But not only did he not revoke it, he even went from bad to worse." Lei Xiangdong was instantly enraged. I knew this old thing was up to something. Last time he helped the Yi family. This time he will definitely choose to stand with the Yi family. Furthermore, the Qin family is also involved, so he is even more fearless. Lei Xiangdong shouted, "No, I want to take care of him." From the moment Hong Ken saw Lei Xiangdong and Lu Sueki, he knew they were soldiers. He just didn't expect them to be able to meet the big shots of the capital theater of operations. I'm going too. The Xian Yuan ox and the skinny monkey couldn't hold it in any longer. At this moment, Zhan Wushuang's face was covered in blood. He rushed in and said, "Sir Hong, everyone, the military has arrived." They suddenly parachuted into the combat building. The rooftop has already been occupied. Moreover, Roland Street is filled with soldiers. Within 10 minutes, they will surround this place. It was like a god descending from the heavens. It came too quickly, giving Zhan Wushuang no time to react. Fight it out with them. Damn, to be forced to this extent, I really don't feel good. Xian Yuan Nio's face was filled with rage and was about to charge out. Hong Ken pulled him back and said, "They have laser guns in their hands. We can't block them at all." Xian Yuan Nio punched the stone wall and said, "Then what do we do? Wait for death here." Skinny Monkey looked at the unconscious Luo Tian and said, "This time I agree with Old Cow's idea. Fight it out with them. Senior sister, bring Brother Tian and Ling Er away. We will block them. No matter what, we can't let anything happen to Brother Tian." Lei Xiangdong walked over and said, "I agree too. Fight it out." Lu Sueki said, "I'll go too." Hong Ken looked at them, and the fighting spirit in his heart was ignited. He said to Zhuge Qing, "This secret room was originally used by me to escape. There is a sewer under the bed that leads to the outskirts. Bring Luo Tian and leave first." Luo Tian helped him take revenge. He was grateful to Luo Tian. Even if he had to give up all the things he had accumulated over the years, he wouldn't frown. These things were originally to deal with the Su family. Now that Su Zhanyun was dead, he didn't need them. "Okay, then let's fight. Let's go." Xian Yuan Nio led the way and rushed out. Skinny Monkey and Lei Xiangdong followed closely behind. In the secret room, Zhuge Qing really wanted to go out and fight with them, but Luo Tian was more important. She pushed the bed open. As expected, there was a sewer cover. When the cover was opened, there was a dark tunnel below. "Ling Er is here. You go down first." Zhao Ling Er looked at Luo Tian motionlessly as if she didn't hear Zhuge Qing. She muttered, "Uncle, if you continue to sleep like this, your brothers will all die." "Ling." Zhuge Qing frowned and blamed her. Zhao Ling Er was still unmoved. She continued, "Isn't it the people who are chasing you? Do you want to never recover from this setback? Now it's just a mass of consciousness that came to Earth. It won't be long before he comes to Earth by himself. Do you have time to be unconscious now? Huh? Do you still have time to wallow in the pain of the past? Uncle, you don't have much time." Zhao Ling Er spoke quickly. She could see some things that others couldn't. For example, she could see the mass of consciousness of the Supreme Divine King in the Su family building, such as the power of the Divine King's Godhead that erupted from Luo Tian. "Ling Er, stop talking," Zhuge Qing scolded. Zhao Ling Er's voice grew louder. She pointed at Zhuge Qing and said, "Big Tree, don't you want to take care of her for the rest of her life? Do you know how many people are surrounding this passageway? Going out is suicide. Do you want to see her die?" Zhuge Qing was stunned. "Ling Er, what did you say? Is there someone surrounding the exit of this passageway?" Zhao Ling Er didn't answer. She stared at Luo Tian and said, "If you want to see your woman and brothers all die, then continue to sleep. I want to see how long you can sleep." At this moment, rumble, rumble, the sound of an explosion rang out. Thousands of soldiers rushed into the fighting building. Xian Yuanyo was shot. His arm was numb and he couldn't release his power. Lei Xiangdong was also shot. In order to protect Lu Sueki, Skinny Monkey took a shot for her. In the face of the laser gun attack, they really couldn't resist. And all of this could be clearly sensed in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Zhao Ling, Er's words echoed in his sea of consciousness. Being forced by the Supreme Divine King was very painful. Not being able to find the source of power was very painful. His wife, children, and brothers were still suffering in the divine realm, very painful. Suddenly, Zhao Ling, Er's words suddenly exploded in his mind. Do you still have time to be intoxicated in pain? No. Luo Tian's eyes opened wide, and he suddenly stood up. F***CK. Thanks to Tears Taste Very Bitter for the triple hit reward. Thank you for the triple hit reward. Thank you to Soft-Heartedness is Illness That Leads to Deep Love for your 3 consecutive rewards. Thank you for the support of the green grass. I love to be intoxicated. Brothers, Merry Christmas Eve, Merry Christmas. Thank you for the support of the many brothers in the past year. Thank you. Chapter 1898. One word, and that was to do it. Luo Tian suddenly woke up, causing Zhuge Qin to jump in fright, and said, Luo Tian. Without waiting for her to finish, Luo Tian looked at her and said, You stay here and take good care of Ling. With that, he walked out of the secret room. Zhuge Qin stood rooted to the ground, a little stunned. Looking at Luo Tian, she felt that he was a stranger, a very strange feeling. Zhao Ling giggled and said, This is an uncle. Zhuge Qin looked at Zhao Ling and asked, Ling do you know him? No. Zhao Ling giggled. Big sister Qin, our uncle is a very, very powerful person. He is 10,000 times stronger than you think, hee. Fighting building. The laser gun fired crazily. Xian Yuanyo's arm, thigh, and chest were continuously shot. Half of his body was paralyzed, and the pain was unbearable. However, he did not take a step back. Moreover, his entire right arm was covered in scarlet, blood-red scales. It was extremely terrifying. Bam! Zhan Wushuang was hit in the chest, and the electric net exploded all over his body. He instantly fell to the ground, his entire body twitching. Hong Ken rushed forward, the power of the 8 trigrams under his feet, forming an 8 trigrams defensive shield in front of him, protecting Zhan Wushuang. Zhan Wushuang shouted in pain, Master Hong, hurry up and leave quickly. Don't worry about me, you guys hurry up and leave. In the corridor, all the warriors suddenly retreated. A warrior came out with a rocket launcher, pulled the trigger and fired in an instant. Laser cannon! Everyone get out of the way. Quick! The laser cannon was filled with densely packed laser bullets. Once it exploded, it would explode crazily, and its penetrating power was extremely strong. Xian Yuanyo and the others would definitely be hit. Lei Xiangdong was incomparably furious. I didn't think that they would even take out the laser cannon. Damn it! Lu Sueki anxiously said, Hurry up and retreat. If you don't retreat now, it will be too late. Looking at Zhan Wushuang, twitching on the ground, the pain was unbearable. Master Hong looked at them and smiled. Thank you all. Quickly leave. Ah! Xian Yuanyo roared, took a step forward and roared, I'll fight you all. While speaking, without waiting for the laser shell to explode, he rushed forward, wanting to hold the laser shell in his arms to minimize the damage as much as possible. Old bull! Old bull! The skinny monkey-like man frowned and shouted. In the distance, on a helicopter, Hu Chuanta laughed proudly. Ha ha ha, these trash want to go against the army? They're just looking for death, ha ha ha. Kill them all. Capture Luo Tian alive. An order was given. Hu Chuanta was very proud. Luo Tian was about to be caught. A bright future was waving at him. As long as he could climb up to the Qin clan and the Yi clan, everything would be fine. So what if he disobeyed orders? Ha ha ha. Hu Chuanta laughed wildly in his heart. Just as the Xianyuan bull was about to pounce on the laser bullet, The soldier pulled the trigger again. Another laser bullet was fired. 2 at the same time. Even if you can block one with your life, the second one will still explode. Ah! The skinny monkey-like man also rushed forward recklessly. This action was very stupid. However, he really couldn't think of any other way. He was forced to a dead end. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Ha ha ha! Look at how many of you there are. Whoosh! Another laser bullet flew out. Lei Xiangdong also pounced forward. If you want to die, then die together, damn it! He turned to look at Lu Sweki and said, Junior sister, run! Bam! With a move of his feet, Lei Xiangdong also pounced forward. What a bunch of idiots! Ha ha ha! This bunch of trash dares to go against us? You're courting death. The soldiers laughed complacently. Using their bodies to block the laser cannonballs was simply sending themselves to their deaths. In the nick of time, a figure flashed out, and before the Xianyuan bull and the others could reach the laser cannonballs, they were immediately wrapped up by a force. Next, the cannonballs disappeared in front of their eyes. Then a figure appeared in front of them. Luo Tian. Luo Tian was expressionless as he released the power of the Divine King's divine deity. In a flash, he directly arrived behind the soldiers. You like to shoot laser bullets, right? You guys can have a taste as well. Explode! The laser cannonballs were wrapped in a force and brought behind them. Luo Tian withdrew his power. All of you die! Rumble! 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 3 bombs exploded, and the laser bullets shot out crazily, causing the soldiers to be blown away. Ah! 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 Dozens of soldiers were crippled by the explosion as they screamed in pain on the ground. In the walkie-talkie, Luo Tian has appeared. Luo Tian has appeared. On the second floor. All of you go. All of you go. We want him alive. Dust and ashes flew everywhere. Screams filled the air. More soldiers rushed into the fighting building. Hu Chuantu ordered, Sniper. Sniper, get ready. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. At all the high points in all directions, lasers were pointed at Luo Tian's body, shooting out a net of lasers. Once bound, they would immediately faint. Boss! Laser electric net. Hurry up and dodge. Boss! Lei Xiangdong shouted anxiously. Luo Tian looked at Xian Yuanyo and said, You guys go to the secret room. Hurry up and go. Without waiting for them to speak, Luo Tian bellowed, not giving them any chance to speak. Everyone looked at Luo Tian. He realized that Luo Tian was a little different from the Luo Tian from before. His eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. It was very unfamiliar. However, in their hearts, the current Luo Tian was too cool. He was simply too handsome. Xian Yuanyo carried Zhang Wushuang and roared, Let's go! At this moment, the laser electric net shot over. Luo Tian's gaze turned, and the idea moved. Whoosh! Shwa! The laser electric net that flew towards him was directly shot back, electrocuting the sniper to death. All the snipers were the same. All the laser electric nets were reflected back. All of them died. Instant kill. Luo Tian only used a single idea. General, all the snipers are dead. All the snipers are dead. Even the deputy snipers beside them are dead. What should we do? These voices came from the walkie-talkie. Hu Chuantu's heart turned cold when he heard this. What exactly was going on? How did Luo Tian kill those snipers? Cluck, cluck. Hu Chuantu clenched his teeth. At this time he couldn't care less and roared. Everyone, switch to using the gene bullet. General, the gene bullet is used to deal with magical beasts. It's against the rules to deal with humans. Don't talk to me about rules. This is an order, do you hear me? Hu Chuantu was already going all out. Understood. Gene bullet filling. Gene bullet filling complete. Attack in 10 seconds. Chapter 1899. If he wasn't ruthless, he wouldn't be able to stand firm. Laser bullets were useless against Luo Tian. Then he would use something stronger. In China, no matter who it was, no one could go against the army because the army had unlimited power, scientific research, cultivation, an endless stream of soldiers. These were all huge forces. Even the cultivation world did not dare to underestimate the military, because this was the ruling power. Hu Chuanta was going all out, so he had equipped these soldiers with genetic bullets before coming. This kind of bullet was refined from the genes of magical beasts and could penetrate all the defenses of cultivators. Moreover, cultivators couldn't control it. Once hit, they would immediately faint. Hu Chuanta said coldly, "Luo Tian, dealing with you is really going to take some effort, but today you won't be able to escape. Attack!" With a single order, the soldiers on the outside and the soldiers on the rooftop quickly rushed down. This is bad. Genetic bullets? I didn't expect Hu Chuanta to use genetic bullets. Is he crazy? What kind of genetic bullet is this? This is a gene refined from a magical beast. Once hit, the human body will be crippled. Lei Xiangdong was a special force, so he was very clear about the power of this bullet. Lu Sueki immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, "Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian, can you hear me? Genetic bullets can ignore the defensive power of cultivators. It can't be controlled either. It was specially developed to deal with magical beasts, and you guys are so strong that they can't control you. Quickly hide, quickly hide." Regardless of whether Luo Tian could hear him or not, Lu Sueki repeated it over and over again. Luo Tian did not respond. Xian Yuanyo shouted, "I'll go out and talk to the boss." At this moment, Luo Tian's cold voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Have you all entered the secret room?" Lu Sueki immediately said, "We've all returned to the secret room. You should come quickly, too." "That's good." After saying that, there was no sound from the walkie-talkie. Only a scream could be heard. "We've reached the second floor. The target is in the corridor. Target locked. Wait for the order to fire. Fire. You can attack at will." Hu Chuanta didn't want to wait at all. He couldn't wait any longer. The longer he waited, the more pressure he felt. After 2 days and 2 nights of suffering, he was finally going to have an end today. If he still didn't understand, he wouldn't have a chance when the higher-ups came down. Attack at will. Target detected. Fire. Bang, 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 bullets flew. All of them were locked onto Luo Tian, let alone a person. Even a steel plate would be turned into a sieve. Luo Tian stood where he was and raised his eyes slightly. "All of you are here to die." His right leg shook. Buzz, a scarlet power burst out from his body, and the scarlet power stripes wrapped around the entire combat building, except for the underground chamber. At the same time, the God King of Slaughter's godhead in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness stirred, releasing a surge of killing intent that resonated with the blood-red energy patterns. Luo Tian frowned. "Kill." Rumble, rumble, rumble. All the warriors in the building turned into powder. It exploded in an instant. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 3rd stage of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 4th stage of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 5th stage of cultivation. He had leveled up 3 times in a row. The genetic bullets that were shot out also turned into powder. A bloody mist filled the air, enveloping the entire combat building. The entire building was bleeding. The ground, the ceiling, and the corridors were all dyed red. It was like a blood-red hell. There was no sound at all. "What happened?" Zhuge Qing anxiously asked through the walkie-talkie. Brother Tian, are you still there? Why is there no sound at all?" Boss, say something." "No, I want to go out." At this moment, Zhao Linger gently exhaled and said, "They're all dead." He wouldn't stop until he shocked everyone to death. Everyone looked at Zhao Linger. Zhu Geqing's body trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and asked carefully, "Linger, who died?" Zhao Linger said, "Other than Uncle, everyone is dead." Huh, huh, huh. I knew that Brother Tian was invincible. I owe my thigh. The skinny monkey became excited, looked at Xian Yuan Niu and asked, "Sister Xueqi, you should take out the bullet for me now. If you don't, I'll die." Lu Sueki said, "You still have more than a minute. You won't die yet." Ha! Ha ha ha! Everyone was incomparably happy and excited, because Luo Tian was still alive. They didn't care what method Luo Tian used to kill so many soldiers. They only wanted one result, and that was that Luo Tian was still alive. They didn't need to know anything else, because Luo Tian was their boss. On the helicopter, Hu Chuanta held the walkie-talkie and kept shouting, "What's going on? What's going on? Answer me, is there anyone alive? Answer me." Suddenly, a cold voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Tell your master, I will let them feel the descent of hell." With that, the walkie-talkie was crushed. Hearing this cold voice, Hu Chuantu's entire body trembled. He couldn't stop trembling, and his crotch became wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Then, Hu Chuanta said with a trembling voice, "Quick, quick! Return to the base, return to the base! No, 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 no! Fly out of the divine sea city. Go to Wuling City, go to Wuling City. Hurry up, you idiot!" Hu Chuanta broke out in a cold sweat. That cold voice kept ringing in the depths of his heart, like the voice of death. He couldn't take it. He couldn't take it at all. Luo Tian walked to the rooftop, looked in the direction of the helicopter, and muttered, "Wuling City, right? Hu Chuantu, I will make you live in a nightmare for the rest of your life." He did not chase after him, because Hu Chuanta didn't need him to chase after him at all. Keeping him alive was actually better for Luo Tian, because it would attract more people from the Qin family and the Yi family. From this moment onwards, no matter who it was, no matter what kind of background they had, "As long as you provoke me, you will die." Luo Tian raised his head to look the sky, and suddenly roared, "Hong Tu, I will wait for you on Earth. Come on." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Endless muffled thunder rang out from the 9 heavens. Luo Tian's body erupted with waves of blood-colored energy flames, as if the power of the devil was burning. Ferocious, terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 1900. Night. The stars in the sky were like diamonds embedded in a black curtain shining brightly. On the rooftop of Luo Tian's house, Luo Tian stood there, looking at the sky without moving. Skinny Monkey, Xian Yuan Ox, Zhu Geqing, Lei Xiangdong, Lu Sueki, and Zhao Ling, who carried a puppy from who knows where. Luo Tian looked at the sky. They looked at Luo Tian and just watched quietly. After a long time, Luo Tian let out a light breath, turned around to look at them, and said, "I come from another world." No one was surprised and still looked at Luo Tian without blinking. Only Zhao Ling, who was at the side, kept playing with the puppy, as if she was the only one who was not interested in these things. Luo Tian continued, "Actually, I also belong to this world. It's just that I'm not in this era." Skinny Monkey scratched his head and said, "Brother Tian, you don't have to explain this to me." Zhu Geqing said, "As long as you are Luo Tian, it's fine. We don't want to know anything else." Xian Yuan Ox laughed foolishly. "Boss, about that!" After holding it in for a long time, everyone was looking at him. Xian Yuan Ox was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "I forgot what I wanted to say." Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! All of a sudden, everyone was amused. Lei Xiangdong said, "Boss, no matter where you come from, no matter who you are our boss. I will follow you now." Lu Sueki raised his hand. "Me too." Skinny Monkey, Xian Yuan Ox, and Zhu Geqing also said, "Us too." Zhao Ling smiled mischievously and said, "Uncle, there's still me." The black puppy barked as well. Luo Tian was moved in his heart. It felt really good to have brothers like you. It's really good to have brothers like you, but you all know how strong the Yi family and Qin family are. It won't be long before they come again. It was also at this time. Zhan Wushuang and Hong King climbed onto the rooftop. Hong King laughed and said, "You didn't even invite me for a meeting? Are you looking down on this old man?" Zhan Wushuang said directly, "Qin family and Yi family are indeed powerful, but we are not to be trifled with. Their main force is in capital city. This is the Divine Sea City." Suddenly, Skinny Monkey rolled his eyes and said excitedly, "Brother Tian, why don't we establish our own force? The Su family has fallen, and the military district has suffered heavy losses. Now the Divine Sea City has become a lawless area. Look at the Divine Sea City now. There's burning, killing, and looting everywhere. It's just like the cities during the cataclysm. We should establish a new order, an order that belongs to us." The skinny, monkey-like man became more and more excited as he spoke. "This world relies on strength. If the Yi family and the Qin family didn't mutate because of the catastrophe, how could they be qualified to be one of the 4 major families in China? We now have the opportunity to rise to the ranks of the tyrants. With the Divine Sea City as the center, we will establish a kingdom that belongs to us, the Darkness Kingdom." The skinny monkey's blood boiled as he spoke. Everyone was excited when they heard that. The Xian Yuanyo said, "I think the monkey is right. We will establish our world in the Divine Sea City." Lei Xiangdong also threw away his identity and said, "Boss, I'm just waiting for your word." Other than Zhao Ling, everyone else was looking at Luo Tian, waiting for his orders. Yi family, Qin family, Luo Tian didn't care about them at all. The only thing he was worried about was the Supreme Divine King, Hong Tuesday. He desperately wanted to obtain his own 4 Divine Kings' divine deity, and he wanted to enter the Chaos Realm. Just as he had said, he would definitely come to Earth. However, Luo Tian didn't know when he would come. Before he came, Luo Tian wanted to find all the origin fragments. In order to find the origin fragments, he had to rely on Zhao Ling. Luo Tian looked at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling muttered, "For the time being, no origin fragment has awakened. You can rest assured and do whatever you want." Since that was the case, Luo Tian said heavily, "Then let's build a kingdom that belongs to us." "Yay! Ha ha ha! Too cool! Divine Sea City, wait to tremble for us. Boss, just tell us what to do." Everyone was in an uproar. Luo Tian looked at Master Hong and asked, "Master Hong, you know the distribution of forces in Divine Sea City the best. Tell us." Hong Kin said excitedly, "Right now the Hong family is like the sun in the sky. Their patriarch, Hong Tian, is a cultivator. The Hong family has 13 ninth level warriors. Other than the Hong family, there is the Yu family, the Lu family." Following that, Hong can explain the distribution of forces in Divine Sea City in detail. In the end, Luo Tian said, "Let's pick the hard ones to chew on. Let's deal with the Yu family first. Ask them if they agree to submit. If they don't, kill them all. Old Cow, Lazy, go to the Hong family. If they don't agree, beat them until they do." Luo Tian said, "This world speaks with fists." Xian Yuanyo and Lei Xiangdong said excitedly, "Understood." Luo Tian said again, "Master Hong, Skinny Monkey, you guys go to the Lu family. Like them, beat them until they do." Skinny Monkey grinned and said, "Understood." Luo Tian continued, "The strongest Hong family, I'll go. Qing, Xueqi, Ling, Wushuang, the 4 of you rest early. You still have to go to the Thunder Academy tomorrow." Luo Tian blamed himself in his heart. The Thunder Academy was Juga Wu's painstaking effort, and now that he was no longer here, Luo Tian had the responsibility to carry on the banner of the Thunder Academy. Moreover, he had a plan in mind. If he wanted to nurture his own forces, just relying on the Hong family, the Yu family, and the Lu family would not be enough. The reason why Luo Tian needed them was because he needed their financial resources. Without financial support, it would be difficult to complete anything. With financial support, it was time to nurture talents. The Thunder Academy was the best choice. Luo Tian taught them everything he had learned in the profound sky continent and the realm of the gods, including alchemy, formation engraving, weapon forging, and a series of other things. Luo Tian wanted to turn Thunder Academy into the world's top academy, letting every student in the academy become a powerful cultivator. Since he was going to do it, he had to do his best. Let the Divine Sea City become the strongest war zone. At the same time, it also allowed the Xianyuan cow, Skinny Monkey, and the others to quickly become stronger. After he left, they would also have the ability to protect themselves. 2 hours later, Yu family, the Xianyuan cow punched Yu Hei's face. I'll ask you one thing, are you convinced? A large portion of the Yu clan's courtyard collapsed. They were all beaten to the ground by Lei Xiangdong and the Xianyuan cow, rolling around in pain. Yu Hei begged for mercy. I'm convinced, from today onwards. My Yu clan will follow your lead. The Xianyuan cow shouted. It's not me, it's our boss, Brother Tian. All right. Whoever you say it is, I'm convinced. The Lu family situation was the same. Hong family. Hong Tian knelt in front of Luo Tian, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. Luo Tian squatted down and said slightly, Are you convinced? If you're not convinced, then fight again. This time, I won't even use my fingers. Hong Tian said with difficulty, You win. You are now the leader of the Divine Sea City. Smart. Luo Tian said coldly, Come to the Thunder Academy for a meeting tomorrow. Thank you to Tearful Taste, very bitter, for 15 consecutive hits. Thank you to Nangong Wentian Love, Small Mood, Greengrass Master Baler. Smiling to hide his sadness, Hui Tai Lang thanked all the brothers for their support. Thank you all. Merry Christmas to all of you. Good night. Chapter 1901. The first half of the night was filled with the sounds of fighting. The second half of the month fell into a peaceful sleep, and the Divine Sea City returned to its usual peace. This night was a sleepless night for many people. Who would have thought that the Divine Sea City would be ruled by a student in the middle of the night? He became the new king of the Divine Sea City. He replaced the Su family's position. Moreover, he even replaced the position of the Divine Sea City's military. It could be said that he was the emperor of the Divine Sea City, truly able to cover the sky with one hand. He was Luo Tian. After dealing with the Hong family, Luo Tian made a trip to the military. He would beat up all the people in the military. If they were not convinced, he would beat them until they were. Moreover, Luo Tian carried Zhuge Wu's corpse, which had been buried for half a month and was already smelly, back to the hillside behind the Thunder Academy. Zhuge Qing knelt in front of the grave, sobbing. Luo Tian stood behind her, gently patted her shoulder, and comforted her. Grandfather is gone, but there's still me. Principal Zhuge, don't worry, the Thunder Academy will definitely continue. I, Luo Tian, swear to the heavens that I will definitely fulfill your wish. Behind him, Monkey and Xianyuan Ox also said in unison, Old Principal, you have a good journey. We will finish the path that you did not finish. After saying that, they bowed deeply. The next day, early morning, Thunder Academy. Ever since Zhuge Wu disappeared, the Thunder Academy had been in a mess, and the hooligans in society had also come in to commit crimes. The disciples of the Su family had become the overlords of the school. For a moment, the Thunder Academy had become the place with the highest crime rate. There were even many female students who were raped and killed. After the Su family was destroyed, the disciples of the Su family in the school did not leave. They were still arrogant and overbearing. In the campus, luxury cars drove in one after another, each of them worth tens of millions of dollars. Normally, it was extremely rare to see them, but today there were more than 10 of them. Aren't those people from the Hong family? Isn't the Hong family the #1 overlord of the Divine Sea City? Why are they here? Look, the Lu family is here too. And the Yu family. These people are all boss-level existences. Why did they suddenly appear in the Thunder Academy? F***CK, it can't be that they're here to deal with those Su family disciples, right? Who knows? I haven't seen those Su family disciples today. They've all gone into hiding. Ha ha ha. Their good days are coming to an end. In the forest of the gravity room, a group of Su family disciples had gathered. Su Feng held a long saber in his hand. He suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted, "Brothers, it's time to become famous in one battle. They're all here. If we kill them all here, we'll be the new emperors of the Divine Sea City." Su Feng's eyes were gloomy. For the past few days he had been hiding in the academy. He had been cultivating with all his might. He wanted to break through the shackles of level 9 and enter the cultivation realm. He wanted to avenge the Su family. He wanted to become the new overlord of the Divine Sea City. Last night he had received news that all the great families in the Divine Sea City would be coming to the Thunder Academy. He did not know the exact reason, but he felt that his chance had come. As long as he could kill them, he would become the new ruler of the Divine Sea City. Everyone became excited as they looked at Su Feng. A yellow-haired man with a scorpion tattooed on his face walked to Su Feng's side and shouted, "Follow Brother Feng. After today, we will be the rulers of the Divine Sea City. Money, women, whatever you want, brothers, kill. Kill, kill, kill." In another place, at the entrance of the school, a student who had just entered the school suddenly exclaimed, Then, isn't that our school beauty, Zhuge Qing?" The second year's top 10 guy, Xian Yuanyo, the skinny monkey from the first year's class C, and that Luo Tian who overturned the third year's class D. Why are they all back? Didn't they say that they were all murderers who escaped from the Divine Sea City? Who's that little loli? She's so beautiful. And who are those 2 adults? Wow, that woman is too beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman. At this moment, Luo Tian, Zhuge Qing, Skinny Monkey, Xian Yuanyo, Zhao Ling Lei Xiangdong, and Lu Sueki were all dressed in black. Luo Tian was dressed in a black tang suit. The other men were dressed in black suits. Other than Zhao Ling, who was wearing a black dress, Zhuge Qing and Lu Sueki were also wearing black suits. The 7 of them walked into the school. Luo Tian walked at the front, his gaze cold, incomparably cold, and incomparably domineering. Some of the girls screamed when they saw him. Wow, so handsome. Too handsome, too handsome. Luo Tian and the others were not wearing black to act cool, but to mourn Zhuge Wu. Luo Tian looked at the messy Thunder Academy and felt a faint pain in his heart. He muttered, "I didn't think that in 2 months the entire Thunder Academy would become like this." A non-mainstream, yellow-haired man walked over with 2 lackeys. With a cigarette in his mouth, he looked at Luo Tian and sneered, "F***CK, what are you trying to act cool for?" "Big brother, these 2 chicks are not bad. Do you want to? I like that little loli." Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, his gaze cold. That yellow-haired man sneered and slapped over, "What are you looking at? If you look one more time, I will kill you." Before he finished his words, Luo Tian grabbed the yellow-haired man and pulled. The yellow-haired man was directly thrown to the ground. Luo Tian stepped on him and said coldly, "If this wasn't a school, you would already be dead." Being stared at by Luo Tian, the yellow-haired man was so scared that he peed his pants. He couldn't say a word, and his face was incomparably pale. The other 2 lackeys had already run far away in fear. F***CK off. Luo Tian kicked up, directly sending the yellow-haired man flying. Several of his ribs were broken. The yellow-haired man climbed up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes were bloodshot as he said in a low voice, You dog, wait for me. I will call people to kill you. Enduring the pain, he did not go to the hospital. Instead, he ran to the small forest in the gravity room. Su Feng was shocked. What? Luo Tian is back? Su Feng's gaze tensed up. He did not know who it was that destroyed the Su family because no one came out alive from the Su's building that night. However, he had always wanted to see this Luo Tian because it was Luo Tian who had flipped the third-year Class D upside down. Su Feng coldly snorted and said, "Go kill Luo Tian first, then go kill those family members." Other than killing Luo Tian, what Su Feng wanted more was Zhuge Qin. All the disciples of the Su family were shocked and shouted, "Let's go!" All of a sudden, all the disciples of the Su family had white cloth tied around their arms and machetes in their hands as they rushed towards the direction of the teaching building. Su Feng coldly snorted, "Luo Tian, today I will use your blood to dye my Su Feng's flag red. I am the one who will unify the divine sea realm." Luo Tian led the group towards the teaching building. In the distance, the elders of the families had all arrived, quietly waiting at the side of Year 1 Class C. Luo Tian walked over. In another place, Su Feng also brought a group of people over. Chapter 1902. He's here. He's here. The three groups of people gathered together. In the distance, the skinny monkey frowned and said, "Brother Tian, it's Su Feng and the others." Luo Tian turned his head to take a look, but did not put him in his eyes. The yellow-haired man who was knocked down by Luo Tian pointed at Luo Tian and the others and said, "Boss, it's them." The machete in Su Feng's hand tightened. Hong Tian's face turned cold. He stood up straight and said to the others in a low voice, "He's here, he's here." Su Feng raised his machete and shouted, "Luo Tian, prepare to die." Almost at the same time, Hong family, Yu family, Lu family, and a few other families bowed and shouted in unison under Hong Tian's lead, "Boss!" His voice shook the sky. At this moment, Su Feng was stunned. All the disciples of the Su family were also dumbfounded. The students of Thunder Academy, who were watching the show from afar, were all dumbstruck, unable to react at all. "What's going on? Who are you calling boss? What are you doing? Aren't there three groups of people fighting? Oh my God, are you calling Luo Tian?" Su Feng was also stunned. He stood there in a daze, looking at Hong Tian, then looking at Luo Tian, his mind unable to process what was going on. Who was Hong Tian? He was once the strongest family below the Su family. Why would he bow to Luo Tian and call him boss? The man with the scorpion tattoo on his face said with a trembling voice, "Brother Feng, could it be that he was the one who unified the Divine Sense Sea City last night?" Gudong! Everyone swallowed their saliva. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly turned around and walked in front of Su Feng step by step. He looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "Other than Su Feng, you all can leave now." Being stared at by Luo Tian, Su Feng was unable to move. Just a glance was enough to make him unable to move an inch. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. He was a 9th-level warrior. Even in front of a cultivator, he wouldn't be like this. The tattooed, yellow-haired man suddenly slashed down with his blade. F***K. Let's see how you can still be so arrogant. So, Shua. Xian Yuanyo charged forward and punched out with his right fist. Bang! The tattooed yellow hair was directly sent flying several hundred meters away, directly flying out of Thunder Academy, landing heavily. After a blood-curdling scream, no other sound came out. After the fight, the Xianyuan ox stood quietly beside Luo Tian as if nothing had happened. Luo Tian didn't even look at the yellow-haired man as he spoke. Cold sweat rolled down Su Feng's forehead. His body couldn't help but tremble. In the past, he didn't even care about the Xianyuan ox, but now he didn't even have the qualifications to challenge the Xianyuan ox. The power of that punch could kill even him, let alone yellow hair. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone quickly retreated, wanting to escape. Skinny Monkey's figure was like a ghost as he moved crazily, forcing them back. Skinny Monkey sneered, "Brother Tian, I told you to back off, not to leave. Stay where you are." "Mom, I want to go home. What is going on? What is this? I don't want to play anymore. I am just a bystander. I don't know anything. Su Feng told me to come." Everyone was afraid. Xian Yuan Ox's strength, Skinny Monkey's speed, and Luo Tian's death godlike eyes made them feel like they had fallen into hell. It was too unbearable. Hong Tian and the others felt their hearts ache. They understood that Xian Yuan Ox and the others didn't use their full strength yesterday. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stand here alive. They were terrified and glad that they made the choice last night. Su Feng stared at Luo Tian and said, You, what do you want to do?" Luo Tian said, "You are surnamed Su?" Su Feng said, "So what if I am surnamed Su?" Luo Tian asked, "You are the Su family crown prince." Su Feng wanted to roar, but his voice was suppressed. He said, "So what if I am? What do you want to do?" Luo Tian said coldly, "I'm not doing anything. I just want to tell you that I killed everyone in the Su family." And you, in that instant, Luo Tian's brows moved, and a set of idea shot out from his sea of consciousness. Die! Previous chapter, next chapter the idea was like a black hole, instantly engulfing Su Feng and turning him into a pile of dust. Luo Tian didn't even blink. Because Su Feng's surname was Su, because he was Su Zhanyin's son, because Luo Tian would not leave any hidden dangers for himself, nor for Zhu Geqing and the others. Therefore, Su Feng had to die. Similarly, he was also establishing his might, letting Hong Tian and the others see his own strength. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Ah, where did he go? Where did he go? Ah, many people were terrified. Skinny Monkey and Xian Yuan Ox were controlling everything. Luo Tian smiled slightly. He went to another world, a world without pain. "Do you want to go too?" Like a demon, Hong Tian and the others' backs were all drenched in cold sweat. What kind of power is this? What exactly is this? Is Luo Tian a human or a ghost? At the same time, they were also excited. With a boss like Luo Tian leading them, they would be able to kill gods and Buddhas in the future. Luo Tian's gaze moved slightly. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the entire Thunder Academy heard him and said, "My name is Luo Tian, and from now on, I am the principal of the Thunder Academy. You can call me principal, or you can call me devil. Those who are willing to stay can stay. Those who are unwilling can leave. In my school, students have to act like students. From tomorrow onwards, if I see a yellow-haired person, I will pull out all of his hair. Also, I will change all of you. Change your lives. Those who want to become strong, those who want to never be bullied, stay. I can make you the strongest in this world." As soon as he finished, the entire school suddenly quietened down, completely silent. Luo Tian was a demon, but he was also an angel. Every student in the school saw the rise of Xianyuan Niu and the strength of the Skinny Monkey. In this world where strength was king, they were extremely eager to become stronger. Suddenly, Mu Jing stood up weakly, looked at Luo Tian and said weakly, Can I stay?" Luo Tian looked at her and smiled. Looking at her, he couldn't help but think of Hinata. It was a pity that he wasn't Naruto and said with a smile, "Of course you can. I'll join. I'll join too. I want to join too. I want to become strong as Xianyuan Niu." For a moment, the entire school was in an uproar. They didn't know that one day they would become the strongest in this world, and it was all because of Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at these people and laughed. Looking at the sky, he muttered, "Principal Zhuge, I will lead them out of a new world." Chapter 1903. For the entire morning, Luo Tian was busy. Furthermore, he released his mission and implemented a reward system. Spirit grass by all of them. Magical beast blood essence by all of them. deep-sea black iron by all of them. Induction cooker. Let's start with 100. Finally, Luo Tian was a little embarrassed. They couldn't find a good pill furnace, and they didn't even know what a pill furnace was. Last time, he had used an induction cooker to successfully refine pills. The induction cooker was also very easy for these students to use, simple and convenient. It might even be better than a pill furnace. Many of the families knew a little about the front, but they all had doubts in their hearts. What do you need an induction cooker for? Cook stir-fry. Although they didn't understand what Luo Tian wanted to do, they didn't dare to ask. Many of the families quickly left. This was because Luo Tian had promised that as long as they obtained the mission quota without committing a crime, they would be rewarded with the original ancient martial arts secret technique. Moreover, he could let his family members enter the Thunder Academy to study ancient martial arts secret technique. Even cultivators might not have it. This was a rare good thing. They had all seen Luo Tian's strength before. It was ridiculously strong. He must have cultivated a powerful ancient martial arts to be able to be like this. For this reason, many of the clans were desperately searching for what Luo Tian needed. In the meeting room, Skinny Monkey scratched his head and said, "Brother Tian, what do you need an induction cooker for? Our school has a cafeteria." Luo Tian glared at him and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Actually, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Luo Tian continued. "Next, let's talk about your mission. We need to gain a foothold in the Divine Sea City. Just relying on the power of these families is not enough. The most important thing is to nurture talents. You have followed me to cultivate for 3 months. Your cultivation has already broken through the cultivation realm. You should be very clear on how to cultivate. Now, I want you to be the teachers of the Thunder Academy. Pass down what I have taught you to these students. Remember, do not hold anything back." Luo Tian definitely didn't have the time to teach these things himself. Moreover, he had his own things to do. Skinny Monkey was shocked. Brother Tian, can we do it if we become teachers?" Xian Yuanyo scratched his head and said, "I can't even speak properly. How can I be a teacher?" Brother Tian, why don't we change the mission?" "No," Luo Tian shouted. "You just have to teach them how to sense the laws of power that I taught you. Only the 3 of you can do this. No one else can. There's no room for discussion. As for how to teach, that's your business." Luo Tian didn't give them a chance to discuss. He looked at Lei Xiangdong and said, "Lei Zi, you are from the Special Forces. You know more about the military than we do. There are still 6,000 soldiers in the Divine Sea Theater of Operations. You will take over." If he wanted to stabilize himself in the Divine Sea City, the 6,000 soldiers would be the most powerful force. Furthermore, the Divine Sea City needed to operate, and they needed to be on the front line. Lei Xiangdong took a step forward and saluted. "I promise to complete the mission." Luo Tian said, "Just like those families, we can implement a reward system, and it is also an ancient martial arts secret technique. As for when I will give you these secret techniques, I will inform you." "Yes, sir," Lei Xiangdong said. Luo Tian looked at Lu Sueki and said, "You know more about medicine. I need you to pick out people who can slightly sense the true qi from all aspects. As long as you can sense the true qi, bring them to me, regardless of whether they are men or women, old or young." Lu Sueki was startled and said, "Sensing the true qi is not something that an ordinary person can do. Only cultivators can do this, right? Only by breaking through the cultivation realm and opening the pubes would one be able to sense the true qi that was being nurtured between heaven and earth. However, there were also special existences. What Luo Tian needed were these special existences. They were born with an extraordinary ability to sense the true qi. These people were talented people. They were also talented cultivators of alchemy, artifact refining, talisman, and a series of other auxiliary techniques. Luo Tian needed warriors with attack power and at the same time He also needed an incomparably sturdy logistics force. Only with a strong logistics force would he have confidence. Only then would he be more stable. Luo Tian said, "There will be some special existences that are very difficult to find. This mission is the most difficult, so find as many as you can." Lu Sueki also saluted and said, "I promise to complete the mission." He quickly became busy. The Divine Sense Sea City also began to operate quickly. A large number of spirit grass were transported into the Thunder Academy. A large number of black iron were transported in. The 300-plus students of the Thunder Academy were divided into 3 large classes: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Zhuge Qing taught the elementary class, which was also the most difficult class. Skinny Monkey Intermediate, Xian Yuan Ox Advanced. Understanding, mastery, and operation of force. Furthermore, the gravity room did not require any fees to cultivate, but every time one entered, they had to endure a long period of time to crush their body, allowing their body to continuously become stronger. After a few days in the academy, according to what the 3 of them taught, many people began to advance by leaps and bounds. Adding the rewards, everyone was cultivating with all their might. Divine Sense C Army Division. Luo Tian had been there once, and he had to admit that Lei Xiangdong was very good at managing the army, training them very well. Everything was going according to his plan. While they were busy, Luo Tian also disappeared. He entered the ocean region to hunt demon beasts, entered the primitive forest to hunt demon beasts, and once he gathered enough energy, he would release it. If he wanted to play, then he would play big. If he wanted to create the Divine Sense Sea City, Luo Tian would make her the strongest in history. Half a month passed. Luo Tian returned to the Thunder Academy once and took out all the ancient martial arts techniques that the system had given him. Wave-like, subtle steps, one yang finger, dark north divine technique, Duganine swords, and a series of hundreds of techniques. Luo Tian did not let people print these techniques. Otherwise, these techniques would not be valuable and could not be considered a reward. A reward was a reward. It motivated these people to work even harder. These ancient martial arts techniques were all advanced, which made Hong Tian and the others very excited, and they were all grateful to Luo Tian. Other than these secret techniques, Luo Tian even wrote a few divine-level cultivation methods in his free time and threw them to Zhuge Qing, Skinny Monkey, Old Cow, Lazy, and the others. These were more difficult to understand, so Luo Tian wrote them down in the simplest and most straightforward way. Lu Sueki was almost done with his preparations. He found more than 100 people. Luo Tian was very excited. There were men and women, old and young. Luo Tian was not afraid. He simply taught them a series of auxiliary techniques, such as artifact refining, pill refining, talisman, and so on, allowing them to grasp the basic skills, and then use the spirit grass to accumulate experience. During this period, Luo Tian refined a batch of true Qi Dan as a reward. In a short month's time, the Divine Sense Sea City had completely changed. Luo Tian stood on the roof of his slum, looking at the Divine Sense Sea City. His heart was filled with emotions. He didn't know how long he could stay on Earth. He would do his best to make this place stronger. At this moment, Hong Kan ran up and said, "Luo Tian, trouble is coming." Thank you to Nangong Wentian for the 3 consecutive rewards. Thank you to ________ incomplete. A cat in the rainy night. Young and frivolous. If you're crazy, I'm even crazier. Emptiness like the rain. Thank you all for your rewards. Old Cow also wants to write more. My eyes can't last that long in front of the computer. I'm really sorry. Good night. Chapter 1904. Hong Ken was a little out of breath. He had run all the way back from Wuling City without resting for even a minute. Speak slowly, Luo Tian said. Hong Ken gasped for breath and said, Yi family, Qin family, and a big shot in the military wants to deal with you. They have already gathered the first batch of people in Wuling City. Hong Ken had been sent to Wuling City by Luo Tian from the start. Moreover, Luo Tian gave him unlimited financial resources. Money made the world go round. During this period of time, Hong Kan did not disappoint. He had a place in Wuling City, and at the same time, he was secretly operating the arms trade. He wanted the disciples of the Hong family, the Yu family, and the Lu family to be fully armed. Next would be things related to the cultivation world. There would definitely be pills and ancient martial arts secret methods. These would be necessary for Hong, Kan, and the others to rise up in Wuling City. What was a mere divine sea city? This was only the headquarters. What Luo Tian wanted was not just the divine sea city, but the entire China war zone. Luo Tian smiled. He was not surprised and said, "They came quite quickly. It seems that the higher-ups are very dissatisfied with the loss of jurisdiction over the divine sea city." Hong Kan said, "The departure of the divine sea city has indeed dissatisfied the big shots in the capital, but many people still want to give up because I heard that there is a mysterious organization protecting you. I am not sure what this mysterious organization is, but to be able to protect you from the big shots in the capital, it must be extraordinary." Immortal sect? Not really. It was another force. Only a few people knew who it was. After the experts from the immortal sect appeared once, they never appeared again. This month, the entire capital was discussing the matter of the divine sea city, especially the military world. They were very unhappy that the divine sea city had left their jurisdiction. Coupled with the instigation of the Chen family and the Yi family, some people could not take it. Finally, there was this gathering. "Protect me." Luo Tian frowned. "Who would protect me? I don't have a single friend in the capital. Who would protect me?" "Forget it." Luo Tian was too lazy to think too much about it. No matter who it was, they would definitely meet in the future. The most important thing now was to deal with what would happen next. Luo Tian asked, "How long until they arrive?" Hong Kan said, "I didn't find out the specific time. I only know that they will come within 7 days, and all of them are strong cultivators. The Yi family and the Chen family have sent a large number of masters. This time they are serious. All of them were powerful cultivators. That lineup was indeed extraordinary." Luo Tian laughed in his heart. "I was just worrying about finding a place to train my troops. It's great that all of them are strong cultivators. I just happen to need some sparring partners." Luo Tian said, "I got it. Master Hong, you go back to Wuling City. After this, we need to expand our territory." "Right. Take these things with you." Luo Tian took out a bag of elixirs and 2 ancient martial arts secret manuals. He said, "The ancient martial arts secret manuals are the rewards for you and Zhan Wushuang. You can each take 10 elixirs. Take 1 every 10 days. It will give you unexpected benefits. As for the rest of the pills, you can auction them or give them to others. As long as you can increase your fame and influence, let the outside world think that you have powerful cultivators who can refine pills. This will shake Wuling City." Hong Kan's hands trembled as he took the pills and ancient martial arts manuals. He couldn't believe it. He looked at Luo Tian excitedly and said, "So you really know how to refine pills? I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Do you know the value of a pill?" Luo Tian said, "Don't worry about its value. I said that I will let you stand at the peak of this world, so I will definitely do it. Go. I will also go and prepare." The war was coming. Luo Tian also had to return to Thunder Academy to prepare. Hong Kan said, "I will rush back to Divine Sea City now. I will find out when they will make their move. I will call you when the time comes." Luo Tian nodded and said, "Okay, you guys don't have to participate this time. You and Zhan Wushuang should properly investigate the underground forces of Wuling City and expand your territory." Hong Kan said, "Don't worry, I am good at this." Hong Kan left. Luo Tian rushed back to Thunder Academy that night. He didn't plan to participate in this war. After a month of hard training, it was time to test the results of their training. Fighting was the best way to test the results. At night, in Thunder Academy's meeting room, Hong family, Lu family, Yu family, and all the family heads of Divine Sea City were here. Lei Xiangdong, Lu Sueki, Shou Ho, and Xian Yuanyo from the military were here too. Luo Tian went straight to the point. Qin family and Yi family are going to make their move on Divine Sea City in the next few days. What do you guys think? Luo Tian didn't express his thoughts. There were some things that needed to be brought out and asked for everyone's opinions. He could also know some people's thoughts. Hong Tian was the first to say, "Let's do it." After this period of interaction, Hong Tian was completely convinced by Luo Tian. In his heart, Luo Tian was a god, an omnipotent god. In a short month, Divine Sea City had completely changed. Now even pills and spiritual weapons had been created. What else couldn't he do? Yu family was more conservative, saying, "Boss, Qin family, and Yi family are the four great families in Capital City. One of them is from the undead race, while the other is the descendant of fire god Gong Gong. The experts of these two families are all above the cultivation realm. I'm afraid that we can't fight against them with our current strength. I suggest that we negotiate with them first and see what they want." Lu family also said, "I agree with Yu family's suggestion. We are indeed much stronger, but compared to Qin family and Yi family, they're elephants and we are ants. We don't have the power to fight them now." Hong Tian said unhappily, "What are you afraid of? Qin family and Yi family? They are still in Capital City. We have to let them know that this is Divine Sea City, not Capital City. I suggest that we start a war and show the might of Divine Sea City." Yu family argued, "Hong Tian, you only know how to fight. Can fighting solve all problems?" Lu family also said, "That's right. If we can negotiate, why should we use violence?" Hong Tian said, unconvinced, "This world is a world of fists. Negotiation. You have to have the strength to negotiate. Otherwise, who will negotiate with you? To hell with negotiation." They argued fiercely. Luo Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest and didn't say anything. He just looked at them quietly. Skinny, monkey-like, couldn't listen anymore. He shouted, "Are you done? Do you think this is a market?" Hong Tian and the others instantly quieted down. They all looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Your suggestions are good. Let's follow you families and Lu family's suggestions and negotiate. Diplomacy before violence." Chapter 1905. The representative of the Yu clan smiled arrogantly at Hong Tian. Hong Tian snorted coldly, unconvinced in his heart. Luo Tian continued, "Yu Lin, go and contact the Chen and Yi families of Wuling City first. See what they want and if there's any room for negotiation. Go and prepare now." Yu Lin immediately said excitedly, "Yes, I will go and prepare now." After Yu Lin left, Luo Tian continued, "Negotiations must be discussed, but preparations must also be made." Hong Tian immediately stood up and said, "Here." Luo Tian said, "In this month, your Hong family has produced a few cultivator realm experts. Pull them out for training." Hong Tian said without hesitation, "I was just waiting for boss's words. Our Hong family's idea is to fight. Thanks to boss, because of the pills and the ancient martial arts secret method, the Hong family has produced 6 cultivator realm experts in this month. They were just thinking about how to repay you, and now is the time." Hong Tian was incomparably excited and said, "I will go back and prepare now." Luo Tian nodded and said to the Lu family, "You also have 2 cultivator experts. Pull them out for training as well. If you want to raise your cultivation, just cultivating is not enough. Just like reading books, it's useless to become a bookworm." "Yes, boss. I will go home and prepare now." One hand for negotiation, the other for war. Both hands had to be grasped. Both hands had to be hard. Only Luo Tian and his brothers were left in the entire conference room. "Huff! Luo, Tian exhaled and laughed bitterly. After being the boss for so long, this is the first time I've realized that being the boss is so tiring. Zhu Giqing and Lu Sueki immediately went forward, each of them massaging one shoulder, and at the same time said sweetly, "Boss, you've worked hard." That voice, that shoulder massaging technique, it was simply too satisfying. However, Luo Tian did not dare to enjoy it. These two women were incredible now, and under the effects of some of the beautifying pills that Luo Tian refined, they became more and more beautiful, charming, and moving, making them unforgettable. Similarly, they had also become abnormally domineering, and their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Luo Tian's expression turned serious as he said, "The people who came this time are all cultivators. Hong Tian and the others won't be able to stop them. All of them are cultivators." Skinny Monkalike was stunned and asked, "Brother Tian, how many are there?" Luo Tian frowned and said, "Hong can gave me 1,000, and this is only the first batch. I don't know how many there are in the second batch, but I estimate it to be no less than 5,000. F***CK. Are they trying to turn the divine sea city into a battlefield for magical beasts? What do they want? Qin clan, even the Yi clan didn't send out so many people to deal with the demonic beast wave back then. Why did they send out so many experts to deal with us? I can't figure it out." Everyone was puzzled. Even Luo Tian didn't know why they had sent so many strong cultivators. At this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly said, "Because of the origin fragment." Huh. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the people from the Qin clan that he killed in the Su clan's building and said, "They are also looking for the origin fragment." Zhao Linger held the puppy in one hand and a lollipop in the other. She rolled her eyes at Luo Tian and said, "Do you think you're the only one looking for the origin fragment? Many people are looking for it, and the Chan and Yi clans are also helping others." Luo Tian wasn't the only one who knew about the origin fragment. Last time, the Qin clan didn't get the origin fragment in Su Zhanyin's hands, which made the higher-ups extremely dissatisfied. This time they sent out so many experts for the origin fragment in Luo Tian's hands. Luo Tian was shocked. The higher-ups? The corner of his mouth twitched, revealing a grim smile, and said calmly, "Looks like the Huaxia war zone isn't as simple as I thought." Zhao Linger said, "Uncle, you know too little. Let alone the Huaxia war zone. The entire Earth has all kinds of hidden experts. The angels of North America and Europe, the immortal sects of the Huaxia war zone. Do you think they are just some ancient martial arts experts? This is just the tip of the iceberg, and it's not even worth mentioning." Xian Yuan Niu and the others couldn't understand at all. Angels? Immortal sects? Wasn't this something that only existed in movies? Luo Tian looked at Zhao Linger and said calmly, "That's right. The descendants of Niwa have appeared, so it's normal for angels and immortal sects to appear. It's just that I thought too simply." Zhao Linger stuck her tongue out at Luo Tian, then continued to eat her lollipop without interrupting. Zhao Linger's reminder made Luo Tian suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the descendants of Niwa had appeared. So what else couldn't appear? Did all the immortals of the primordial age ascend? It was normal for the angels and demons of the Western world to exist. These things sounded unimaginable. But was there anything more unbelievable than Luo Tian's awakening of the god-killing king's godhead? He was the true freak on Earth. All right, back to the topic. Let's talk about how to win this battle. Luo Tian looked at Lei Zi and said, "This time, other than the Qin family and the Yi family, there are also people from the capital military region. There are probably quite a few of them. So, I want your people to stay in the second echelon." Luo Tian thought about this matter because there were certain variables in the military. It was safer to stay in the second echelon. Lei Xiangdong said, "Boss, are you worried that they will betray us?" Luo Tian didn't deny it and said, "After all, they used to be under the capital military region. We have to be careful." Lazy was silent for a moment before he said, "It's indeed very difficult to change in a month. However, they're different now. I've taught them the secret cultivation techniques that you taught me without holding anything back. They're now completely obedient to me. If possible, I want to be on the front line. After all, we are now the strongest fighting force in Divine Sea City." There was no doubt about this. Whether it was cold weapons, close combat, or firearms, the people from the military region were currently the strongest people on Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian said, "Other than the reason just now, there is another reason why I want you to be in the second echelon. I want to pull out the people from Thunder Academy to train. They are all students who have never experienced war. If they want to grow quickly, the battlefield is the best place. Moreover, it is impossible to just cultivate and break through without real combat experience. If they want to become stronger, they must pass this stage." "I agree," Zhu Geqing said. "During this period of time, some students have already encountered some bottlenecks. I personally think that it is a problem with real combat experience." Luo Tian said, "Then it's decided. Thunder Academy will pick 100 students and the self-cultivators from other families to form the first echelon. We will fight a bloody battle with the Chun family, Yi family, and the military region." "Ha ha ha, I can't wait any longer." Xian Yuanyo didn't say anything, but when he heard the words bloody battle, he immediately became excited. "I recommend my good brother's book, Martial Path of the Holy. It is also a system upgrade method. If you like it, please support it. I beg of you." Chapter 1906. Skinny Monkey said in disdain, "You only know how to fight." "Let me tell you, fighting also depends on your brain." Xian Yuan Ox said foolishly, "Monkey, don't say so much. Let's go out and fight. Recently, I have awakened a bit of the Qilin blood's power." "Abnormal. Who's going with you? Am I that close to you?" Skinny Monkey immediately stood a little further away, afraid that Xian Yuan Ox would drag him out for a piquet. "You look so silly all day long. What are you looking at me for? Do you think I'll fight with a cow? Don't even think about it." Xian Yuan Ox was simply too abnormal. More and more Qilin scales appeared on his right arm, and now it had reached the point where even a laser gun could not penetrate it. The explosion of power was an existence that could take a person's life. In the past month, their progress had been extremely fast. In addition, the various supplementary pills that Luo Tian had refined were like a rocket, combined with the ancient martial arts secret technique. They didn't even put ordinary cultivator in their eyes. Zhu Geqing's 8 trigrams, Skinny Monkey's 9 yang holy body. All of them had cultivated well. Luo Tian looked at them and naturally thought of his brother in God's domain, Two Balls, who was still suffering in hell. He let out a deep breath and said, "I'll leave this matter to you guys. Whether it's a battle or a negotiation, I won't participate. This is a test for you guys. As for how you do it, that's up to you. However, if you do this well and satisfy me, I will give you guys some special rewards." For example, while they were talking, a blood-red tang blade appeared in Luo Tian's hand. It was made from the bones and blood of demon beasts. It was completely red and emitted a dense aura of spirit energy and a powerful aura. In an instant, it attracted all of their attention. "Gudong, this blade, it should be at least gold rank, right? Too handsome. Brother Tian, about that, do you still need someone to warm your bed at night?" Skinny Monkey rubbed his hands and said, while swallowing his saliva. Zhu Geqing puffed up her chest, scaring Skinny Monkey away. She said, "It's not your turn to warm the bed." Lu Sweki stuck out her chest, and her huge twin peaks directly entered Luo Tian's side. With a coquettish voice that could make one's bones go soft, she shook Luo Tian's shoulder and said gently, "Brother, my bed-warming skills are first class. Choose me." Zhu Geqing squeezed in and said, "I can warm your bed too. I can even give you a massage. I'll definitely serve you well." Skinny Monkey stepped forward and said, "Brother Tian, I can give birth to your children." "Huh, Zhu Geqing and Lu Sueki turned around and stared coldly at Shou Ho. Shou Ho immediately walked away and muttered, "Nowadays, sister-in-law is even more ferocious than big brother. What kind of world is this?" This blood-red Tang saber was indeed very sharp. Luo Tian couldn't stand their coquettishness and immediately took out 5 blood-red sabers. He had a Tang knife. There was a machete. There was also a sword. There was also a wide saber the size of a door. The moment this saber appeared, it was snatched away by Xian Yuan Yo. He held it in his arms and giggled, "This saber is mine." It was as if others would snatch it from him. These weapons were all custom-made for them. Every step was a fine product, personally forged by Luo Tian. Wow, so cool, ha ha ha. I've never seen such a beautiful weapon. It's simply a work of art. Sister Sueki, your twin daggers are so beautiful. They're like 2 scalpels hidden in your sleeves, killing people without leaving a trace. When necessary, they can even be used as scalpels, hee hee. Old cow, come. Let's go to the gravity training room and do it. Now that we have this weapon, let's see if your Qilin arm can still block it. Hearing these voices, Luo Tian was extremely happy. It was a very happy thing to have someone like the weapon that he forged. Suddenly, he thought of something. He turned to Zhu Geqing and Lu Sueki and said, "Well, aren't you going to warm my bed today?" "Come on, it's been a long time since someone warmed my bed." Zhu Geqing blushed. Lu Sueki was a little older. She immediately pretended that she had not said anything and said, "Did we say that?" She blinked and looked at Zhu Geqing. She immediately reacted and said, "No, why don't I remember us saying that?" "Damn, are you trying to deny it?" Luo Tian felt that he had been tricked. Before he rushed out, Zhu Geqing and Lu Sueki ran away like a wisp of smoke, laughing happily. Luo Tian did not chase after them. Listening to their laughter, he muttered, "Qing can be considered to have walked out of the matter of Grandpa's death." Skinny Monkey-like stood at the door and did not leave. Luo Tian looked at him and asked, "What else do you want?" Skinny Monkey-like said weakly, "Brother Tian, do you want me to give birth to monkeys for you?" "Get lost." Luo Tian glared at him. Skinny Monkey-like looked like he had been pardoned. He said excitedly, "You scared me to death. Sister-in-law isn't here. I thought you really wanted me to give birth to monkeys for you." Buffed. Zhao Ling could not help but laugh mischievously. She looked up at Luo Tian and said, "Uncle, when I grow up, I'll give birth to monkeys for you. Many, many monkeys." Luo Tian looked at Zhao Ling, his innocent face, and did not know what to say. He touched her forehead and smiled. You should wait for your brother Li Xiaoyao to appear." Divine Sea City was preparing for the entire night. Luo Tian did not care about these things after he had delegated these matters. This matter was a test for them. He was now the boss. There was no need for him to do everything himself. Otherwise, why would he need his subordinates? How could they become stronger under his protection? He returned to his little nest in the slums. After entering, he let out a long sigh. "Sister, where did you go?" Sister Li Yihan had disappeared for more than 3 months. Luo Tian had sent many people out to look for her, but there was no news at all. Now, this fierce and ferocious sister was his only concern on earth. Phew! Luo Tian adjusted his breathing, sat cross-legged, and circulated his energy in his dantian. After a few cycles, the true qi in his dantian overflowed and spread throughout his body. Then, under the control of Luo Tian's will, it entered his sea of consciousness and continuously circulated and condensed. Streams of qi also began to circulate rapidly in his sea of consciousness. A little, just a little more. Half an hour later, bang! Phew! An explosion sounded in his sea of consciousness. Luo Tian was sweating profusely. He let out a long breath and said, "It still doesn't work. I still can't awaken the godhead of sin." The true qi was exhausted. In this month, other than hunting magical beasts to level up, Luo Tian had been tempering his sea of consciousness the entire time. He wanted the other 3 Godhead to return to their positions. A few days ago, he finally sensed the Godhead of Sin. He wanted to wake it up these few days, but he kept failing. Luo Tian continuously swallowed the true Qi Dan and said, "Again!" He didn't know how much time he had left. He also didn't know when the Supreme Divine King would appear on Earth. It could be a few years later, or 100 years later, but it could also appear in front of him in the next second. These things were out of his control. What he could control was himself, and he had to constantly become stronger. If the Supreme Divine King dared to come, he would definitely beat the shit out of him, because this was his territory, his source world. Continue. Thank you, little mood. I, old sun, am also Sun Rui. My surname is Jian. My name is Chong. My name is Quang Quang. I have you in my heart. Thank you, brother, for your support. In addition, brothers, please help Old Cow's brother. The holy way of martial arts is currently in PK, regardless of whether you like it or not. Please collect it. Chapter 1907. Ding. Fusion failed. Ding. Fusion failed. For the entire night, Luo Tian was in the midst of a series of failure notifications. Every time he was almost successful and every time he failed. It was as if he was missing something. Luo Tian couldn't figure out what it was. The next day, the negotiation team, represented by Yulin, entered Wuling City. On the same day, on the only road into the Divine Sea City, Zhu Geqing, Shou Ho, Xian Yuanyo, and Hong Tian were the representatives of the cultivators. They were rapidly preparing. Lei Xiangdong also used the words of a drill to pull out more than 6,000 soldiers from the military region. Everything was in the midst of preparation. They were just waiting for the cultivators from the Chen and Yi families to arrive. Early morning, Luo Tian pulled Zhao Ling to a breakfast place to eat breakfast. So, Zhao Ling ate the soup noodles with a face full of innocence and satisfaction. She was extremely cute. Luo Tian looked at her and said, "Slow down, no one is snatching it from you." Zhao Ling giggled and said, "Uncle, it's really delicious." Luo Tian smiled and placed more than half of the powder in his bowl into her bowl. He asked, "Ling, have any origin fragments awakened recently?" He had been waiting. He would ask Zhao Ling about this almost every day. He needed the origin fragments, needed to restore the origin aura on Earth, and needed to absorb a large amount of origin power to fuse the 4 Divine Kings' Godhead in his body into a new power of law. The Supreme Divine King could appear at any time. He had to be prepared. Zhao Ling shook her head and said, "Not yet, uncle. The awakening of the origin fragments also requires an opportunity. When the opportunity arrives, it will naturally awaken. Once it awakens, I will inform you immediately." After saying that, she began to eat. Her little stomach seemed to never be full. Zhao Ling burped and giggled. She turned to the lady boss and said, "Big sister, give me another bowl." The landlady was over 40 years old, but she was still smiling from ear to ear when she called her big sister. She immediately brought a bowl of steaming soup noodles, especially with extra shredded meat, to Zhao Ling's side. She said, "Little girl, you really know how to talk. This bowl is for you." Zhao Ling smiled mischievously and said, "Thank you, big sister." After she finished speaking, she started eating again. Luo Tian looked at Zhao Ling, shook his head and smiled. "You call her big sister, but you call me uncle. I'm drunk." Zhao Ling looked up at Luo Tian and said, "You are much older than her." Luo Tian was taken aback. From Zhao Ling's eyes, he seemed to be able to tell that she knew everything about him. Right at this moment, a silver-haired old man sat down and said, "Give me a bowl of soup powder with more chili." He was wearing an ancient robe and exuded a unique aura. He looked like an immortal. Luo Tian looked sideways. While he was looking at the old man was also looking at him. Their eyes met. In an instant, Luo Tian was shocked. His first feeling was that this old man was not simple. The old man frowned slightly and thought to himself, I can't see it clearly at all. This boy is not simple. The old man looked at Zhao Ling again. She did not pay attention to him at all. His face was even more shocked. Her spiritual root is off the charts. Immediately, the old man walked up directly and sat down without Luo Tian's consent. He stared at Zhao Ling, his eyes shining as if he was staring at a piece of beautiful jade. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, Little girl, are you interested in practicing the way of immortality with me? Zhao Ling still did not look up. For her, the soup powder in the bowl was more attractive than anything else. She said while eating, not interested. The old man was stunned for a moment, then looked at Luo Tian and said, Are you her brother? Zhao Ling replied, He's my uncle. Uncle? So young? The old man did not think too much. He looked at Luo Tian and said, Young man, I see that the two of you have amazing bones. At first glance, I can tell that you are martial arts geniuses. Are you interested in practicing the way of immortality with me? Luo Tian glanced at him. The old man smoothed his white beard and said, I'm not a swindler. After thinking for a moment, the old man lowered his voice and said, I'm an immortal from the immortal sect. My Taoist name is Immortal Sun Mud. Luo Tian immediately shouted, I'm still F** King and immortal. Huh. The old man did not understand at all and said, You're also called Immortal Sun Mud? Luo Tian said, I'm called Immortal Sun Mud. The old man was anxious and said, Why are you cursing? Luo Tian said, Immortal Sun Mud. Well, what do you call me? These are all Taoist names. You must not call them casually, especially in this secular world. The old man said seriously, completely unaware of the cursing in Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian was also dumbfounded. He burst out laughing in his heart. There's actually someone called Immortal Sun Mud. How talented! The old man continued. Young man, I see that the two of you are different from the rest. Come back to the immortal sect with me. I can teach you the way to cultivate immortality. Ah, it's so satisfying. Zhao Ling drank the last bit of powder soup in the bowl and said contentedly. Then she looked at Luo Tian and said at the same time, Not interested. Madam, the bill. Luo Tian called. The warm-hearted madam walked over and said to Luo Tian in a low voice, You have to keep an eye on your niece. I see that this old man looks like he's trying to swindle children. You have to be careful. Luo Tian said with a smile, Thank you for your reminder, madam. I'll be careful. After saying this, he pulled Zhao Ling away. Zhuge Qing and the others weren't at Thunder Academy today, so he had to take care of things for them. When the old man saw that Luo Tian was about to leave, he hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of powder and was about to chase after him. However, he was grabbed by the madam who was glaring at him from the side, saying, You want to run away without paying? Good thing I was prepared. Don't think that you look like an expert just because you're dressed like this. I think you're just a swindler. Pay up. The old man was pulled back by the madam. He dug through his pockets and discovered that he didn't bring any money. He said with a silly smile, I forgot to bring money when I went out today. I'll leave my flying sword here. I'll definitely pay you tomorrow. Right now, he was in a hurry to chase after Luo Tian, not even hesitating to leave behind his magical artifact. He placed a child's toy, moreover a sword made of wood, on the table. The madam gave it a look and directly threw that flying sword into the trash can, shouting, Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? What flying sword? I think you're just a swindler. Pay up. If you can't pay up today, I won't let you off. The old man watched as his flying sword was thrown into the trash can, even having thoughts of dying. He said bitterly, But I really didn't bring any money. You don't have any money, right? Wash this huge pile of bowls for me, or else don't even think about leaving here today. The madam was stocky, her eyes glaring. The old man was forced into a corner. Chapter 1908. As the patrolling envoy of the immortal sect, he had never been so miserable before. Any big family would be more affectionate to him than to their own ancestors, wishing that they could kneel in front of him. But now he had actually been reduced to a dishwasher. Furthermore, he was being stared at by a lady boss who had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. If he didn't wash these bowls clean, he would definitely be in trouble. How miserable! When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, the old man was extremely excited in his heart, because he discovered that the two treasures were Luo Tian and Zhao Linger. The spiritual root on their bodies flickered with a dazzling light. Without a doubt, their talents were extremely powerful. He had lived for more than 100 years and had never seen anyone with such a top-grade spiritual root, especially Zhao Ling. She was simply an existence that was off the charts. As long as she was brought back to the immortal sect and cultivated a little, she would be able to emit an unparalleled light. This way, she would have a lot more confidence in fighting against those angels from the Western world. Haha. The old man revealed an excited smile. His smile was a little asterisk, a little evil, and also because he was too engrossed in his thoughts. Clang! With a loud sound, a bowl shattered. Without waiting for him to raise his head, he immediately sensed a gaze filled with cold, killing, intent staring at him. A mistake, a complete mistake, the old man said repeatedly. The lady boss stared at him fiercely, walked to the trash can, picked up the flying sword, and slashed it onto the table. Clang! The flying sword broke into 2 pieces. The lady boss spread out her hands and said, a mistake, a complete mistake. The old man stared at the broken flying sword with his mouth agape. He was completely stupefied, and his body trembled with heartache. My flying sword, my flying sword. To people who didn't know how to use flying swords, they were just toys. As long as one didn't use enough strength, they would break. But to the old man, it was an aircraft, a tool for him to return to the immortal sect. He was completely dumbfounded. The old man was incomparably bitter and said, I already said that it's not good to go out today. Why do I have to go out? Cut the crap. Hurry up and finish washing it. If you break another one, I'll call the police immediately. The lady boss said angrily. While they were talking, she picked up the flying sword on the ground. The old man stared at her in a daze. So, the lady boss threw it directly into the stove, and the flying sword quickly burned with a crackling sound. The fire in the stove was quite strong. I didn't expect this thing to burn so easily. A piece of wood dares to call it a flying sword. You must have watched too many movies. The old man was completely dumbfounded. Originally, he could still think of a way to repair the broken flying sword, but now he didn't feel good at all. His body went limp, and there was no strength in his body. Cur. On the way to Thunder Academy, Luo Tian asked, Ling, he said, your spirit root is off the charts. Why don't you cultivate it? Zhao Ling held the lollipop in her hand and said, Uncle, my spiritual root is off the charts. Do I still need to cultivate? Isn't it just an immortal sect? What's so great about that? I'm not interested. Zhao Ling, his talent was beyond doubt. The descendants of Nuwa could be imagined. However, he didn't have much ability on land, which was very strange. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Suddenly, Zhao Linger thought of a funny thing and said, Uncle, that immortal sun mud is going to be unlucky today, or bloody unlucky Luo Tian was startled for a moment and asked, How do you know? Zhao Ling was also startled. She pouted and stubbornly said, I just know. As he spoke, he ran into Thunder Academy. Luo Tian looked at her back and muttered, Is this your power? You can foresee the future? Is this the power you can sense from the source fragment? Luo Tian guessed in his heart. Zhao Ling was truly a special existence. Luo Tian spent the entire day with Zhao Ling in Thunder Academy. The current Thunder Academy was brand new and was truly like a school. Even if Zhu Geqing and the others weren't here, the students were still very disciplined and didn't fall behind in their cultivation. In the evening, the old man's entire body was covered in vegetable dregs and some dried noodles. He was in an incomparably sorry state as he looked at the lady boss who was glaring at him covetously. He had never been in such a sorry state before. He had only eaten a few mouthfuls of powder, and he had already become like this. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't carelessly open the killing domain, the lady boss's eyes trembled as she shouted, "Be a good person. Don't think about abducting children all day, understand?" I know. The old man nodded his head and said, "Can I leave now?" The lady boss exhaled, took out 100 yuan from her bosom, and handed it over, saying, "Take it. Don't eat and dash in the future. That flying sword of yours. I'm sorry I gave you 100 yuan. You can buy a large bundle of that kind of wood and make as many flying swords as you want." The lady boss said. The old man wanted to cry. Moreover, his tears were about to flow out. The lady boss thought that he was moved to this extent and said, Let's go. In the future, if you're really hungry, come here to eat. But I have to say something first. You can eat, but you have to wash the dishes." The old man wiped his tears and left. The lady boss even sighed and said, "Sai, look at how moved I am. My heart is too good. Even I can't help but be moved by myself." Wuling City. What we want is very simple, Luo Tian. Chun Yueqing said. Yulin said, "You want Luo Tian? Do you know who Luo Tian is?" Elder Qin, I think it's better if you talk about other conditions. Otherwise, we won't be able to talk about it. *CK. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Yi Ming snorted coldly and said coldly, "Our conditions are very simple. Either hand over Luo Tian, or your entire divine sense, Sea City, will be buried with him. It's that simple. There's nothing to talk about." While they were talking, Yi Ming immediately revealed 2 zombie fangs and the dense cultivation aura on his body crushed down. Yu Lin's body was trembling in fear, but his voice did not tremble. It was very deep and steady as he said, "Since that's the case, then there's really nothing to talk about. Luo Tian is our boss, the boss of the Divine Sensi City. We will definitely not hand him over. Since we can't reach an agreement," Yulin stood up and said, "Then let's fight." "Yoho, boss, surnamed you. Tell him that I, Chen Yueqing, am here to take his life." Chun Yueqing was in a bad mood. She couldn't afford any mistakes in this mission. The pressure on her family was too great. He had to find that source fragment. Yulin frowned. At this moment, Yi Ming suddenly moved. A dagger appeared in his hand. The dagger moved, cutting off one of Yulin's arms. Licking the blood on the dagger with his tongue, he laughed coldly. "Bring some marks back!" With his arm cut off, Yulin's face turned pale from the pain, but he was very stubborn and did not cry out in pain. He glanced at Yi Ming and quickly walked out of the room. Chapter 1909. Scram! Yi Ming kicked Yulin's butt and directly kicked him out of the room. He laughed coldly. "With such a dog's appearance, you still want to negotiate? Talk to you, King Hammer." Chun Yueqing also laughed disdainfully. Boss, do you really think you're something?" He did not put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. What did Luo Tian count for? Didn't he just kill 2 elders of the Yi family and an elder of the Qin family? Furthermore, they were only low-level elders. What was so powerful about them? There was still a need for the Yi and Chen families to join hands, as well as the people from the military. There was no need for such a large lineup. If not for the family sending so many people to him, he really wanted to take care of Luo Tian by himself. Yi Ming also had the same thought. He completely treated this as a trip and did not care about Luo Tian at all. Chen Yueqing said, "Brother Yi Ming, I don't think there's a need to wait any longer. We already have more than 400 people, let alone a divine sense sea city. We're more than enough to deal with a magical beast tide." For 100 martial artists of the cultivation realm, this was a very powerful lineup. Moreover, and they were the elite disciples of the Yi and Chen families. Their fighting strength was extremely valiant, more than enough to deal with the divine Sen Si city. Yi Ming laughed. Brother Yueqing's idea is really what I thought. This time, if we capture that dog Luo Tian, we will be the family's #1 contribution. Chun Yueqing laughed excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Tonight? Yi Ming also became excited. Chun Yueqing said, "My Chen family's people are ready at any time." Yi Ming laughed out loud. "I was waiting for you to say that. Let's go slaughter the divine Sen Si city. That brat Luo Tian should be prepared to kneel in front of us." Half an hour later, Hong Kan anxiously rushed back to the headquarters in Wuling City and said to Zhan Wushuang, "Hurry up and call Luo Tian. They will move tonight." This was the information he had exchanged for a true Qidan. Moreover, this was exchanged with his own true Qidan. The dawn given to him by Luo Tian, he would not use them indiscriminately. Moreover, dawn were really too precious. Zhan Wushuang said he is in Thunder Academy. Xian Yuanyo and the others are on the front lines, hundreds of kilometers away. Moreover, there is no phone, so even if we inform boss, it is useless. How about this? Zhan Wushuang continued. I'll inform Xian Yuanyo and the others. Hong Kan said anxiously, "Then you have to be faster than the Chen and Yi families. Otherwise," Zhan Wushuang immediately jumped out and said, "I know. Give boss Luo Tian a call. I'm leaving." Hong Kan did not dare to delay and immediately dialed Luo Tian's number. The negotiations have broken down. The Chen and Yi families have brought more than 400 cultivators to the Divine Sea City. On the other end of the phone, Luo Tian said softly, "I got it. Master Hong, go and fetch Yulin. His hand has been chopped off." Then he hung up the phone. Thunder Academy. Luo Tian pondered for a moment. The failure of the negotiations was expected. Yulin had called him half an hour ago. It was just that he did not expect Yulin to be so unyielding. Even after his arm was chopped off, he did not kneel down and beg for mercy. This made Luo Tian have a whole new level of respect for him. Actually, compared to the undead race Yiming, Yulin was more afraid of Luo Tian in his heart. The scene of Luo Tian instantly killing Su Feng with a single idea was still vivid in his mind. So what if he chopped off an arm? Luo Tian looked at Zhao Linger, who was sleeping soundly, and quietly walked out. Just as he reached the door, Zhao Linger woke up and said, "Uncle, where are you going?" Luo Tian smiled knowingly and said, "Sleep obediently at home. I'll be back before dawn." "Oh," Zhao Linger replied, then said, "Uncle, be careful." With that, he laid on the bed and fell asleep. Luo Tian's figure moved and instantly disappeared into the night. Roland Street. An old man who was sloppy, covered in stains, and had a few vegetable leaves hanging on his head, walked in a daze. Today was the unluckiest day he had ever been in his life. Not only did he lose his 2 treasures, his own flying sword, it was even burned by a fat woman who weighed 200 kilograms. He was very irritated. Very irritated. This feeling made him very unhappy, and at the same time very bitter. Thinking about his purpose in coming to the divine Sen Si city, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh bitterly. Can you find him? What kind of people are these in the secular world? A good flying sword was burned just like that. Is there any justice in this world? Why aren't you willing to cultivate? Do I look like a swindler? I am the patrol envoy of the immortal sect. Sigh, the old man was very bitter. Suddenly, the space between his brows shook. What a strong aura! Which fellow Taoist has come? That's not right. This is not the aura of an immortal. I have never sensed this kind of aura before. The old man instantly stopped. The idea moved and continued to search. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the air and disappeared in an instant. So fast! Then, the old man disappeared on the spot and chased after him. Luo Tian's speed was very fast. With the power of the divine king's divine deity, it could be said that he could travel 1,000 meters with a single thought. He did not release his divine sense to sense if anyone was following him. If he sensed it, he would definitely discover that there was an aura chasing after him relentlessly. Moreover, he panted heavily. He was really too tired. Without a flying sword, chasing after an old man with his old bones was really a bit unbearable. But he had no choice but to chase after him, because this person was very likely the person he was looking for. An hour later, Luo Tian stopped and stood on a big tree, quietly looking at his surroundings. Zhu Geqing, Xian Yuanyou, and the others were hiding in a good position. Lei Xiangdong's warriors were not far from them and would be able to provide support within 10 minutes. This was double insurance. Suddenly, a figure rushed over. When Zhu Geqing saw that it was Zhan Wushuang, she immediately said, "Sister Wushuang here." Zhan Wushuang panted as he briefly explained the matter of the Chen and Yi family's attack tonight. Immediately, everyone entered a state of battle. Skinny Monkey said in a low voice, "The Yi family is an undead clan, but they are actually zombies. Everyone, don't be afraid when you see them. If you are afraid, you will lose." There is also Chen family. They're the descendants of fire god Gonggong, able to release some small fireball-like magic. Don't be scared. Beat them to death. The Skinny Monkey was still quite worried, especially these Thunder Academy students. They had never seen a bloody scene before, and once they started fighting, it would be hard to control. Xian Yuanyou was very direct and said, "When they come, they will blast their mother. What undead clan, fire god race? They're just a bunch of F*** mutated humans. Cut off their heads, and they will still die." Lu Sueki's ear was pressed against the ground, and he released the Earth-Hearing King. He frowned and immediately said, "Get ready, they are here." Not far away, a few luxurious sports cars entered his field of vision. Behind them were 3 large trucks with the Yi and Chen family's family symbols on them. The moment they entered the attack range, Xian Yuanyou suddenly rushed out and stood in the middle of the road. The power in his right arm moved, and he punched the ground. "Kill!" "Thank you, fool, for the 5 consecutive hits. Thank you." "Thank you, Little Mood, for the support." And Chapter 1910. Scram! Yi Ming kicked Yulin's butt and directly kicked him out of the room. He laughed coldly. "With such a dog's appearance, you still want to negotiate? Talk to you, King Hammer." Chun Yueqing also laughed disdainfully. Boss, do you really think you're something?" He did not put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. What did Luo Tian count for? Didn't he just kill 2 elders of the Yi family and an elder of the Qin family? Furthermore, they were only low-level elders. What was so powerful about them? There was still a need for the Yi and Chen families to join hands, as well as the people from the military. There was no need for such a large lineup. If not for the family sending so many people to him, he really wanted to take care of Luo Tian by himself. Yi Ming also had the same thought. He completely treated this trip as a vacation and did not care about Luo Tian at all. Chun Yueqing said, "Brother Yi Ming, I don't think there's a need to wait any longer. We already have more than 400 people, let alone a divine sense sea city. Even dealing with a magical beast wave is more than enough." For 100 martial artists of the cultivation realm, this was a very powerful lineup. Moreover, and they were the elite disciples of the Yi and Chen families. Their fighting strength was extremely valiant, more than enough to deal with the divine sense sea city. Yi Ming laughed. "Brother Yueqing's idea is really what I thought. This time, if we capture that dog Luo Tian, we will be the family's top dog." Chun Yueqing laughed excitedly. "Then what are we waiting for? Tonight?" Yi Ming also became excited. Chun Yueqing said, "My Chun family's people are ready at any time." Yi Ming laughed out loud. I was waiting for you to say that. Let's go slaughter the divine sent sea city. That brat Luo Tian should be prepared to kneel in front of us. Half an hour later, Hong Kan anxiously rushed back to the headquarters in Wuling City and said to Zhan Wushuang, "Hurry up and call Luo Tian. They will move tonight." This was the information he had exchanged for a true Qidan. Moreover, this was exchanged with his own true Qidan, the dawn given to him by Luo Tian. He would not use them indiscriminately. Moreover, dawn were really too precious. Zhan Wushuang said, "He is in Thunder Academy. Xian Yuanyo and the others are on the front lines, hundreds of kilometers away. Moreover, there is no phone, so even if we inform boss, it is useless." "How about this?" Zhan Wushuang continued. "I'll inform Xian Yuanyo and the others." Hong Kan said anxiously, "Then you have to be faster than the Chen and Yi families. Otherwise," Zhan Wushuang immediately jumped out and said, "I know. Give boss Luo Tian a call. I'm leaving." Hong Kan did not dare to delay and immediately dialed Luo Tian's number. "The negotiations have broken down. The Chen and Yi families have brought more than 400 cultivators to the Divine Sea City." On the other end of the phone, Luo Tian said softly, "I got it. Master Hong, go and fetch Yulin. His hand has been chopped off." Then he hung up the phone. Thunder Academy. Luo Tian pondered for a moment. The failure of the negotiations was expected. Yulin had called him half an hour ago. It was just that he did not expect Yulin to be so unyielding. Even after his arm was chopped off, he did not kneel down and beg for mercy. This made Luo Tian have a whole new level of respect for him. Actually, compared to the undead race Yiming, Yulin was more afraid of Luo Tian in his heart. The scene of Luo Tian instantly killing Su Feng with a single idea was still vivid in his mind. So what if he chopped off an arm? Luo Tian looked at Zhao Linger, who was sleeping soundly, and quietly walked out. Just as he reached the door, Zhao Linger woke up and said, "Uncle, where are you going?" Luo Tian smiled knowingly and said, "Sleep obediently at home. I'll be back before dawn." "Oh," Zhao Linger replied, then said, "Uncle, be careful." With that, he laid on the bed and fell asleep. Luo Tian's figure moved and instantly disappeared into the night. Roland Street. An old man who was sloppy, covered in stains, and had a few vegetable leaves hanging on his head, walked in a daze. Today was the unluckiest day he had ever been in his life. Not only did he lose his two treasures, his own flying sword, it was even burned by a fat woman who weighed 200 kilograms. He was very irritated. Very irritated. This feeling made him very unhappy and at the same time very bitter. Thinking about his purpose in coming to the divine sent Sea City, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh bitterly. Can you find him? What kind of people are these in the secular world? A good flying sword was burned just like that. Is there any justice in this world? Why aren't you willing to cultivate to become an immortal? Do I look like a swindler? I am the patrolling envoy of the immortal sect. Sigh, the old man was very bitter. Suddenly, the space between his brows shook. What a strong aura! Which fellow Taoist is here? That's not right. This is not the aura of an immortal. I have never sensed this kind of aura before. The old man instantly stopped. The idea moved and continued to search. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the air and disappeared in an instant. So fast! Then, the old man disappeared on the spot and chased after him. Luo Tian's speed was very fast. With the power of the Divine King's divine deity, it could be said that he could travel 1,000 meters with a single thought, and he did not release his consciousness to sense if anyone was following him. If he sensed it, he would definitely discover that there was an aura chasing after him relentlessly. Moreover, he panted heavily. He was too tired. Without a flying sword, chasing after an old man with an old bag of bones was really a bit unbearable. But he had no choice but to chase after him, because this person was very likely the person he was looking for. An hour later, Luo Tian stopped and stood on a big tree, quietly looking at his surroundings. Zhu Geqing, Xian Yuanyo, and the others were hiding in a good position. Lei Xiangdong's warriors were not far from them, and would be able to provide support within 10 minutes. This was double insurance. Suddenly, a figure rushed over. When Zhu Geqing saw that it was Zhan Wushuang, she immediately said, "Sister Wushuang, over here." Zhan Wushuang panted as he briefly explained the matter of the Chen and Yi family's attack tonight. Immediately, everyone was ready for battle. Skinny Monkey said in a low voice, "The Yi family is an undead clan, but they are actually zombies. Everyone, don't be afraid when you see them. If you're afraid, you'll lose." There is also Chen family. They are the descendants of fire god Gong Gong, able to release some small fireball-like magic. Don't be scared. Beat them to death. The Skinny Monkey was still quite worried, especially these Thunder Academy students. They had never seen a bloody scene before, and once they started fighting, it would be hard to control. Xian Yuanyo was very direct and said, "When they come, they will blast their mother." What undead clan? Fire god race. They are just a bunch of F***king mutated humans. Lu Sweki pressed his ear to the ground and released the earth ear. He frowned and immediately said, "Get ready, they're here." Not far away, a few luxurious sports cars entered his field of vision. Behind them were 3 large trucks with the Yi and Chen family's family symbols on them. The moment they entered the attack range, Xian Yuanyo suddenly rushed out and stood in the middle of the road. The power in his right arm moved, and he punched the ground. Kill! Thank you to Idiot for the 5 consecutive hits. Thank you. Thank you to Little Mood for the support. And Chapter 1911. Xian Yuanyo punched the ground. The power of Qilin was released. Boom! The asphalt road burst open, and the crack extended all the way until it exploded under a sports car. Rumble! 2 sports cars were overturned and flew up. Bang, bang! The sports car was smashed into pieces. Xian Yuanyo spat out a mouthful of phlegm. F***ck. Look at this Japanese sports car. He was very unhappy. Rumble, rumble. 2 loud sounds were heard as the sports car exploded. A flame burst out, and a fist of fire punched toward Xian Yuanyo. "You dog die!" Fire god fist. Swish, swish, swish. The fire fist rushed forward. In another place, a man in an ancient robe with a rotten body flew out from the burning sports car. "Die!" Xian Yuanyo's eyes narrowed as he took a few steps back and grinned. "I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. A level 5 cultivator. Let's see how strong you guys are." Buzz! Xian Yuanyo's body emitted a roaring sound as he stood there motionlessly. He didn't think of attacking, let alone defending. In the dark, Skinny Monkey sighed. "This bull is acting cool again. What time is it now? I really have to give it up." Bam! Bam! 2 attacks were launched. The fire fist hit his chest while the undead's zombie fist hit his carotid artery. Xian Yuanyo only took a small step back. The clothes on his chest were burning, and a bloody wound appeared on his neck. Black blood flowed out from the wound. Qilin's blood, no evil force could enter the body. This zombie poison was simply too weak. "Is this all you've got? You dare to come to Divine Sea City with this little strength?" Xian Yuanyo snorted. With a move of his right arm, he took a step forward. Boom! The thick asphalt road cracked. The Xian Yuan bull leaped into the air and threw a punch at the people from the Qin family of the fire god. Bam! That person was directly forced to kneel on the ground, his head hitting the ground hard. Dead. Instant kill. That Yi clan disciple's expression changed. He turned around and wanted to run. Xian Yuanyo laughed wildly. "You want to run after hitting me?" Bang, bang, bang. Catching up with him in 3 steps, he grabbed the man's jaw with his right hand and flipped him over. Kacha-kacha! A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out as the head and entire spine were pulled out. Blood spurted out. The two eyes were still staring at the Xian Yuan ox. It roared loudly. "You can't kill me, you can't kill me, you." Before he could finish, the Xian Yuan ox stomped down heavily and said, "The undead clan? Are you going to die now?" Bang! His head exploded. He was dead. The entire process happened in just 10 or so seconds. Those Thunder Academy students were truly stupefied. In the meantime, their morale was also boosted by the Xian Yuan ox. The trucks of the Chen and Yi families caught up. Qin Yueqing flew out first and landed heavily on the ground. Yi Ming followed, closely behind. Speaking at this moment, Skinny Monkey-like ordered, "Kill them!" The people of the Thunder Academy were the first to charge forward. They were either cultivators or 9th-level warriors. Cultivating for a month was simply like living in hell. It was incomparably uncomfortable. However, their cultivation was growing stronger day by day. Here, they didn't need to consider talent, didn't need to consider potential. As long as you cultivated, you could cultivate with all your might. There were pills, cultivation methods, and everything else. These were all given to them by Luo Tian. Now, they wanted to repay Luo Tian. They wanted to kill all of these cultivators from the Yi and Qin families. Because these people were here to take their boss's life, they absolutely couldn't. Skinny Monkey shouted, "Kill one person and get a pill as a reward. Brothers, kill them." Zhu Geqing and Lu Sueki led another group of people and directly surrounded their retreat. This was also the case. Lei Xiangdong shouted, "Coordinates 127, southeast, fire!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 2 laser cannonballs accurately hit the 2 trucks, and the people on the trucks let out painful screams. At this moment, Skinny Monkey ordered once again, "Attack! Kill!" The people of the Thunder Academy all rushed forward, and Hong Tian took the lead and roared, "You bunch of sons of bitches! Are the 4 great families of the capital that amazing? I'll make sure you guys don't return." He held a large machete in his hand, and on his left and right shoulders were 2 Vajra war gods with glaring eyes, looking exceptionally sinister. Hong Tian's cultivation power burst forth. "Disciples of the Hong family, listen to my orders. Boss is watching us from afar. In this battle, we will fight with the Hong family's momentum. If anyone dares to take half a step back, don't blame me, Hong Tian, for not recognizing you. Kill." Immediately after, the battle began. "What are they? Can't they be killed? Undead race, are they really undead? Their entire bodies are on fire, what's going on? They aren't humans at all." They started fighting. They were just students who had never experienced anything. What undead race? What fire god family? They had never come into contact with them. Seeing that their bodies could still move after being split into 2, and that they could still fight, it was a huge blow to their hearts. Although Skinny Monkey had said from the beginning not to be afraid, he had completely forgotten what he had said in front of the scene. The Chen and Yi families' allied forces, who were originally at a disadvantage, gradually stabilized. Zhu Geqing leaped to the front, the blood-colored bone sword in her hand, chopped off the head of a zombie, and shouted, "Don't be afraid! Look at him again! Is he dead?" Skinny Monkey continued to kill in anger, and said as he killed, "There is no undead race, nor is there any fireman. If you are afraid, then you have lost. I've always told you that in martial arts cultivation there is no retreat. Either you advance or you die. Kill." Once, they had been afraid before, but Luo Tian had told them that they would lose for the rest of their lives if they were afraid. Now, they were teaching these people. The scene was extremely tense. Hoo. My legs almost broke from running. The old man finally caught up. He saw that not far away, flames were soaring into the sky as they fought fiercely. Fighting fiercely? The old man didn't want to bother, but when he saw the undead race and fire god family, his eyes turned sinister. Why are they from Chen and Yi families? Aren't they all in the capital? Huh, what's going on? Aren't Qin and Yi families two of the four major families in the Huaxia region? Are they prepared to be beaten up like this? The old man's face tightened. The other group all look like students, and most of them are cultivators. When did this group of heaven-defying youths appear? Wait, the old man's face changed the moment he saw Xian Yuanniu, Skinny Monkey, and Zhuge Qing. Old Niu has sinned. Old Niu has sinned deeply. Chapter 1912. F***CK. Immortal Ri and I couldn't help but swear. Rich spiritual roots. Good seedlings, good seedlings. These four are simply talented disciples. Wow. I'm rich this time. Immortal Ri and I couldn't stop smiling. He was so excited that he thought to himself, the person I'm looking for must be among these four. Huh. Why are there scales on his arm? Blood-red scales. Qilin? The power of Qilin? Oh my God. Immortal Ri Ni's heart was trembling. The power of Yang. He's so fierce. He's invincible. He looked at the skinny monkey again, and when he saw Zhuge Qing again, his eyes were about to pop out. What power? Why is this power so familiar? It seems to be the power released by the heavenly venerate. Is it the power of primordial chaos? My heart can't take it. It really can't take it. He was so excited. It didn't matter even if the fat landlady burned 10 more of his flying swords. These four people were each more powerful than the other, and each of them had a richer spiritual root than the other. Any one of them would scare those old guys to death. Immortal Ri and I murmured, "What's going on in the Divine Sea City?" In just one day, I actually found 6 people with the potential to cultivate, and every one of them is an awesome existence. I've been a patrol envoy for decades, but I've never found as many geniuses as I did today. It's too strange. He couldn't help but think about it. No, the old man's face darkened. They're all treasures. I can't let the Qin and Yi families get hurt. If they get hurt, I'll drag out the ancestors of the Chen and Yi families and give them a good beating. While talking, the old man's power suddenly burst out and entered the battlefield in an instant. His outburst of power shocked Luo Tian. At the same time, Luo Tian sensed the old man's presence and frowned. What a strong aura! It's thousands of times stronger than the aura of ordinary cultivators. Huh, that old man? Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. His figure also disappeared from the treetops. He had to be careful. The old man said that he was from the immortal sect. Would he help the Yi and Chen families? For the Yi and Chen clans to become one of the 4 great clans, it was not enough to rely on their bloodline alone. They must have a stronger backer. The immortal sect was very likely. Boom! The old man's aura shook, and he directly sent the zombies around him flying. He glared at Qin Yueqing and said, "You, take your people and get lost." After that, the old man's eyes turned, and he stared at Yi Ming as he said, "You too. I'll give you 1 minute to take your people and disappear. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Yi Ming's eyes turned red. His undying power shot out, and he attacked Sun Mud Celestial. He hollered, "Old thing, who the F***CK are you? Piss off." The old man frowned and moved his finger. A power burst out from his finger and directly bound Yi Ming. That force bound Yi Ming in a form visible to the naked eye and hung him in the air. Yi Ming's face turned ferocious as he shouted, "Old thing, put me down. Otherwise I bang." Without waiting for him to finish, that force shrank and Yi Ming's body exploded. It turned into dust and floated down. Undead clan? It was a complete joke. Qin Yueqing's expression changed drastically as he immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple Qin Yueqing did not know that the immortal master had arrived." "Scram!" The old man said coldly, "If it weren't for my happiness today, you would all have died here." Qin Yueqing did not dare to raise his head. A sense of fear rose in his heart. At the same time, He was glad that he was not as reckless as Yiming. Otherwise, he would have turned into dust. Go, go, go quickly! Chun Yueqing slowly took a few steps back, turned around, and ran out with the Qin clan. Those Yi clan people did not dare to stay any longer, and also ran out. They did not know. Chun Yueqing knew very well that even the entire Qin clan could not afford to offend this old man, an immortal of the immortal sect, an existence above the secular world. In the eyes of the immortals, they were nothing more than ants in the mortal world. They wanted to escape. Someone did not agree. Xian Yuan Niu took a step forward. His footsteps were like lightning. Bang, bang, bang. You want to leave? I haven't agreed yet. He rushed up in a few steps, grabbed the two disciples, and punched them one by one, killing them instantly. Chun Yueqing was anxious and wanted to kill Xian Yuan Niu. However, he did not dare to stop and kept urging, "Don't worry about him. Everyone run. Just run." If they really angered the immortal, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just like that, Xian Yuan Niu chased them for 1,000 meters, leaving corpses all along the way. In the end, he could not catch up and stopped. He cursed at Chun Yueqing, who had disappeared into the darkness. "Damn it, you ran fast." The old man stood there and watched Xian Yuan Niu punch one by one. His face was full of smiles. Amazing, amazing. This strength, this talent, haha. I've made a fortune today. Xian Yuan Niu walked back. The old man stood in front of him and looked at Xian Yuan Niu's right arm. He wanted to pounce on it and kiss it. "Young man, I am an immortal of the immortal sect. My Dao name is Immortal Sun Mud." Everyone was stunned. They looked at the old man in unison. Xian Yuan Niu was furious and said, "I F *** K you immortal." "Old man, who are you? Why didn't you sleep at night and came here? I haven't killed enough yet. I am so annoyed." Xian Yuan Niu was not satisfied at all. In a month, apart from sparring with Skinny Monkey, no one fought with him at all. It was not easy for him to meet people from the Chun and Yi families. Before he was satisfied, he was scared away by this old man. The old man was not angry. He smiled and said, "I told you my Dao name. It is Immortal Sun Mud." Skinny Monkey burst out laughing. "Old bull, he is scolding you." Xian Yuan Niu was a dumb person. When Skinny Monkey said that, he was furious and wanted to fight to the death with Immortal Sun Mud. Zhuge Qing saw that the old man wasn't an ordinary person. She walked up and smiled. "Your name should be Sun Mud, right?" The old man said, "Yes, Immortal Sun Mud, mud under the hot sun, meaning, you won't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, it is Immortal Sun Mud." "You dare to scold sister-in-law." Xian Yuan Niu was stunned. Zhuge Qing said he didn't scold me. I can't explain it clearly. Just call me Old Man Zhao." The old man was not in the mood to explain his Dao name. He had been depressed about the problem of his Taoist name for decades. Now he did not want to think about it anymore. The old man looked at the four of them and smiled wretchedly. He rubbed his hands and said, "Are you willing to learn immortal cultivation techniques from me? Unlocking the secret of eternal life." Sorry for the repetition. Sorry. Chapter 1913. At this time, Luo Tian also walked out. Because he was standing not far behind the old man, he did not notice. Only Shou Ho and the others saw him. Xian Yuan Niu walked up directly. Shou Ho, Zhuge Qing, and Lu Sueki also walked up. They did not even answer the old man's question. They completely ignored him. **CK. The old man could not help but curse in his heart. Who are these people? They don't even want to cultivate? Did I not express myself clearly enough? The old man said seriously again, "I am the patrol envoy of the immortal sect. I can bring you into the immortal sect to seek the Tao and the secret of eternal life. You will become the most powerful people on earth." Hey, what's going on? Don't go. I'm serious. I'm not lying to you. Don't go. Can you give us some face? It was too much of a blow. He had been a patrol envoy for so many years and traveled to every corner of the world. It had always been others begging him. It had never been like today. Not only did Shou Ho and the others leave, but even some of the others walked past him, completely ignoring him. Was the immortal sect so worthless? The old man's heart was in a mess. It was also at this time. Suddenly there was a shout behind him. "Boss! Boss!" The old man was stunned for a moment. He turned around and saw that it was Luo Tian. His eyes lit up and he immediately ran up excitedly, saying, "Kid, I finally found you!" Xian Yuan Niu did not wait for him to rush up and directly blocked him at a safe distance. Whether the old man in front of him was an immortal or something else, he was not simple. He could not let him get close to Luo Tian. Shou Ho also became cautious. Luo Tian laughed and said, "It's okay." If they really fought, Xian Yuan Niu, Shou Ho, and even the entire Thunder Academy together would not be able to stop the old man. He was really not simple. Luo Tian saw him make a move and was secretly shocked. Just as Zhao Ling said, the world he saw now was only the tip of the iceberg. Earth was not as weak as it looked. The old man said, "I finally found you. In order to find you, even my flying sword was burned." Luo Tian smiled and said, "You chased me all the way from the Divine Sea City to here. Don't tell me you want me to accompany your flying sword?" "I'm sorry, but I don't have a flying sword." The old man grabbed Luo Tian's hand and said excitedly, "A flying sword is nothing. I want you." Suddenly, Xian Yuan Niu and the others instantly prepared for battle. With a few swoosh sounds, they surrounded the old man. As long as he dared to make the slightest move against Luo Tian, they would immediately pounce on him. The old man was also shocked. What a powerful battle chi! He immediately said, "I don't have any ill intentions. I'm here to look for him. You must be Luo Tian, right? You were the one who caused such a huge commotion in the Divine Sea City a month ago, right? I've been ordered by the Sky Sovereign to bring you back to the Immortal Sect." This was his purpose for coming to the Divine Sea City this time. Luo Tian laughed blandly. "I'm really not interested in the Immortal Sect. Old man, I see that your cultivation is not bad. How about this? You join our Divine Sea City. What do you think?" "Huh. Ha ha ha." The old man couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, "What kind of joke are you making?" Xian Yuan Niu immediately said in a bad mood, "Isn't it good to join our Divine Sea City? There's food, drink, pills, and magic weapons. Isn't that good? If others want to join, I won't let them join." "Humph. Pills. Magic weapon?" The old man couldn't help but laugh and said, "The pills in the mortal world are all circulated out from our immortal sect. Your so-called pills are nothing more than abandoned pills in our eyes, and the spirit treasures you use are nothing more than trash that we throw away. In front of the immortal sect, there's no need to take out any pills or magic weapons." These words were true. Most of the pills circulating in the Chinese theater of operations came from the immortal sect, and they were all wasted pills refined by some immortal alchemists. However, in the mortal world, they were treasures. Hearing his words, everyone was happy. Skinny Monkey jumped out and shouted, "What's so great about the pills refined by your immortal sect? I don't even look at them." As he spoke, Skinny Monkey took out a true Chidan and said, "This is a pill refined by our boss. Do you have it?" With that, Skinny Monkey stuffed it into his mouth. The old man's eyes were filled with disdain. This kind of disdain wasn't because he looked down on him, but because he couldn't be bothered to compare. With a move of his hand, he directly took out the pill from Skinny Monkey's mouth and said, "This kind of pill! This kind of pill! This kind of pill!" The more he spoke, the more he couldn't continue. The old man's hands trembled as he looked at Luo Tian and said, "This kind of pill can't be refined by you." His heart was in turmoil. Top quality true Chidan, 10th level purity, this. Even the disciples of the Grand Empyrean wouldn't be able to refine it. How could there be such a good true Chidan? It looks rough, but it contains a dense amount of spiritual energy. The old man's heart was in a mess. Looking at the surrounding youths, his heart skipped a beat. No wonder these people's spirit roots are all high quality. It's all because of the true Qi Dan. Oh my God! I was wondering who would dare to go against the Yi and Qin families. So it's like this. Looking at the old man's shocked expression, Xian Yuan took out the blood-colored broadsword on his back and placed it in front of the old man. He said in disdain, "Does your immortal sect have such a good spirit weapon? Open your eyes and look carefully. This is made from the bones of a demon beast and its blood essence. Does your immortal sect have it?" "Humph, arrogant. You want to be arrogant in front of us?" Xian Yuan finished. Shou Ho, Zhuge Qing, and Lu Sueki all took out their blood-colored spirit treasures. The remaining Thunder Academy students took out their weapons and pills and said loudly, "Does your immortal sect have it?" Looking at the blood-colored broadsword in front of him, the old man's hands trembled nonstop. Good sword, good sword. It seals the essence of a magical beast within and perfectly fuses with the blood of the magical beast. An ordinary move can release the magical beast's power contained within the sword. Perfect compatibility. Perfect, a perfect spiritual weapon. He then looked at the weapons and pills in the hands of the people around him. The old man was dumbfounded. At first, he didn't want to compare himself with them, but now, he was deeply despised. He was so despised that he couldn't even speak. It felt like he had been slapped in the face, and he couldn't even retaliate. It was too uncomfortable. At the same time, the old man's heart was in turmoil. What kind of place is this divine sea city? Is it another branch of the immortal sect? The spirit pills and spirit weapons are even better than the ones made by the immortal sect. What is going on? Who exactly is Luo Tian? He was getting more and more confused. However, he felt more and more that he had to take Luo Tian away. Important things had to be said 3 times. For the 3rd time, he had to apologize to everyone. It was old Nio's mistake. He had let everyone down. Thank you to Sad Life for your reward. Thank you. Chapter 1914. Even without knowing Luo Tian's identity, he wanted to take Luo Tian away. Now that he knew, he wanted to take him away even more. Although the pills and magic weapon were beyond his imagination, every single one of them was a fine product. Take the true Qi Dan, for example. It was even better than their immortal sects, and those few blood-colored magic weapon S were even more exquisite. However, these things were all low-level pills and low-level magic weapon S. It was indeed good, but no one in the immortal sect would use such low-level things. Then again, the immortal sect was the pinnacle of existence in the Chinese war zone, a world that surpassed the mortal realm. It was a place that any warrior dreamed of, and a place where experts gathered. These were the advantages of the immortal sect. The old man looked at Luo Tian and said, "No matter what, I will take you away. The immortal sect can give you something that you can't get in the divine sensei, and the immortal sect is filled with experts. As long as you follow me to the immortal sect, I believe that you definitely won't want to leave." He was 100% confident about this. How many people dreamed of entering? Those 4 great families and ancient martial arts families all wanted to enter the immortal sect. But it was useless even if they kowtowed. Luo Tian laughed blandly. "Don't waste your breath. I am not interested in the immortal sect. Nor do I want to join any immortal sect. You should find someone else." Immortal sect was awesome? Were they as awesome as those divine sects in the divine realm? Even if it was the divine sects, Luo Tian wouldn't take a second look at it. He didn't have the time to do that. As long as the source fragment awakened, he would immediately rush over. Immortal sect? He really wasn't interested at all. The old man was rejected once again. He was extremely dejected and said, "What exactly do you want me to do for you to follow me to the immortal sect?" His voice carried a pleading tone. This was the first time in history. Luo Tian said seriously, "I don't need you to do anything. I'm really not interested in the immortal sect. Don't waste your time on me. I'm just a mortal. I do what mortals like to do. I really don't have the slightest bit of interest in cultivation and eternal life." He even had the Divine King's divine deity, an existence that surpassed eternal life. "No." The old man grabbed Luo Tian again and said, "If you don't come with me, I won't let go." Xian Yuan Niu, "Shou ho," and the others glared at him. Skinny Monkey laughed and scolded, "Old man, why are you so shameless? Brother Tian already said that he won't go to the immortal sect. Why are you still dragging him along?" Xian Yuanyo also said, "Old man, if you continue to be like this, we won't be polite anymore. When the time comes, don't say that we bullied the old man." He could deal with anyone but Luo Tian. The old man's eyes flickered as he said, "How about this? Since you guys like to fight, why don't you fight with me? If I lose, I'll leave, but if you lose—" The old man thought for a moment and said excitedly, You and all of you follow me to the immortal sect." "How is it? Fight?" Fighting with an immortal. The old man was secretly pleased with himself. Immortals were existences above the ancient martial arts aristocratic families. He could deal with these cultivators with a single finger. Even if all of them worked together, they would still be no match for him. Luo Tian said faintly, "Do you mean what you say?" The old man laughed in his heart as he thought to himself, "Brat, prepare to follow me to the immortal sect, ha ha ha!" He immediately said, "I swear to the heavens that I will keep my word. As long as any of you can defeat me, I will immediately leave and never come looking for you again. And you guys have to keep your promise. If you lose, follow me." He laughed in his heart. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. So many disciples with superior spiritual roots have entered the immortal sect. What kind of reward will I receive this time? Ha ha ha. The old man was too excited, as if the Empyrean Patriarch was going to confer him the title of elder. "I'll do it." Xian Yuanyo took the lead and said, "I didn't have enough fun just now. Let's fight again." Luo Tian looked at Xian Yuanyo, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Then you go first. Remember not to force yourself." Xian Yuanyo was indeed very strong. The fusion of the Qilin's power had also been raised to a certain level. It was not a problem for him to deal with the original cultivators, but it was different when dealing with immortals. He was no match for them. However, the reason why Luo Tian let him fight was to make him suffer a bit of a setback. This way, it would only be beneficial to Xian Yuanyo. The old man also smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't cripple him. He's a treasure. How could I bear to injure him?" Xian Yuanyo wiped his nose and shouted, "Old man, don't be too arrogant." The old man chuckled. The surrounding people all dispersed. Xian Yuanyo cupped his fists and said, "Old man, are you ready? I'm coming. Come on." The old man hooked his finger. In that instant, Xian Yuanyo propped himself up with his hind legs. Bam! The cement road cracked, and his body flew out like an afterimage. In midair, he punched down with his left fist. "Old man, take this." The old man stood on the spot, his eyes slightly raised, his 5 fingers spread open, and a huge air shield appeared in the direction of Xian Yuanyo's attack. Strange runes faintly flashed on the air shield. The power of runes. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! With a punch, a burst of fluorescent light erupted from the air shield, and there were no signs of damage at all. On the other hand, Xian Yuanyo was sent flying dozens of meters away. After continuously rolling in the air and landing heavily on the ground, Xian Yuanyo frowned and muttered, "What a strong defense!" The old man laughed. Come. Use your strongest strength." He didn't feel anything from that move just now. He also knew that Xian Yuanyo was afraid of hurting him, so he didn't use his right fist. In his heart, he liked Xian Yuanyo's kindness even more. Cluck, cluck, cluck! The joints of Xian Yuanyo's right arm exploded, and he said excitedly, "Old man, then you're ready." Suddenly, Xian Yuanyo moved again. The power on his right arm exploded, and his muscles expanded explosively. In the next second, he landed above the old man and struck the air shield once again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The rumbling of power continued to wreak havoc. The air shield trembled slightly, emitting an even more dazzling fluorescent light. The old man's heart sank, and his face became even more excited. What a strong power! Ha ha ha! This seedling is too good. Xian Yuanyo was sent flying once again. Bam! With a hammer of his right fist, he struck the ground and rushed out once again. Xian Yuanyo roared, "The power of Qilin!" Bam! Blood-red scales appeared on his right arm, shining with a red light. Another bombardment was launched. The old man's expression changed slightly. Looking at the Qilin scales on Xian Yuanyo's arm, he said excitedly, "Qilin arm!" Rumble, rumble, the air shield was cracking. It finally cracked. Xian Yuanyo became excited, and the power on his right arm increased. "Break for me!" It was also at this moment that the old man's 5 fingers moved, and a burst of power roared out, crashing into Xian Yuanyo's chest. Bam! Xian Yuanyo was defeated. Chapter 1915. Whoosh! Bam! The Xianyuan cow landed heavily on the ground, flipped over and bounced up and said with a grin, "Again!" It was also at this moment. The scales on his right arm were even more secretive. Moreover, the scales were still constantly transforming, and the scales also extended towards his neck. Luo Tian's voice sunk and said, "Step down, you've lost." His voice was calm, but to the Xianyuan cow, Luo Tian's voice instantly suppressed the berserk power of the Qilin in his body. The Xianyuan cow muttered, "Brother Tian, let me punch you again. I haven't lost yet." "You're not his match." Luo Tian did not give him the chance to attack again. The Xianyuan cow had yet to fully grasp the power in its right arm. If it were to forcefully release it, it would cause a backlash, which would be extremely disadvantageous to him. The old man was also slightly stunned. His 5 elements shield couldn't withstand the punch just now. He was extremely shocked. Moreover, he could tell that the Xianyuan cow still had an even stronger power that it had yet to release. What shocked him the most was that Luo Tian's words had suppressed the berserk power in his body. Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the 7th step of cultivation. How could he possess such a powerful will? Shock! At this moment, the skinny monkey walked out and smiled. "Old man, you're always defending. How boring is that? How about you attack me now?" The old man put away his thoughts and said, "I'll do as you say. Come on." The 9-yang divine arts aura on the skinny monkey's body was activated, and a ferocious and fanatical aura spread out from his body. The old man's eyes stared blankly as he punched out. Shwa! He disappeared from where he stood. In the next second, he appeared in front of the skinny monkey. It was too fast. The skinny monkey's eyes turned sinister, and with a schwa sound, his body disappeared as well. The old man's fist almost flew past his ear. "It's empty." The old man grinned and said, "Beautifully dodged." Then, his aura sank, and the idea was released, forming a huge aura field. The old man struck out with his hand again. Shwa! This time his speed was even faster. Before Skinny Monkey could react, he had already grabbed his collar. The skinny monkey was shocked. The old man's attack could have hurt him, but it didn't. He admired the old man, but he didn't want to lose too badly at this time. He struggled to break free. In an instant, Skinny Monkey's aura had also become different. Moreover, he had quickly spread out the fierce 9 Suns aura from his body, covering the old man's aura. In this way, the old man would not be able to sense the presence of the skinny monkey in his aura. This move was very ingenious. It had to be said, Skinny Monkey was an intelligent martial artist. Whatever he did, he liked to use his brain rather than brute force. The old man couldn't help but praise, "Aura Shroud, what a wonderful move." But as soon as he finished speaking, All of a sudden, the old man's aura disappeared, and so did his figure. She was really like a celestial being on television. The skinny monkey trembled. Luo Tian laughed and said, "The monkey is going to lose." Shwa! The old man grabbed onto Skinny Monkey's collar, and this time he didn't give Skinny Monkey any chance to struggle free. He smiled and said, "Who taught you your dodge formula? Your aura, footsteps, and perception ability are all one level above me. You only lost because of your realm. If you had the same cultivation as me, I wouldn't have been able to catch you." Skinny Monkey admired him in his heart, but he refused to accept it. "Don't think that I will follow you to the immortal sect just because you said that. I will not follow you." The old man was stunned. He did have that intention, but it seemed like Skinny Monkey wasn't fooled at all. Skinny Monkey loosened his collar and said, "Old man, the strongest is yet to come." As soon as he finished, Zhuge Qing attacked with her sword and said slightly, "Taiji sword, Zhuge Qing, please enlighten me." The power of Taiji appeared on the sword. His footsteps were in the shape of Taiji. Dozens of swords in a second quickly sealed the old man's entire body. The old man retreated continuously and said, "You are also the first person to cultivate the Taiji sword technique to such an extent." However, Taiji sword technique is only a sword technique from the mortal world. No one in the immortal sect cultivates it. The old man retreated to a corner and picked up a branch. Then, the sword intent on his body rolled out. The branch used as a sword and attacked. He shouted, "Misty sword technique." His figure was ethereal. The sword technique was even more illusory. In terms of pure sword technique, the Misty sword technique was much higher than the Taiji sword technique. However, Zhuge Qing did not admit defeat. She glanced at Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded his head slightly. Then, a trace of prehistoric power suddenly burst out from Zhuge Qing's body. The small Taiji all over her body turned into a big Taiji and directly enveloped the old man. The appearance of the prehistoric power directly suppressed the old man. What a strong power! This should be the prehistoric power, right? The old man said excitedly. A wave of immortal power was released from his body and directly circulated to the branch. Then, break! The old man's figure was like lightning. With a swish, the branch pointed directly at Zhuge Qing's dantian. Shwa! Zhuge Qing's dantian felt a pain, and all the strength in her body relaxed. Even the prehistoric power was retracted. Zhuge Qing retracted her sword and said, "I lost." "It's just that, Senior, the sword just now?" She couldn't understand. How did that sword stab him? And how did he know that his dantian was controlling everything? The old man stroked his white beard and laughed. "I used immortal power just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through your prehistoric power. This is also because your prehistoric power is only a little bit stronger. If it was a little stronger, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you so easily. To tell the truth." Moreover, the old man discovered that each of these people had their own characteristics. The power of the Shenyuan ox, the dodging and fighting IQ of the skinny monkey, Zhuge Qing's prehistoric power, and the meaning of Taiji all had their own uniqueness, and they were completely tailored to their own bodies. Too strong. If it wasn't a coincidence, then the Luo Tian in front of him was really too incredible. After 3 consecutive rounds, each round was more shocking than the last. If he wasn't sure that this was the mortal world, he would have thought that these people were all disciples of an immortal master. Even the guidance of an immortal master wouldn't be able to do it so perfectly. However, all of this made him want to bring these people back to the immortal sect even more. The old man said slightly, "Who's next?" Lu Sweki took a step forward. "Lu Sweki, Senior, please enlighten me." Before he could finish speaking, Luo Tian took a few steps forward and said, "Sweki, you step down first." Always letting this old man win. This is making our Thunder Academy lose face. Lu Sueki immediately retreated. The old man looked at Luo Tian. It was still the same as the first time they met. Other than the 7th stage of cultivation, he couldn't see through anything. The more he couldn't see through it, the more careful he became, because this battle concerned whether or not he could take Luo Tian away. Let's begin. Chapter 1916. Luo Tian slightly lowered his horse stance, extended his right hand, looked at the old man and said, "Let's begin." He looked like a grandmaster of a generation. The old man looked at Luo Tian and kept looking at him. The immortal energy on his body began to surge. Luo Tian smiled faintly. "It's best if you use all of your strength, or else you will regret it." The old man's heart tightened. He didn't know why, but when he looked at Luo Tian's eyes, he felt an inexplicable pressure that he couldn't bear. Huff! After exhaling a mouthful of turbid qi, the old man's heart calmed down, and he adjusted his aura to its best state. In that instant, the old man exclaimed, "I'm coming!" Whoosh! He instantly disappeared. The moment he disappeared, the immortal energy on his body burst forth, forming a shockwave that directly pushed the surrounding students back. Xian Yuan Niu and the others couldn't take it anymore, and their hearts skipped a beat. What a strong aura! Is this immortal energy? At the same time, they also knew that the old man did not use his full strength in the battle with them, and only used a trace of immortal energy. The difference was too great. Zhu Geqing looked at Luo Tian and started to worry. "Well, brother Tian!" "Damn, brother Tian is invincible. Nothing will happen to him." "That's right." Everyone was looking at Luo Tian. The people from the Thunder Academy, as well as the people from the military led by Lei Xiangdong, were all looking at Luo Tian. If Luo Tian lost, it would definitely affect their morale. However, if he won, it would be extraordinary. To be able to defeat the immortal stage rankers of the immortal sect would make them feel incomparably excited, and would also make them worship Luo Tian. The Divine Sea City would be even more united. No matter what, he could not lose this battle. Absolutely not. Not only could he not lose, he had to win beautifully. "I'm coming." In the air, the old man punched towards Luo Tian. This punch was filled with immortal energy and struck towards Luo Tian's forehead. Luo Tian stood in place without moving. "Boss, what's wrong? What happened? Why aren't you moving? Brother Tian, what's wrong?" The surrounding people were not clear. Even the old man was a little confused. Furthermore, the moment the fist was about to hit Luo Tian's forehead, he wanted to retract his immortal power. But at this moment, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly widened. Boom! A thought burst out from his mind. The body was still there, and the punch had pierced through it. However, the punch did not hit the real body, and what was left behind was only an illusion. Oh no! The old man's heart tightened as a huge force attacked him from behind. Boom! It was unstoppable. He didn't have any room to retaliate, and he didn't have any time to react. Almost at the moment he made his move, Luo Tian was already standing behind him. This speed was much faster than Tai. A punch came down. He didn't use much force. This was his respect for the old man, because he didn't use any strength against Zhu Geqing and the others just now. Otherwise, they would definitely be injured. The old man's body only rushed forward for a moment before he stood still. He turned around and looked at Luo Tian, saying, "So strong, so fast! Kid, I'm going to use my true strength now." As soon as he finished, the old man's 5 fingers moved and immortal energy, runes appeared on his 5 fingers. They kept moving towards the void. Then, all kinds of runic energy shields appeared around his body, protecting him tightly. After doing all this, Yemo was shocked. The old man extended his right hand and shouted, "Go!" A dazzling white power bound Luo Tian. Luo Tian was slightly startled and said indifferently, "This rope of yours can't be the immortal binding rope, right?" "Huh, you know about the immortal binding rope?" The old man was startled and said, You can't have really been to the immortal sect, right? Or perhaps you are the disciple of a certain sky sovereign, right? Luo Tian laughed and said, the immortal sect really hasn't been there. As for the sky sovereign you mentioned, I don't know any of them either. Now, watch how I break your immortal binding rope. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian did not retreat, but instead rushed forward, directly charging towards the immortal binding rope. It was also at this time. The old man also moved. The air shield on his body continued to erupt with immortal power, forming waves after waves of pressure that crushed towards Luo Tian. The speed that Luo Tian had just burst out with made him have no choice but to use his advantage in cultivation to suppress Luo Tian. Only in this way would he be able to bind Luo Tian, defeat him, and bring these awesome disciples to the immortal sect. Break! Luo Tian grabbed at the air and directly grabbed the immortal binding rope in his hand. The powerful immortal power continued to try to bind him. However, the space between Luo Tian's brows shook, the idea moved, and a wave of divine might was injected into the immortal binding rope. The originally majestic immortal power completely disappeared and instantly turned into Luo Tian's power. Ha ha! Luo Tian laughed excitedly and threw out the immortal binding rope, saying, Bind! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk in less than half a second. The old man was tied up, unable to move at all. The air shields on his body instantly turned to ashes when they were touched by the immortal binding rope. Ah, woo woo! The old man continued to use his strength and continued to pour his idea into the immortal binding rope, but it was completely useless. He couldn't control his idea at all. He didn't want to be ordered around. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Looking at the old man who was tied up on the ground, they all laughed out loud. At the same time, Boss is mighty! Boss is mighty! The students of the Thunder Academy shouted in unison. Everyone was incomparably excited. So what if he was an immortal from the immortal sect? He had taken care of him in a few moves, and even his magic treasure had been subdued. He was too powerful. In the distance, Lei Xiangdong's blood boiled as he said heavily, Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that boss's strength? He's too strong. This is Luo Tian. Let me ask you, is he strong? The 6,000 warriors were the same as him, their blood boiling. Even immortals were no match for him. This boss was really too valiant. Luo Tian moved, and the immortal binding rope automatically returned to his hands. He walked forward and helped the old man up and smiled faintly. Old man, are you convinced? Ha ha ha! The Xian Yuan ox laughed with incomparable joy and said, Are you convinced? The skinny monkey became even more excited. You might as well stay in our divine Sense Sea City. Don't go back to the immortal sect. Even if those immortal masters and sky sovereigns of the immortal sect work together, they wouldn't be a match for our brother Tian. The old man was in a sorry state, but at the same time he was very excited because of Luo Tian. Looking at the immortal binding rope in Luo Tian's hands, the old man was filled with doubt. How did you do it? He was very excited. He had never been so excited before. Luo Tian laughed and asked, You still haven't said if you're convinced or not. The old man said heavily, After so many years, other than my master, you are the first person I am convinced of. I am convinced. He was truly convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. Even the high-level immortal artifact that his master had given him had been subdued. How could he not be convinced? Thank you to riding a snail on the highway, he Lingshu. If there are no ifs and a brother's reward, this old cow can't see it. Thank you for your reward. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Chapter 1917. He prostrated himself in admiration. However, he was a little depressed. Looking at Luo Tian, Xian Yuanyo, and the others, he really liked these people in his heart. They were like treasures. If he could bring them back to the immortal sect, it would definitely be extraordinary. It would definitely cause a huge sensation. What a pity. He had lost. and he had lost wholeheartedly. The old man looked at Luo Tian and said, "How did you do it?" "That's the immortal binding rope that my master left me." It no longer belonged to him. No matter how hard he tried to control it, he couldn't. He couldn't control it at all. Luo Tian smiled faintly and looked at the immortal binding rope in his hand. "Your master! Is it a asterisk 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 or Ju Lu Sun?" Huh. The old man's expression changed drastically as he looked at Luo Tian and asked in shock, "You know my master?" "He's my eldest senior brother." Luo Tian only asked tentatively. Unexpectedly, he was incomparably shocked in his heart and thought to himself, whether it's asterisk 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 or his master, Ju Lu Sun. They are both characters in the investiture of the gods, and also experts from the prehistoric era. Could it be that in this world they really exist? If that's the case, Luo Tian thought about how his body was still in the space-time crack, and thought about the mysterious man who controlled the sector beast, and thought to himself, perhaps, as long as I ascend, I can enter the chaos realm, and also pass through the space-time crack to enter the divine realm. In addition to looking for the source energy, Luo Tian was also thinking about how he could return to the divine realm. This might be the only way. Luo Tian smiled faintly. "I've read some records of the immortal binding rope. I'll return it to you, but I've upgraded it a bit. As long as you inject your mind into it, you can recognize a new master." Luo Tian moved his mind, and the immortal binding rope obediently fell into the old man's hands. Then Luo Tian said, "Go back." The old man was stunned. The mind entered the immortal binding rope, and just as Luo Tian said, the immortal binding rope recognized a new master. However, the old man's heart trembled. What does he mean by upgrade? With a thought, he released the immortal binding rope. In an instant, the old man's expression changed. The dazzling white immortal chi on the immortal binding rope became incomparably dense. It was twice as strong as before. Even those who were several levels higher than him would not have a problem with it. How could this be? The old man looked at Luo Tian's disappearing figure and said, "It's too inconceivable. He just took the immortal binding rope and leveled up. Even Master can't do that. Who is he?" At this moment, the old man finally understood. No wonder Luo Tian would ignore the immortal sect. No wonder his subordinates were so arrogant. If he had the ability, he would also ignore the immortal sect. No, I must follow him. This might be an opportunity for me. I can't just let it go. The old man quickly made his decision. Furthermore, his flying sword had been burnt. He wouldn't be able to return to the immortal sect in a short period of time. "Wait for me." The old man quickly chased after him. Luo Tian was annoyed. "I say, you've already lost in a fight. You're no match for me in terms of pills and spirit treasures. Why are you still following me?" Xian Yuanyo said directly, "Old man, why are you so thick-skinned?" Skinny Monkey also scolded with a smile. "Can you be a little more shameless?" The old man was not angry. Instead, he looked as if he was stuck to a dog skin plaster and could not be removed. He said, "Do you lack someone to wash the dishes and do odd jobs?" Everyone was stunned. Wuling City, Chun Yueqing, fled back like a stray dog. Moreover, he immediately reported to the Chun family in the capital. At the same time, the Yi family also knew that Yi Ming had been killed. The Yi family's undead clan had suffered heavy casualties. Jingdu City, Yi Tianlong and Chun Yantian's hearts burned with rage. I was wondering how a piece of trash in the cultivation realm dared to be so arrogant. It turns out that he has the backing of the immortal sect. Chan Yantian's face turned sinister and said, "Brother Yi Luo Tian has the support of an expert from the immortal sect, and so do our two families. I don't believe that we can't beat a mere Luo Tian." Yi Tianlong was also extremely unhappy and said, "Brother Chin is right, isn't it just an expert from the immortal sect?" Our Chen and Yi families have no less than 10 experts in the immortal sect. And you want to compete with our immortal sect? Then let's see if Luo Tian has the qualifications. Moreover, for that thing, Yi Tianlong frowned and said in a low voice, we must obtain the source fragment. Otherwise, if the higher-ups blame us, we won't be able to bear it. Chun Yantian heaved a sigh of relief. When he thought of that expert, his heart trembled as he mumbled, the time he gave us is almost up. Brother Yi, let's quickly contact the disciples of the immortal sect. Source fragment. They were also looking for it. Moreover, they clearly knew that Luo Tian had a source fragment on him. Regarding this fragment, they had to obtain it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. There were very few people who knew about the source fragment. The Chen and Yi families were two of them. A great battle. Back in the Divine Sense City, there was a celebratory feast. Luo Tian was very satisfied with Thunder Academy's performance this time. Although there were still many areas where they were lacking, the fighting strength they displayed had indeed moved him and shocked him. After awarding the pills that he had refined during this period of time, as well as some magic weapon S refined from the bones of magical beasts, Luo Tian left. He wasn't interested in celebrating, and to him, it was already past that age. Who would have thought that he had already spent more than 100,000 years in the divine realm? After Luo Tian left, Zhuge Qing also quietly retreated and chased after Luo Tian. The two of them walked just like that. No one spoke first. Walking on the tree-lined path of the Thunder Academy, under the faint light, gusts of night wind blew past, making one feel incomparably comfortable. As they walked, Zhuge Qing stomped her feet, and without caring about anything else, she directly grabbed onto Luo Tian's hand and said somewhat angrily, "Do I have to take the initiative?" Luo Tian held onto Zhuge Qing's hand, smiled knowingly and said, "Idiot." "I'm an idiot. What about it?" "Bite me." Zhuge Qing said angrily, her two eyes looking at Luo Tian, her small mouth slightly raised, looking stubborn. The yellow street lamp shone down, shining on her stubborn face, causing one's heart to palpitate. Luo Tian looked at her stubborn little mouth, and really wanted to kiss it. His body even moved, but in the end, he still resisted. Luo Tian walked into the darkness of the night alone. Zhuge Qing stood in place, two streams of tears flowing down her face, biting her tongue to prevent herself from crying out loud. Her heart was aching. At this moment, Lu Sueki also walked out, hugged Zhuge Qing, and said, don't cry, he's a fool." In the darkness, Luo Tian's heart also hurt. "I'm sorry." Actually, right now, he really wasn't in the mood to think about anything else. He just wanted to return to the divine realm and kill the Supreme Divine King. Chapter 1918. Luo Tian walked back to his residence in the slums alone. Standing on the rooftop, looking up at the starry sky, Luo Tian's heart was very, very heavy. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the night sky. Luo Tian looked at the meteor and muttered, "If my wish can be fulfilled, then let me find all the source fragments earlier, return to the divine realm earlier, and kill the Supreme Divine King earlier." Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian's face changed greatly. What was falling from the sky was not a meteor, but a huge meteorite. The meteorite dragged a long trail of flames and directly crashed into a certain place in the China war zone. Meteorite. Luo Tian moved, and a huge aura immediately rushed up. "No, it's too far away." He tried twice, but to no avail. When he was still on Earth in his previous life, Luo Tian had already thought about what was hidden in the meteorite. Was there any different power? Now that he saw the meteorite fall, he was a little excited. Huff! The meteorite is falling. Where did it come from? Could it be from the divine realm? Luo Tian smiled faintly. It was unknown when Zhao Ling stood behind Luo Tian in a half-asleep state, looking at the meteorite falling from the sky. Her eyes constantly flashed with a bright light. Luo Tian did not notice it. Finally, her eyes stared at Luo Tian without moving as she muttered, "Uncle, your wish might be fulfilled." Luo Tian turned around and looked at Zhao Ling. He smiled and said, "Do you know what my wish is?" After Zhao Ling finished speaking, he walked down from the rooftop as if he was sleepwalking. Luo Tian did not care about her, since she was a descendant of Niwa, so she was very awesome. He muttered in his heart, "My wish must be fulfilled?" What wish? He had forgotten about it himself. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Somewhere in the northwest of China war zone, a violent explosion occurred, as if a dozen nuclear bombs had exploded at the same time. The Jingdo war zone was in chaos. Reporting to Sir, that area is a no man's land and also a disaster area for magical beasts. Our people can't enter at all. I don't care. I want you to immediately organize a group of people to go in. This meteorite is only one of them. Do you know how many meteorites fell on the Earth just now? There are a total of 10 of them, and they are scattered in various war zones on Earth. These meteorites must be extraordinary. We must find them, understand? More than one meteorite fell. There were 10 of them in all the major war zones. There were still 2 more that had fallen into the Pacific Ocean. Many island war zones had already been overturned by the tsunami. And tomorrow, the news of all the war zones would be about these falling meteorites. Something big was definitely going to happen if a group of meteorites landed. The Jingdo war zone was in chaos. The various large clans in the China war zone were also paying close attention to the meteorite crash, and some of them had already sent people over. The Huaxia Theater of Operations, the North American Theater of Operations, the European Union Theater of Operations, the African Union Theater of Operations. All the major theaters of operations on Earth had sent special task forces to search for meteorites. They were all clear. These meteorites were definitely not ordinary. They might contain a new power, or they might be ores that could be used to forge peerless divine weapons outside of the mortal world. The immortal sect was also in chaos. The aura is too strong. It doesn't belong to Earth. It's even stronger than the immortal energy that we cultivate. Sky Sovereign, what should we do? Could it be an invasion from another plane? This kind of thing is not impossible. The cataclysm on Earth was an invasion of an alien race, and it also shattered our origin aura, causing our cultivation on Earth to be extremely difficult. Could it be an invasion of an alien race this time? The immortal sect was also in chaos. The Sky Sovereign frowned and said, "No matter what, we can't let these meteorites destroy the order of Earth. This is not a place for the other races to be arrogant. Pass down my order. 18 Earth immortals, listen up. Quickly go and check it out." The immortal sect was like this. Heaven in the Western world was also like this. The group of meteorites that had suddenly appeared caused a huge commotion. Where did the meteorites come from? What exactly were they? China war zone northwest. No man's land. A primeval forest was burned down. It formed a huge crater, and everything around it was a mess. Within a few hundred kilometers, no living creatures survived. Boom! The meteorite cracked. Boom! Strands of powerful energy emerged from his body. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A person walked out. A middle-aged man dressed in ancient clothes with his hair tied up in a bun. It was also at this time. A level 8 magical beast rushed out, its mountain-like body pouncing towards the man. The man slightly raised his eyes, and his eyes turned sinister. His body disappeared. A lightning-like shadow pierced through the body of the 8th level magical beast. Next, the man landed steadily on the ground, looked around, and muttered, "Is this the Earth that the Supreme Divine King mentioned?" Rumble, the level 8 magical beast, was split into 2. Fresh blood spurted out and sprinkled onto the man. The aura emitted from the man's body directly crushed the blood into powder. It was so strong that it was off the charts. Haha, looking for Luo Tian, right? The man sneered malevolently and released his aura continuously. He sensed everything around him and sneered disdainfully. This is the lowest level plane. I really don't know what he is thinking. He actually wants to invite us, the Nine Heavens God-slaying alliance. Seems like Hongtu's divine region is very rich. When should we go in and have some fun? Divine realm. The Supreme Divine King stood at the top of the Supreme Divine Palace with a smile on his face and muttered, Luo Tian, just you wait. Ha ha ha. I don't have the ability to travel through planes, but in this world, as long as you have money, you can do anything. The people of the Nine Heavens God-killing alliance will bring you to my side, ha ha ha. The four divine kings' divine deity is mine, ha ha ha. As long as I have the power of the four divine kings' divine deity, I am invincible, ha ha ha. The Supreme Divine King was roaring in excitement. To him, he was about to get Luo Tian. While everyone was in a mess, Luo Tian was sleeping soundly on his bed. In his sleep, he saw Shui, his own daughter, just as he was about to hug his daughter. Pa! Zhao Ling kicked his butt with her little feet. Uncle, the sun is already shining on you, but why aren't you getting up? Get up, get up, get up. Ling is hungry, I'm hungry, I want to eat soup powder, I want to eat soup powder. He kept muttering into Luo Tian's ears. Luo Tian was incomparably bitter and said, Just go and eat it yourself. He still wanted to go back and have a dream, and he still wanted to see his daughter. But at this moment, Zhao Ling placed her hands on her waist and said, Uncle, do you want to know the location of the third source fragment? The third source fragment. Luo Tian suddenly jumped up from the bed, looked at Zhao Ling, and said, Where is it? Where is it? Chapter 1919. Hula hula, walala, one bowl after another. He ate a total of 3 big bowls. Luo Tian looked at Zhao Ling's flat stomach. He really did not know where the 3 big bowls of powder went. There was no reaction at all. Luo Tian asked, Ling, can you tell me where the third fragment is now? Zhao Ling looked at the TV. The TV was really broadcasting the news of the meteorite falling last night. On the screen, a huge magical beast's corpse was split into 2. Zhao Ling looked at the TV and said, Uncle, look at the TV screen. Who can kill a level 8 magical beast in one move? Luo Tian turned his head to look at the TV. Looking at the level 8 magical beast on the screen, his brows trembled as he muttered, Even the immortal master experts of the immortal sect might not be able to do it. One sword strike. Huff! Just from the TV, Luo Tian could feel a very strong sword intent, a sword intent that could destroy everything. Moreover, Luo Tian was sure that the expert who killed this magical beast did not use a sword. It could only be a finger, a weed, or a branch. So strong! Luo Tian could not help but exclaim, Is there such a fierce person in the Chinese war zone? Zhao Ling muttered, He's not an expert from the Chinese war zone. He came from the sky. Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned and said, Aliens? Forget it. Luo Tian was not in the mood to care about whether these meteorites were aliens or not. He was only concerned about one thing. Where is the third origin fragment? Zhao Ling turned his head to look at Luo Tian, his eyes trembling and his face pale because she saw the scene of Luo Tian covered in blood and lying on the ground, unable to get up. It was terrifying to the point of making her afraid. However, she didn't know how to say it, and she couldn't say it either. She knew these meteorites were all aimed at Luo Tian. Zhao Ling pouted and said, Okay, I'll tell you. Last night, the third origin fragment was awakened in Wuling City. Wuling City. Luo Tian was shocked. He immediately kissed Zhao Ling on his forehead and said, Thank you. Immediately after, he ran towards Thunder Academy. Seeing Luo Tian run out excitedly, Zhao Ling's eyes were a little wet. She said, Stupid uncle, do you know you're going to be in big trouble? Stupid, stupid. I really don't know why you're still looking for those origin fragments. What an idiot, Zhao Ling said angrily. Her eyes were red and tears rolled down her cheeks. It was heartbreaking. With the location of the origin source fragment confirmed, Luo Tian had to make some preparations. Wu Ling City was so big that he couldn't find it by himself. Besides, he couldn't sense the source fragment with his mind. He had to find it by himself. Thunder Academy meeting room. Hong Tian looked at Yulin, who had lost an arm, and said in admiration, "In the past, I looked down on you merchants who only knew how to scheme and scheme. But from today onwards, brother you are the second person I admire. The first is of course our boss." Yulin also returned to the Divine Sea City. He had lost an arm, but he had won a special reward of 100 true Qi Dan for the Yu clan. He admired Luo Tian even more in his heart. Yulin laughed. "Brother Hong, you were very powerful last night. I heard that you killed several Yi families' undead clan by yourself." "Ha ha ha. What undead clan? They were just some zombies. The magic weapon that boss gave us killed them too easily." Hong Tian also laughed and said, "Boss, why are you in such a hurry? Yeah, there's definitely something good. If you follow Boss Luo, you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. You guys don't know, but yesterday Boss completely convinced the experts of the Immortal Sect. He was so handsome." The meeting room was filled with joy and harmony. The battle last night had made them even more united. Fighting could deepen the bond between brothers. Right now, the Divine Sea City was definitely a monolithic block. Whether it was the Black Dao or the White Dao, they were all the same. They were absolutely loyal to Luo Tian. The reason was simple. Luo Tian was strong. Luo Tian walked into the meeting room. Everyone in the meeting room stood up and said in unison, "Brother, Tian!" Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to get up in the future. It's like the Black Society. I'll keep it short. Attack Wuling City within 3 days." As soon as he finished, Xian Yuanyo was the first to stand up. He laughed out loud and said, "All right, I didn't have enough fun fighting last night. Brother Tian, I want to be the vanguard." Hong Tian also said, "There's another fight. It's simply too satisfying." Yulin stood up and said, "Brother Tian, this time you must bring me along. Yi Ming is dead, but Chun Yueqing is still alive. I want to take revenge for my broken arm." All of them were incomparably excited. All of them were battle maniacs. Luo Tian smiled faintly. "You guys go back and prepare. We'll set off in 3 days and take down Wuling City in one fell swoop." You've all seen this before. After Hong Tian and the others left, Luo Tian took out an origin source fragment and placed it on the table. He did not hide it and said, "This thing is called origin source fragment. I need this thing." Ling said that one appeared in Wuling City, but it's really difficult to find such an origin source fragment in such a huge Wuling City, so I need you guys to keep an eye out for me. Skinny Monkey looked at the sparkling and translucent thing that looked like a crystal fragment and said, "Brother Tian, what's the use of this thing? And what are the characteristics of this thing?" Xian Yuanyo asked. "That's right, boss. There must be some characteristics." Luo Tian frowned. He really didn't know anything about these characteristics. Last time at the Sue's building, he knew about the origin source fragment because of Ling Er's words. In this world, only Ling could accurately know the location of the origin source fragment. Then, Luo Tian asked, "Where's Ling Er?" As soon as he finished, Zhao Ling held a large lollipop and walked in while eating, muttering, "Uncle, I'm here." She was being led by a person. "Son Mud Immortal." The old man looked at Luo Tian with a smile and said, "Luo Tian, no, Boss Luo, just let me follow you." As he spoke, the old man said to Ling, "Big sister, help me say something." Zhao Ling took a bite of the lollipop and said, "Uncle, this is my little brother. You can take him with you." Luo Tian was startled, looked at Ling and said, Ling don't mess around. Zhao Ling said in shock, I'm not joking, he just bought a big lollipop for me. I agree to accept this little brother. From now on, he will be my Zhao Ling bodyguard, humph. She looked happy. All right. Luo Tian was also speechless. Actually, Zhao Ling was helping Luo Tian. After all, behind the old man was the immortal sect, which was a very powerful force. She had to prepare something for Luo Tian. Thank you, little mood. The memories of the past have become blank, riding a snail on the highway. If there are no ifs, a shui gang, brother. For the support of the reward, next year will be 2016. Brothers. Old cow, thanks everyone's support once again. Chapter 1920. Zhao Ling, Ai's ability was special. She could see some scenes from the future, and those scenes would definitely happen. Luo Tian was bathed in blood and was constantly crushed. He was on the verge of death. It would definitely appear one day. She had to prepare something for Luo Tian. After all, Celestial Sect was the strongest representative of China region. Even if they couldn't help Luo Tian, they could help him share some of the burden. So, she dragged Day Mud Celestial down. She didn't know how much time she had left, but this was the only thing she could do for Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at Day Mud Celestial and thought to himself, okay, I can't always stay by Linger's side. With him protecting her, Linger will be safe. After all, there aren't many Celestial Realm experts in this world. Okay. Luo Tian looked at the old man and said, then you can stay. The old man was excited. Yay! Zhao Ling immediately said, what are you happy about? I am the one who told you to stay. You can only listen to my orders in the future. The old man nodded, yes. The old man was more and more shocked by the little girl in front of him. Moreover, she had a very special power on her. This power was really huge. It was just that the old man wasn't sure what kind of power it was. At the same time, he was shocked. What kind of place was God's Ocean City? There were too many talented experts. Luo Tian didn't beat around the bush. He looked at Zhuge Qing and asked, what about the brothers who died last night? How are things going? Zhuge Qing's face was ice cold, and she said honestly, I have done everything I could. Each family will be given 5 million as compensation. Looking at Zhuge Qing's cold expression, Luo Tian's heart sank. He said indifferently, yes, there are still 3 days. During this time, you should prepare yourselves. I don't think the Qin and Yi families will let this go. That's all, go and do your work. Anger was a little weird, especially when Luo Tian looked at Zhuge Qing. Even the Xian Yuan cow could tell. Luo Tian's voice fell. Skinny Monkey immediately pulled Xian Yuan Niu out of the meeting room. At the same time, he said to the old man, Sun Mud Immortal, right? Come, tell us about the immortal sect. Rianai Celestial shook and was interested. I knew that you were interested in Celestial Sect. Ha ha ha. The immortal sect is much more fun than this place. There are heavenly swords and flying immortals everywhere. There are numinous treasures, Dharma artifacts, mounts. Zhao Linger glanced at Luo Tian and said with a grin, Uncle, don't make Sister Qing sad again. After saying that, he also walked out of the conference room. Lu Sueki and Lei Xiangdong walked out. Only Zhuge Qing and Luo Tian were left in the meeting room. Zhuge Qing looked out of the window, coldly. Luo Tian wanted to say something, but he restrained himself in the end. He then said, the opening of the great, desolate power doesn't depend on how much you cultivate. It depends on your heart. You must use your heart to experience the great, desolate power. Only then will you be able to open the great, desolate power to the greatest extent. At that time, without waiting for him to finish, Zhuge Qing stared blankly at Luo Tian and said, where is your heart? Is your heart made of stone? Huh. Luo Tian was shocked. He continued the previous topic. At that time, the primitive power will be under your control. Let me ask you, where is your heart? Is your heart made of stone? Zhuge Qing interrupted Luo Tian again and asked. She cried all night last night. Her eyes were red and swollen. Luo Tian looked at her, exhaled, and said, Sooner or later I will leave the earth. I don't want you to be alone here after I leave. I don't want anyone to worry about me. I don't want that. Do you understand? There were so many women in the divine realm who were worried about him. Luo Tian did not want that to happen again. Moreover, his mind was now on finding the origin fragment. As for other things, he did not dare to touch them. He was afraid of hurting some girls. Zhuge Qing summoned her courage and threw herself into Luo Tian's arms. She hugged Luo Tian tightly and said, I don't care when you leave. Anyway, I will only recognize you in this life. Luo Tian, I will follow you in this life. Don't think about throwing me away. Don't pretend to be indifferent. You think you are protecting me, but in fact, you are hurting me. I want you. Very determined. Her eyes were also very hot. Luo Tian looked at her hot eyes and clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, Zhuge Qing kissed him directly and blocked Luo Tian's mouth with her lips. She was worried that Luo Tian would say something else. Yo ho! Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. At the door, Skinny Monkey took the lead to jeer. Xian Yuanyo also grinned. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law is mighty. Ha ha ha, too domineering. The girl took the initiative and took the initiative regardless of everything. Even if Luo Tian was a ball of fire, Zhuge Qing would throw herself at him regardless of everything. Even if she would turn into ashes one day, she would not hesitate. Phew, Luo Tian's heart relaxed. If he refused again, then he would really be worse than a beast. While they were talking, his right hand moved. A force blasted out and directly closed the door of the conference room. Bang! Immediately after, he hugged Zhuge Qing tightly and kissed her deeply. A kiss intoxicating. An hour later, Zhuge Qing ran out in disheveled clothes. Her face was flushed red and she was incomparably beautiful. As she ran, she tidied up her clothes and smiled. Her face was filled with happiness. She had never been so happy. Luo Tian walked out. Just as he reached the door, he was blocked by Lu Sueki. Now it's my turn, right? Huh. After saying that, Lu Sueki threw him to the ground. She was going all out, and she was even more proactive and passionate than Zhuge Qing. Then another hour passed. Lu Sueki also ran out. Like Zhuge Qing, her face was flushed red, her face was filled with excitement, and her smile was extremely bright. Not long after Lu Sueki went out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the partner system. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the partner teleportation system. Luo Tian was slightly shocked. Partner teleportation? The partner system had always been there, but what kind of system was this partner teleportation system? Immediately, Luo Tian opened the system to check. System: partner teleportation system. Description: once the relationship is confirmed, you can use partner teleportation. Description 2: only players can teleport to their partners. Female partners cannot. Description 3: you can only teleport once a day. Description 4: consume 50,000 true chi points. Looking at the description of the system, Luo Tian became excited. Damn, isn't this the teleportation function? It was also at this moment. The worry in Luo Tian's heart completely disappeared. As long as he could teleport with his partner, what else did he have to worry about? After he left Earth, would Zhuge Qing and the others be lonely and worry about him? Then wouldn't he be able to travel freely? Happy New Year's Day. Chapter 1921. Partner teleportation. Ignoring the plane, ignoring the distance. As long as the system confirmed their relationship, they could be teleported out. Once a day. Each time it consumed 50,000 true chi-s. Luo Tian was completely excited when he saw this and muttered, "Teleporting once a day, once a day! System, you're really too thoughtful, ha ha." But Luo Tian frowned. He looked at the sky and muttered, "Why didn't it trigger in the divine realm? Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about you guys like this. Hurry back to the divine realm and confirm their relationship. That way, you won't have to worry about anything." Haha, awesome, this is too awesome. His previous worries were all gone now. Right now, Luo Tian did not have to worry about these things, no matter how many women there were. They would still be able to deal with them. The appearance of the partner teleportation system was an upgrade of the system, but Luo Tian did not feel it. Wu Ling City. Chun Yueqing knelt on the ground, not daring to move, not even daring to raise his head. "Are you sure he's an immortal from the immortal sect?" A man who looked to be in his 20s or 30s asked. The man wore a white robe with a long sword hanging from his waist. His hair was tied up in a bun. He looked like an ancient person. Chen Yueqing lowered his head and said, "This disciple has investigated. He is indeed an expert from the immortal sect, and he has already stayed in the divine sense Sea City. The reason why I failed last time was because of the appearance of this immortal expert. Otherwise, I wouldn't have." Without waiting for him to finish, the man coldly said, "Don't waste your breath. I don't have time to listen. A failure is a failure. Don't find excuses for yourself. Also, if you dare to act on your own again, I will twist your head off." As soon as his voice faded, a powerful force came crashing down. Chun Yueqing's body was trembling, cold sweat rolling down his forehead, and he kowtowed. "This disciple doesn't dare. This disciple doesn't dare. This disciple doesn't dare." His head was bleeding from the kowtow. When he raised his head, he discovered that the man had already disappeared. A few Qin family disciples walked in and helped Chun Yueqing up, asking, "Elder, who exactly is he? He looks about the same as us." Chun Yueqing's legs went weak, and he said, "About the same? Are you blind? Didn't you see the jade pendant on his waist? Even our patriarch doesn't have the qualifications to wear that pendant. He's the 3rd-generation disciple of our fire god ancestor, while our patriarch is the 5th generation. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's already lived for hundreds of years. The next time you see him, you have to be respectful to me, as if you're seeing your own father, understand?" Everyone shivered, frightened quite a bit. Who would have thought that a man in his 20s or 30s had lived for hundreds of years? And he was a 3rd-generation disciple. Then his cultivation level, he was an extremely powerful existence. Similarly, someone from the Yi clan had also arrived. He was also from the immortal sect. Furthermore, he carried traces of Jiangqin's power. The 2 experts from the immortal sect didn't go to the divine Sea City immediately. Instead, they patrolled around Wuling City. "Brother Jean, did you discover anything?" Chen Ao asked calmly. Yi Jin shook his head and said, "I even brought out Master's treasure searching instrument, but I found nothing. I can't sense the collective location of the origin fragments at all." "Brother Ao, did you discover anything?" Chen Ao also shook his head and said, "I can't sense it. Could it be that something went wrong? Otherwise, with our strength, we would definitely be able to sense the location of the origin fragments." Wuling City was as small as an ant in their eyes. They couldn't even find the exact location of the origin fragments in such a small place. They couldn't help but suspect that something had gone wrong. After all, it was the origin fragment, the fragment that contained the strongest power on Earth. Yi Jin muttered, "It shouldn't be. That expert has the ability to reach the heavens. His words can't be wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ordered us to come here. The current patriarchs of the Yi and Chen clans don't have the power to ask us to come here." "Phew!" Chen Ao exhaled and said, "Then where could it be? We can't find it like this. We have to think of a way." Yi Jin asked, "Do you think it could be hidden in a person's body? Or in some demonic beast's body?" Chen Ao's eyes widened. He said it might be possible. However, even if it's hidden in a person's body, it's hard to find. There are millions of people in Wuling City. We can't kill all of them, right? Yi Jin laughed coldly and said, "So what if we kill all of them? It's worth it for the origin fragment. Chin Ao laughed and said, You patriarchy kill. The more you kill, the more blood essence you absorb, the more beneficial it will be to your cultivation. I'm different. Too much killing will make it 10,000 times more difficult for me to cross the tribulation in the future. How about this? Let's look for it first. Those who possess the origin fragment must have something special. As long as we find these special people, we will definitely be able to find the origin fragment. Chineo said, Too much killing was not beneficial to him. Immediately, Yi Jin suddenly thought of something and said, I heard that there are people in Wuling City who can refine true Qi Dan. Brother Ao, do you think this is something special? Huh. Chin Ao was stunned. Alchemy? There are people in the mortal world who can refine true Qi Dan? Then this is definitely something special. Looks like we're not far from the origin fragment. Ha ha ha! The two of them laughed at the same time, and they began to investigate quickly. True Qi Dan? Naturally, it was Hongkin who spread it out. Moreover, because of the appearance of the true Qi Dan and Zhan Wushuang's powerful martial strength, the entire Wuling City's military forces were basically beaten down by him. Now, only the strongest military region was left. As for the military region, Hongkin was not confident. After all, the threat of the laser bullets and laser cannons was too great. With his current cultivation, he was simply unable to contend against these things. However, he was not worried because he had received an order in the morning that Luo Tian would attack Wuling City in 3 days. At that time, Wuling City would be in their hands. Thunder Academy in the 8 times gravity training room. No way. It's still not enough. Luo Tian sent Xian Yuan Ox, Skinny Monkey, and Zhuge Qing flying with a single move and said, Your speed, strength, and use of true Qi are simply not a match for the immortal stage rankers. Do you know why you lost to Sun Mud Immortal? It's not because you're weak, but because you don't know how to maximize your potential. The things I gave you are enough to kill immortal stage rankers instantly. Luo Tian stood in the middle, not moving at all. Xian Yuan Ox, Skinny Monkey, and Zhuge Qing were panting heavily, their bodies drenched in sweat. In this 8 times gravity room, their strength and speed were suppressed by 8 times, but Luo Tian was the same. Xian Yuan Ox roared. Its entire arm was covered in Qilin scales. The scarlet scales flashed as it punched towards Luo Tian. Happy New Year! Chapter 1922. The power of Qilin erupted. His entire right arm was covered in scales. Although it hadn't completely evolved, the 5 fingers of Xian Yuan Ox were trembling. The power kept colliding, creating a rumbling sound. The entire gravity room was shaking. The power was extremely violent. Pure power. Boom! It was as fast as lightning, and its power was like thunder. It struck down heavily. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched as he shouted, Too slow, too slow! Before Xian Yuan Ox's fist landed, Luo Tian moved and instantly rushed in front of him. He stabbed Xian Yuan Ox's shoulder with a finger. Boom! Xian Yuan Ox's arm instantly recovered. The power of Qilin instantly disappeared and he was sent flying. 1 finger kill. He instantly suppressed Xian Yuan Ox's power. He looked at Xian Yuan Ox's surprised gaze and said, Old Ox, you have to learn to use your heart to exert power. It's useless to rely on brute force to stimulate the power of Qilin blood. You have to integrate your will into it and comprehend the true meaning of Qilin power. Power comes from the heart. It's the same for Qilin power. Your control of power isn't enough now, Luo Tian said slowly. It could be said that Xian Yuan Ox was the most hard-working person in cultivation. He was like sand in a fist. The tighter you clenched, the faster it flowed away. In the end, only a little bit was left in your palm. The maximization of power didn't lie in how you used it, but in how you exerted it. Xian Yuan Ox panted heavily and closed his eyes. He needed to comprehend. according to what Luo Tian said he needed to slowly comprehend. Seeing Xian Yuan Ox enter the state of comprehension, Luo Tian didn't disturb him. Instead, he looked at Skinny Monkey and said, "It's your turn." For an entire day, the four of them stayed in the gravity room and cultivated true qi, cultivation of strength and speed, especially the use of true qi. Luo Tian taught them what he knew. They needed to break through, but realm didn't mean everything. The Chun family, Yi family, Capital Theater, and even the major theaters in the world weren't ruled by cultivators. The appearance of the immortal sect made Luo Tian realize that Earth wasn't as weak as he thought. Xian Yuan Ox and the others had to become stronger quickly. At night, Luo Tian returned to his home in the slums and found Zhao Linger watching TV intently. It was not cartoons but international news. Luo Tian was stunned before he smiled. Kids nowadays are concerned about national affairs. Zhao Ling muttered, "Uncle, they're all dead." "Huh?" Luo Tian asked. "What do you mean they're all dead? Is it a TV series or a movie? They're all acting for us. They're all fake." Zhao Ling said, "None of the earthly immortal experts sent out by the war zone and the immortal schools appeared again. They are all dead." After that, she ran out. Luo Tian was stunned. He thought for a moment and muttered, "What do you mean they're all dead? What does that have to do with me? It's been a long day and your body stinks. Hurry up and take a shower." He didn't know that when Zhao Ling said they were all dead, she was referring to the people who had been sent to search for the meteorite. These people had all disappeared the moment they entered the meteorite's impact area. Even the electronic probes they carried with them didn't manage to capture any images before they suddenly died. They were from the military. They were from all kinds of powerful families. And there were also earthly immortal experts from the immortal schools. They were all the same. They suddenly fell down. Not even a ghost could be seen. No one could explain this phenomenon except for Zhao Ling. Because of her special ability, she saw some scenes. These people were killed with a single thought. That kind of power was too strong. The reason why Zhao Ling ran out was that she was worried that she wouldn't be able to control herself and cry. Her mind was filled with images of Luo Tian dripping with blood. The earth was very big, with a population of billions. It was very difficult to find Luo Tian among these billions. Besides, they didn't know Luo Tian, so they couldn't use their divine senses to sense him. They could only search slowly. However, the strange things that happened in the meteorite area of the Huaxia war zone were also happening in other war zones. No one could explain it. For a time, the Earth was in turmoil. The North American war zone had already regarded this meteorite impact as the second invasion of the foreign race. They responded by joining forces to fight. It was also because of this. Major General Kidd of the North American war zone seized the opportunity and brought a group of mysterious soldiers into the Huaxia war zone under the pretext of an exchange. The next day, Zhao Ling still ate 3 big bowls of soup powder and then skipped to find the immortal of Day Mud. Luo Tian didn't care. With the immortal of Day Mud, Ling Er's safety shouldn't be worried. Luo Tian trained Zhuge Qing and the other 2 as usual. At the same time, he inspected the alchemy team and the weapon refining team. Under Lu Sueki's management, they were basically formed. They formed a pill manufacturing factory and a spirit weapon factory. It was just that they couldn't be as precise as Luo Tian. The success rate wasn't high, and it was difficult to refine top-grade pills and weapons. However, this was already a top existence for any family other than the immortal sect in the Huaxia war zone. 3 days in a row. During the day, Luo Tian accompanied Xian Yuan Yo and the other 2 to cultivate and manage some things. At night, Luo Tian himself was constantly cultivating. He was getting closer and closer to the Sin God King divinity. He was just 1 step away. However, Luo Tian couldn't cross this step even after trying countless times. He knew in his heart that this might be the shackles of cultivation. In the past, he relied on experience to break through, but comprehending the sin god king divinity required his consciousness to continuously break through and fuse together before he could slowly awaken. This kind of cultivation would also encounter shackles. Huff, seems like I need a bit of luck. Luo Tian muttered as he looked at the sky that was slowly brightening. It's about to begin. At this moment, Thunder Academy's field was already filled with people. Today was the day of the attack on Wuling City. Lei Xiangdong had already brought 6,000 soldiers and headed towards Wuling City. Wuling City. Yi Jin smashed Hong Ken's body with his rod and shouted, "Speak! Where did you get your true Qi Dan from?" Clang! The rod broke, and wood chips flew everywhere. Hong Ken's entire body was covered in blood. He stared at Yi Jin and laughed coldly. "Ha ha ha! You will die." Hong Ken looked at Chineo and laughed. "You will die too." He wasn't afraid at all, and he was even sneering. Yi Jin's eyes turned sinister. "I'm just a asterisk, 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 asterisk. Even at this point, you're still so stubborn." Chineo asked, "Brother Jin, does he have the aura of the source fragment on him?" Yi Jin shook his head. "No, but this old thing has dozens of true Qi Dan on him. This kind of pale is even better than the true Qi Dan refined by the immortal sect. This is definitely not something that an ordinary person can refine. I am sure that it is definitely related to the source fragment of Wuling City. If that's the case, do you want to use some of the soul-absorbing immortal technique that I have just cultivated?" Chineo laughed sinisterly. Yi Jin laughed. "Soul-absorbing immortal technique? I didn't expect Brother Ao to have even cultivated this high-level immortal technique. Hurry up and give it a try." After they captured Hong Kan, Zhan Wushuang immediately called Thunder Academy to inform them. Before the sky brightened, Xian Yuan Niu and Skinny Monkey took the lead and rushed towards Wuling City. "Thank you to I Love You for your 14 consecutive rewards. Thank you to E that only belongs to you, 1888 rewards and support. Thank you to Greengrass, Wonkin, Ho Kenny, a Knight of Snow. My heart is already cold. Thank you, everyone." The old bull's eyes were about to go blind. Good night. Chapter 1923. Thunder Academy. When Zhuge Qing saw Luo Tian, she immediately ran over and told him that Xian Yuanyo and Shou Ho went to Wuling City first. Luo Tian frowned. Zhuge Qing asked anxiously, "What should we do?" Wu Shuang said that the people who captured Sir Hong are very powerful. He said they might be immortal-level experts from the immortal sect. Hong Tian also ran over and said, "Boss, we're all ready. We're just waiting for you to say the word. Hurry up. I'm worried that Brother Niu and Brother Ho can't hold on. There are a lot of people from the Chen and Yi families gathered in Wuling City." Everyone was also worried. Luo Tian said, "Don't worry." He knew Xian Yuan Niu and Shou Ho's cultivation. After 3 days of special training, their strength had increased a lot. They wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if they encountered a linear expert. If Xian Yuanyo was alone, Luo Tian would be a bit worried. Since he was with Shou Ho, there was no need to worry. With Xian Yuanyo's combat power and Shou Ho's IQ of 180, the two could be said to be perfect partners. The key point was, Shou Ho could stop Xian Yuanyo. Luo Tian said, "Lei Zi has already sent people to Wuling City. He should arrive before us. Hong Tian, you're more experienced. You'll lead the team this time." "Qing, Xueqi, listen to Hong Tian's orders," Luo Tian said. Hong Tian was a veteran after all. He had more experience than Zhuge Qing and Shou Ho. "What about you?" the two girls asked at the same time. Luo Tian smiled and said, "I'll wait for you in Wuling City." "All right. Go and ask Immortal Sun Mud to come too. If it's his senior brother from the same sect, we have to give him some face." If it was really someone from the Immortal sect, Immortal Sun Mud would definitely know them. Luo Tian called him Immortal Sun Mud out of respect. However, no matter who it was, as long as they dared to touch his brother's people, The consequences would be terrible. Also, Luo Tian thought of the origin fragment in Wuling City and said Linger too. Before he finished, Zhao Ling Er's voice rang out. I'm coming on my own. Behind him was the Sun Mud Immortal, who was panting heavily. In his hands was a large bundle of lollipops. Zhao Linger said with disdain, so slow. Uncle, you should go and save them first. I'm afraid Brother Ox and Brother Monkey won't be able to hold on. She was a little worried. Although she didn't see anything, she had a bad feeling in her heart. It felt like something bad was going to happen. Luo Tian didn't beat around the bush. He glanced at the immortal and said, Take good care of Ling, as soon as he finished speaking. So, Luo Tian instantly disappeared. Everyone was shocked. The Sun Mud Immortal was even more horrified. This speed is even faster than my flying sword. Who the hell is this guy? Over the past few days, he had been thinking about it all the time. He had also been constantly trying to find out from Zhao Ling, but it was all useless. He couldn't figure out Luo Tian's background at all. His strength was too strong. At first, he felt that he was only a little bit weaker than Luo Tian. Now it seemed that the gap was as big as the Pacific Ocean. Hong Tian raised his arm and shouted, Let's go! Wuling City, the temporary headquarters of the Yi family. In the secret chamber, Qin Ao's silhouettes kept entering Hong Kan's sea of consciousness, which was hung up by iron chains. Hong Kan's mind was in a daze. He kept struggling. Cold sweat rolled down his body, and white foam came out of his mouth. He kept saying crazily, I don't know anything, I don't know, soul absorption immortal technique, using the caster's mind to enter the other party's sea of consciousness. He kept stripping everything from the other party's sea of consciousness. It was like peeling silk from a cocoon, pulling it out bit by bit. This process was incomparably painful, as if millions of ants were crawling on one's brain and biting under one's scalp. The pain was unbearable, and while one was enduring the pain, one's consciousness would be unknowingly stripped away, completely turning one into a puppet. One would answer what they asked for. This was an extremely cruel method. Not many people, even in the immortal sect, knew this. Cultivating this immortal technique would violate the sect rules and be punished. Qin Ao had obtained it by chance and secretly cultivated it. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to know about the origin fragment as soon as possible, he wouldn't have used this forbidden immortal technique. Yi Jin looked at Hong Kan's unbearable expression and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Old man, hurry up and tell me what you know. Otherwise, your brain will explode and your brain will splatter all over the floor. Ha ha ha, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Hong Kan guarded his heart tightly. His body was twitching. His consciousness was controlled by another powerful consciousness. Even so, he still didn't say anything. He would never betray someone. Yi Jin looked at Hong Kan's stubbornness and said coldly, Brother Ao, can you do it? If you can't, then forget it. I think the old man is determined not to say anything. Maybe he doesn't even know. I think it's better to kill him. However, Yi Jin sneered, your soul-absorbing immortal technique isn't that good. Qin Ao's face turned cold, and he felt a little embarrassed. He retracted his idea and then slapped Hong Kan's face and snorted coldly. Old thing, I want to see how hard you are. As he spoke, Qin Ao said, I want him to endure the highest level of the soul-absorbing immortal technique. I want his soul to forever be in the state of 10,000 demons eroding bones. Huff! Qin Ao exhaled, and the aura on his body suddenly changed. Next, a thick wave of immortal energy suddenly shook. Yi Jin's body slightly retreated, his face turned cold, and laughed. 10,000 demons eroding bones, Brother Ao, you really succeeded. Just watch. Qin Ao's eyes moved. An ray of light flashed from his eyes, directly shooting into the unconscious Hong Kan's eyes. Then, Hong Kan struggled violently, his veins popping out, his entire body was scarlet red, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound. Chin Ao shouted in a deep voice, "Old thing, are you going to tell me who exactly refined your pill for you? Who exactly has the origin source fragment? Tell me." White foam kept rolling out of Hong Kan's mouth. No, I know." Chin Ao also lost his patience. "I don't know." "Then go to hell." It was also at this time. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. The door of the Yi family's temporary headquarters was blasted away by a punch, heavily crashing into a house. The entire house was shaking. The sound was deafening, and the entire headquarters shook. The people of the Yi family quickly rushed out. Where did this dog come from? How dare he act so atrociously here? Before he could finish his words, the Xianyuan ox took a step forward and instantly cut off that person's head. With a kick, he flew out and roared, "Who the hell dares to touch my brother?" Chapter 1924. Master Hong, we're here. The Xianyuan ox roared, its voice carrying true qi fluctuations, spreading to every room in the surrounding building. It also woke up all the Yi family disciples. Next, the Yi family disciples rushed out like a tide. "You dare to behave atrociously here? You dog, you're done for. Even if it's the king of hell, I won't be able to kill you today." He. Aren't they the two people from the divine sense see that night? It's the two of them. They killed so many of our brothers, and they still dare to come here today. Brothers, let's kill them. At this moment, the Yi family disciples rushed forward crazily and quickly surrounded Xianyuan and the skinny monkey. Not far from the Yi family's base, the Qin family had also quickly sent reinforcements. The Xianyuan ox swept his gaze across the entire scene, cupped his fists and grinned. "Monkey, you rest at the side. I'll warm up first." The skinny monkey was also happy to be free and said, "Old ox, I'll leave it to you." Moreover, he had other things to do. Kill him. The Yi family disciples rushed forward and directly exposed their fangs. Their fingernails also became extremely long, and dark green mucus dripped from their fingernails, emitting waves of stench. It was as if these people had all crawled up from their graves. Haha, zombie, right? The aura in the dantian of the Xianyuan ox exploded. He took a step forward and punched the head of a Yi family disciple. His left and right fists continuously struck out. He rushed to a place and killed his way back. Then he turned around and rushed to another place. More and more Yi clan disciples surrounded Xianyuan. At first, there were only a few dozen of them, but now there were over 100 of them. In the end, there were over 500 of them. They completely surrounded Xianyuan. The Xianyuan ox was not afraid and continued to killing with joy. Moreover, his personality was extremely arrogant. He only attacked and did not defend. His body was also covered in wounds. He was constantly being scratched and bitten, but he was not afraid at all. Because of the Qilin blood, this kind of low-level zombie poison had no effect on him at all. However, although he wouldn't be poisoned by the zombie poison, he would still be injured and his blood would be flowing wildly. Being surrounded by so many people, he could only keep on killing. He couldn't get away in a short period of time. If this continued, he wouldn't have any advantage. His voice deepened. Xianyuan sent the two disciples flying with each hand. He roared, "Monkey, have you found it yet? If you don't, come out early so that we can leave this place and go to the next place. Sir Hong won't be able to hold on for long." When Xianyuan made his move, the skinny monkey used the evade formula to escape and entered the building to search for Elder Hong. Suddenly, rumble! With a loud bang, a black shadow broke through a wall and shot out of the house. Bang! The black shadow landed right at the Xianyuan ox's feet, causing the ground to crack. The Xianyuan ox was stunned. Monkey! The black shadow that was blasted out was none other than Skinny Monkey. Pooh! The skinny monkey spat out a mouthful of blood, and got up from the ground. He patted the dirt off his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm fine. The physical body, cultivated by the 9 young divine, was not so easily injured. The skinny monkey said in a low voice, Sir Hong is inside and there are 2 tough guys inside. I think they should be immortal level rankers from the immortal sect. Immortal level ranker? Xian Yuan Niu was excited. He really didn't have the slightest bit of energy to kill these Yi family disciples of the cultivation realm. After being tortured by Luo Tian in the gravity room for 3 days, he wanted to know how much of a difference there was between his strength and the immortal level rankers of the immortal sect. It was also at this moment Yi Jin snorted coldly, a bunch of trash. So many of you can't even win against a piece of trash. I really don't know how the Yi family raised you bunch of trash. Humph. With that, Yi Jin jumped down from the building. His figure appeared like an illusion, and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Xian Yuan Niu. He said coldly, You 2 are the ones who killed my Yi family's disciples last time? His voice was cold. It made one shiver. Xian Yuan Niu grinned and laughed excitedly. Immortal level ranker. You are indeed an immortal level ranker. Ha ha ha. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this blockhead an idiot? Why was he so happy to see an immortal level ranker? Yi Jin frowned and snorted coldly, You're courting death. He activated his immortal power. The aura on his body instantly burst forth. He moved his right hand and extended it. His fingernails were like 5 sharp blades as they pierced toward Xian Yuan Niu's throat. Xian Yuan Niu's eyes widened in anger, like an angry Buddha Vajra. The power of his right arm struck out. The power of the Qilin burst forth, and he punched forward. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power wreaked havoc. Xian Yuan Niu retreated dozens of steps before stopping. Looking at Yi Jin, who had taken a step back, he became even more excited and laughed. What a strong power again! Yi Jin's fingernails were in pain, and his heart was filled with rage. He said in disdain, A mere mortal of the cultivation realm dares to be impudent in front of me? Die! Being forced back by a mortal was a great humiliation to him. Kill! This time, all the immortal power in his body burst forth, and the aura that he released directly forced the surrounding Yi family disciples to retreat. Then, his figure kept changing, and layers of illusions appeared. A cold aura pounced towards Xian Yuan Niu from all directions. Chila! Xian Yuan Niu's right arm was getting thicker and thicker. His camouflage uniform was torn apart. Scales started to appear on his right arm. They were blood red in color. Xian Yuan Niu's aura changed drastically. Xian Yuan Niu's heart sank as he shouted, Power of Qilin, explode! Boom! A dull sound of power colliding rang out. Creak, creak, creak. The bones in his arm changed, but there didn't seem to be anything unusual from the outside. Skinny Monkey frowned. Yi Jin's cold voice came from all directions. Die! Shake! Xian Yuan Niu roared, and his right arm sank, heavily smashing onto the ground. Rumble! A powerful force bombarded the ground, causing it to shake violently and crack rapidly. And it was also this that caused Yi Jin's illusion to stop. Yi Jin's face darkened, and his palms suddenly blasted out. Immortal power surged and struck towards Xian Yuan Niu's chest. Xian Yuan Niu didn't defend at all, and directly crashed into it. At the same time, he also punched out. Qilin fist. Boom! Boom! With a punch, the Qilin roared, and his fist was like a Qilin roaring out, heavily smashing onto Yi Jin's face. And his chest was also hit by Yi Jin's palm. Bang, bang, bang! Yi Jin retreated wildly, and Xian Yuan Niu trembled slightly. His body suddenly sank, and his right leg exploded. Whoosh! He flew into the air. Take another punch from me. Yi Jin's face was filled with shock. He had no time to react at all. Bam! Another punch landed on his face, and then another kick from Xian Yuan Niu sent him flying, and he spat on the ground. Immortal level expert? Trash. 2 chapters today. Thank you to I Have You in My Heart, Wonkin, Ho Kenny, Greengrass for your support. I recommend my friend's book, Heavenly Court Warehouse Keeper, which specializes in managing fairies. If you like it, go and support it. Thank you. Good night. Chapter 1925. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Sinister and cold laughter rang out continuously. Yi Jin's body changed as he slowly got up from the ground. The flesh on his face fell off one by one. 2 fangs pierced out of his mouth and curled up like the fangs of a wild boar, curling upwards. The clothes on his body were torn apart, revealing another set of clothes. Ancient court clothes. The cold aura on his body was incomparably strong, as if he was a demon that had crawled out of hell. His 2 sunken eyes stared at the Xian Yuan ox and said, "Do you think you're very strong? I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength just now. Looking down on an immortal level expert. Are you worthy?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jin disappeared and appeared beside the Xian Yuan ox in less than 1/10 of a second. His nails were like knives as he stabbed into the Xian Yuan ox's abdomen. Chila! The Xian Yuan ox's reaction was already extremely fast, but it was still half a second too late. Its abdomen was cut open and blood gushed out. The dark green venom was still expelled from its body. However, the Xian Yuan ox retreated continuously and couldn't hold it in. Puffed, fresh blood spurted out. It was all black blood. His face turned pale, and his body almost couldn't stand steadily. He began to tremble slightly. Old bull! Skinny Monkey's heart tightened. He could clearly feel that the aura on Yi Jin's body was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was the power of a true immortal level expert. The Xian Yuan ox said solemnly, "I'm fine. This guy is different from before." Who? No matter what kind of enemy the Xian Yuan ox faced, it would not let its guard down. Just now, its reaction speed was indeed too slow. And the moment Yi Jin's nails cut through its abdomen, other than the strong venom, there was another kind of power. Immortal power. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all injured. Yi Jin's already rotten face and ferocious expression changed slightly as he said, "Does it feel good?" This is only the beginning. While they were talking, Yi Jin disappeared once again. It was almost like the changes in the movies, disappearing and appearing in an instant. This time, the Xian Yuan ox's reaction was even faster than before. It didn't defend, but punched out. Bam! The Xian Yuan ox was sent flying once again. His punches were too slow. Yi Jin disappeared again, and in the next instant he landed in front of the Xian Yuan bull, who was stumbling backward. His feet left the ground, and he was flying on the ground. With a ferocious expression, he said coldly, "You think you are qualified to mock an immortal level expert? Trash from the mortal world." His palms sank. He suddenly pressed down and blasted out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lines of power shot out, visible to the naked eye. The entire base was shaking. The Xian Yuan ox was also heavily smashed into the ground. The ground cracked like a spider web. The cement could not withstand the impact and cracked. The Xian Yuan bull lay in the pit and panted heavily. It was in unbearable pain. Yi Jin sneered disdainfully. "Does it feel good?" So, a wind-breaking sound was heard, and a red light flashed in the skinny monkey's hand. Bang! Yi Jin gently waved his right hand. He didn't care about trash from the cultivation realm, but the moment his arm touched it, his body trembled. Spirit weapon? A cut appeared on his arm, and blood dripped down his clothes. So, the skinny monkey disappeared once again. It continued to revolve around Yi Jin, forming a circle of blood-red light around Yi Jin. It was also filled with a cold, murderous aura. Yi Jin licked the blood on his arm. His tongue rolled around the blood, and his eyes rolled. Bloody spirit weapon, I like it. Compete with me in speed. You think you're worthy. Shwa. Yi Jin grabbed out and directly grabbed a ball of red light. The skinny monkey's eyes turned sinister as he shouted in his heart, "Nine Yang divine art!" A ferocious and fanatical power was released from his body. The long blade in his hand moved and slashed down. Bam! Buzz! Buzz! This blade was directly caught by Yi Jin. Staring at the blood-red bone blade, Yi Jin was slightly shocked and said, "A spirit weapon refined from the bones and blood of a magical beast. However, this spirit weapon is trash in my eyes. Break." The skinny monkey's blade was caught by him. The blade could not be pulled out, nor could it be slashed down. The difference in cultivation between the two of them was too great. The skinny monkey was also a stubborn person. He did not let go, because this was a weapon given to him by Luo Tian. No matter what, he would not let go. Crack! Cracks appeared on the bone blade. The skinny monkey's face turned sinister as he roared in his heart, "Explode!" Buzz! A golden light burst out from his body, and the power of the Nine Yang divine art was raised to the limit of what he could withstand. Holding the blade with both hands, he charged towards Yi Jin. Bam! At this moment, the Xianyuan ox in the pit slapped the ground with its palm and went all out as it roared in its heart, "Explode!" Roar! A loud sound rang out. His right arm changed crazily, and the Qilin arm faintly appeared. He took out the blood-red broadsword on his back, jumped up heavily and spun 360 degrees, and slashed down heavily. Roar! Qilin slash! The Qilin shadow roared and rushed out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! It directly slashed at the back of Yi Jin's head. Hiss, hiss! Just like steam, it continuously emerged from the top of Yi Jin's head. His hair fell down. His long hair flew everywhere, and blood burst out from the back of his head. In less than a few seconds, blood covered his entire body. Ah! Ah! Yi Jin was furious. He had never been in such a sorry state. Never. His 5 fingers grabbed fiercely. Crack! The long blade in the skinny monkey's hand was cracked and shattered. Die for me! With a palm strike, he sent the skinny monkey flying. He turned around and stared at the Xianyuan ox. Looking at the Xianyuan ox's Qilin arm, he grabbed half of the broken blade and slashed at the Xianyuan ox's right arm. The Xianyuan ox did not retreat or dodge. He raised the blood-red broadsword and slashed out again. Ah! Bam! Crack, crack! The broadsword shattered. Yi Jin's ferocious expression once again rushed forward. Go to hell! Immortal energy soared into the sky. The entire Wuling city was shaking. This slash used up all of his strength. This slash must kill the Xianyuan ox. The Xianyuan ox looked at the broken broadsword and was incomparably furious. Flames like fire came out of his nose and roared. You actually broke the weapon that Brother Tian gave me. I'll fight you to the death. Ah, the Xianyuan ox roared. Crash! The camouflage military uniform on the upper body was directly blown away. From his right arm to his shoulder, and then to his chest, pieces of blood-red scales faintly flashed. Even his head was the same. 2 forces on his forehead were about to break through. Angry, completely angry, the skinny monkey got up and looked at the changes in the Xianyuan ox's body. His heart sank. Oh no! He immediately shouted, old ox, calm down, calm down. You can't control it at all. Stop!" Too late. The Xianyuan ox had already gone berserk. Chapter 1926. Ah, the clouds in the sky churned, the wind howled, and the earth trembled. Waves of power from ancient divine beasts burst out from the Xianyuan ox's body, as if he had just unlocked some kind of seal. He released an ancient beast. Indeed, the Xianyuan ox had indeed unlocked the seal. The second seal in his body. He couldn't control this power at all. But when Yi Jin shattered his blade, He couldn't stop the fury in his heart, because that was the weapon that Luo Tian gave him. Fury. Endless fury. His entire upper body and head were covered in blood-red scales, making him look extremely terrifying. He took a step forward. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The earth shook, and waves of white, burning energy rose from his footprints. His two blood-red eyes stared at Yi Jin and roared. "Break the weapon that Brother Tian gave me. I want your life." "Ah!" he roared towards the sky. Without waiting for Yi Jin to react, he grabbed him, raised him over his head, and smashed him heavily onto the ground. Bam! Yi Jin's cultivation erupted, but it was useless. Moreover, the aura on his body was completely suppressed, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. His mind and sea of consciousness were in turmoil, unable to withstand the pressure of the ancient divine beast's aura that erupted from the Shenyuan ox's body. It smashed onto the ground. A deep crater appeared on the ground, and the Shenyuan ox jumped up heavily. "Return my weapon!" He stomped down with both feet. Rumble! Stepping heavily on Yi Jin's body, blood spurted out, and the powerful force directly caused the surrounding Yi family disciples to flip over, all of them continuously retreating, incomparably afraid. Monster! Monster! He's a monster! He's not human at all. When had he ever seen such a person? Half human and half beast, and the Shenyuan ox couldn't control him at all. Yi Jin was in unbearable pain. Without waiting for him to speak, the Shenyuan ox jumped up high again and stomped down heavily. "Return my weapon!" Rumble! Rumble! Uft! Uft! "Give me back my weapon!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Still not returning it? Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Are you going to return it or not? Boom! 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 Yi Jin jumped high again and hit hard again and again. Yi Jin was trampled into a mess, and there was no room for him to fight back. This time, the difference between him and the Shenyuan ox was too great. Moreover, after more than 10 consecutive stomps, his immortal-level body couldn't take it anymore. His internal organs were all shattered and his abdomen was torn apart. If it wasn't for the Yi family's zombie bloodline, he would have been dead already. "You're still not returning?" Whoosh! This time, the Shenyuan ox rushed to a height of 100 meters and shot down like a red cannonball. Rumble! The ground cracked open rapidly. Except for Skinny Monkey, everyone within a 100-meter radius was lying on the ground. They were all trembling. It was too terrifying. Bang, 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 bang. The ground continued to crack. With the Shenyuan ox as the center, the area around it cracked open. No one noticed that these cracks were constantly emitting white gas, as if it was the breath of some kind of magic beast. Deep underground, rumbling noises could be heard. However, these sounds were covered by the angry voice of the Shenyuan ox, and no one heard them. In the deep pit, Xian Yuanyo grabbed Yi Jin's hair and lifted him up. His eyes were red and his breath was like fire. He stared at Yi Jin and roared, "Are you going to return it or not?" The rage continued. Yi Jin's eyes turned sinister as he said fiercely, "You dog, I'll return your 18 generations of ancestors. If you dare to kill me, my master—" Not waiting for him to finish, the Shenyuan ox grabbed his hair like a barbarian and crazily smashed it down. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again it smashed onto the raised cement block. Blood splattered everywhere. The rotten flesh on Yi Jin's body continued to fall as he continuously shouted, "You can't kill me. I'm from the undead race. You can't kill me." He called out 3 times. The Shenyuan ox pressed his head to the ground. With a move of his right arm, a Qilin head appeared on his fist and heavily smashed down. Bam! Rumble! Yi Jin's head shot out like a watermelon, no longer making a single sound. It was as if the entire world had quietened down. It was also at this time. The ground rumbled once again. Everyone looked at the Shenyuan ox and continued to retreat. Even an immortal-level expert had been trampled to such a state, with flesh everywhere. Was the person in front of them still human? It was too terrifying. The Shenyuan ox swept its eyes across, and the dense aura on its body was released uncontrollably. Skinny Monkey slowly walked forward. Old Bull, calm down. You need to calm down now. Quickly calm down. The Shenyuan ox stared at the Skinny Monkey, and without waiting for him to get close, he punched out. Skinny Monkey tensed up, releasing the dodge word, dodging the attack, and said, Old Bull, it's me, I'm Monkey. Hoo. The aura on the Shenyuan ox's body was too manic. He was now like a crazy bull, hammering with both fists. Rumble. Once again, it smashed onto the ground. The ground cracked, and balls of dense aura rose up from the ground. Xian Yuanyo didn't care. He pressed his hands on the ground and dug. His body flew out and pounced towards the Yi family disciples. He continued to kill them. If he pulled one, he would punch their head off. If he pulled one, he would die. Skinny Monkey was extremely anxious. What should we do? What should we do? The Shenyuan ox had completely gone berserk and had already turned into a homicidal maniac. What was worse was not that the Shenyuan ox had gone berserk, but that there was a monster moving underground, and there was an intense collision sound coming from the depths of the ground. Each sound was stronger than the last. The ground continued to rise. Rumble. A 3-story building collapsed. Rumble. An empty space suddenly caved in, as if it had fallen into an abyss. Rumble. Rumble. Skinny Monkey looked at the Shenyuan ox crazily chasing after the Yi family disciples, and the surroundings were shaking intensely. He gritted his teeth and said, Save Master Hong first. If he didn't save him, once the building collapsed, the unconscious Hong would definitely be buried alive. Moreover, Skinny Monkey was sure that there must be a huge monster underground that had become restless after being attacked by the Shenyuan ox. It wouldn't be long before it rushed out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Skinny Monkey quickly found the secret room from before. The moment he rushed into the secret room, Chin Ao laughed sinisterly and said, You want to save him? Ha ha ha! He suddenly grabbed Hong Kan and threw him towards the group of Chen family disciples who were rushing over. He shouted, Kill him for me. As he spoke, he quickly jumped to the top of the building and stared at the ground. He said excitedly, It's coming out, it's coming out. The source fragment must be on it. _ 2 chapters today, 3 chapters tomorrow. The website crashed. I can't see the list of rewards. I'll make it up tomorrow. Chapter 1927. The earth shook, and the entire Wuling city trembled. The ground continued to crack, and white steam rose from the cracks. The steam was filled with a powerful force, causing people to tremble uncontrollably. The Shenyuan ox was still rampaging. Chin Ao stood on top of the rooftop and stared at the cracked ground. He was extremely excited in his heart. It's mine, the source fragment is mine, ha ha ha. As long as I find the source fragment and hand it over to that lord, I will be able to obtain an immortal artifact as a reward, ha ha ha. Yi Jin, you can only blame your own bad luck. Right now, all his attention was focused on the cracked ground. He didn't care about the Skinny Monkey. Hong Kan was of no use to him. Even if Hong Kan didn't die, he would become a cripple. The after effect of the soul-absorbing immortal technique was that he would lose his mind and become a fool. Master Hong, the Skinny Monkey chased after him, facing the Chun family disciples who were quickly surrounding him. He went all out. His heart sank. Explode! Previous chapter, next chapter. Explode! His body ignited with a blazing aura. Explode again. The Skinny Monkey gritted his teeth and released another powerful force. Third explosion. Boom! With a loud sound, the Chun family disciples who were dozens of meters away were sent flying. He took a step forward and rushed into the crowd with a schwa sound. The half-broken blade in his hand moved and cut a disciple who wanted to attack Hong Kan into 2 halves. Blood spurted out and splattered all over the Skinny Monkey's face. The The skinny monkey helped Hong Ken up from the ground. Master Hong. Hong Kan's face was pale and his eyes were lifeless. He kept shaking his head and said, I don't know. He was even confused. The skinny monkey's heart sank as he stared at Chen Ao, who was on the rooftop. He clenched his fists and his joints kept crackling. Then, the skinny monkey carried Hong Ken on his back and tied him tightly with his clothes. His eyes turned sinister as he suddenly shouted, Come on! Those who want to die, come. His anger soared, facing hundreds of Chun family disciples. The skinny monkey was incomparably arrogant. Kill him. Kill him. The Chun family disciples were not afraid. With Chun Ao around, they didn't have to worry about anything. The Chun family disciples all rushed up with flames in their hands and attacked the skinny monkey. Skinny monkey-like, 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 monkey-like blade after blade. The Chun family disciples fell one after another. In the meantime, in order to protect Hong Ken, who was on his back, he was continuously injured by the flames. However, he didn't even frown or cry out in pain. He continued to fight bravely and killed his way out. However, the Chun family had too many disciples. If one died, 2 more would take his place. If 2 were killed, 8 more would rush over. The skinny monkey's body was gradually unable to hold on. Furthermore, he was still worried about the Xian Yuan ox. This old ox went berserk and could not be controlled at all. If it went berserk to the limit, his physical body might not be able to withstand it, and he might explode. Brother Tian, come quickly. We can't take it anymore. The skinny monkey shouted in his heart. The 2 of them had reached their limits. If no one came to rescue them, they would all die here. Rumble. The underground was still rioting. Chen Ao could not wait any longer. He laughed coldly and said, Let me add some oil to your fire. Immediately, he jumped down from the rooftop and released the immortal power beneath his feet. The fire god blood vein was also activated and the immortal power was burning as he landed heavily on the ground. Bang, bang, bang! The ground continued to explode. It directly turned into pieces of thick rocks that shot out from the ground one after another. Just like that, the monster underground let out a roar. Moo, moo! Bang, 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 bang! 2 incomparably black horns rushed out of the ground. An incomparably huge fire bull with spiral patterns on its body rushed out. His body was as big as a house. His breath was like thunder. A dull roar came from his throat as he stared at the crowd around him. He raised his forelimbs, stood up straight, and roared towards the sky. Moo! Moo! The forelimbs landed heavily on the ground. A wave of power rushed into the ground, and the surface of the ground rolled like a wave. Bam! Bam! The entire base almost collapsed, and Wuling City was in a state of great shock. Earthquake! Earthquake! Everyone, run for your lives. Wuling City fell into a state of panic. The people from the military region quickly moved out. Helicopters and soldiers all rushed out of the military region. Yi family's base. Everyone was trembling nonstop. Many people were knocked to the ground, and Chen Ao himself was also a little unstable. What a strong power! Is this the power of the origin fragment? Chen Ao was excited and sneered. Let's see how strong you are. Immediately, Chen Ao moved and instinctively landed beside the Xianyuan cow. He smiled and said, Little monster, come. The Xianyuan cow was instantly provoked. It turned around and chased after Chen Ao, leaving behind a string of illusions on its body. Chen Ao was shocked in his heart. The power of the Qilin has already been activated to such an extent. It seems like this kid is really not simple. However, mortals are destined to be mortals. They still can't be compared to immortals. Chen Ao stared at the giant bull that was constantly digging the ground in the distance and laughed. Big monster, let's see who is stronger between you and the little monster. Moo! The giant bull moved, its front claws digging into the ground as it charged forward. It felt the aura on the Xianyuan cow's body. It was this aura that made him extremely manic. He was also constantly searching for the Xianyuan cow just now. Now that he found it, he was even more furious when he saw the blood-colored scales on the Xianyuan cow's body. One could imagine the scene when the cow saw the red thing. Bang, bang, bang. The Xianyuan cow also charged forward. He wanted to vent his anger and vent the powerful energy in his body. Rumble. A cow and a man collided together. There was a loud sound. The moment the power collided, power stripes continuously shot out. The Xianyuan cow was instantly sent flying. The giant bull only took half a step back, but it was as if it was humiliated. It let out a roar and charged forward again. The Xianyuan cow was also extremely unhappy. Its 2 eyes had already turned into the eyes of a Qilin. It clenched its fists and flew up from the ruins. Ah! With a roar, it collided with it again. Chin Ao laughed excitedly. Looks like this cow is an immortal-level magical beast. Ha! Skinny Monkey shouted. Old cow! Huh! Chin Ao moved and landed beside Skinny Monkey. He said coldly, Do you want to help him? Why don't you join them? Immediately, Chin Ao grabbed Skinny Monkey and threw him towards the giant bull. All of a sudden, a figure descended. Looking at the giant bull covered in spirals, feeling the aura released from its body, he said faintly, Bull, Demon King? Chapter 1928. Who is it? Entry is forbidden here. Kid, didn't you hear me talking to you? I told you to get out of here. The disciples of the Chen and Yi families blocked the entrance to the base. They would not let anyone in, including the people from the military region. While they were talking, a disciple of the Yi family grabbed onto Luo Tian's shoulder with one hand, revealing his fangs. You like to come in, right? Then become my corpse slave. The fangs moved, biting towards Luo Tian's neck where the aorta was. The surrounding Yi family disciples laughed mockingly. However, it was also at this moment that the Yi family disciple suddenly stopped moving, lowered his head and looked at his abdomen, then stared into Luo Tian's eyes, his body trembling as he said, No, don't! Bam! His body turned into powder. Luo Tian said coldly, Scram to the side. I have no interest in playing with trash like you right now. Kid, I think you're tired of living. You even dare to kill a member of the Yi family. Kill him. The zombies of the Yi family rushed forward, and so did the people of the Chen family. If I can't kill the 2 of them, can I win against a trash like you? All of a sudden, Luo Tian was surrounded. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled. The aura on his body turned cold. Following that, the idea in his sea of consciousness moved. The aura of the god, killing god divine deity, burst out, and he coldly spat out a word. Die! Bam! Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding hundreds of cultivator experts instantly turned into powder, their bodies constantly self-destructing. Luo Tian took a step forward, and those who entered the killing range of his killing god divine deity, were instantly crushed into powder. All of a sudden, Luo Tian was like an emissary of hell that came out of hell, constantly harvesting lives. With every step he took, a large number of people would die, and an earth-shattering killing intent would engulf every corner. The system beep also kept exploding. More than 500 cultivator experts from the Chen and Yi families were all killed and turned into powder. Not even a single bone residue was left behind. Eerie and terrifying, this was the god-killing god divine deity, killing without regard for anything. Chin Ao's heart trembled as he looked at the Chen family disciples who had suddenly disappeared. He then looked at Luo Tian, who was slowly walking over from the crowd. Chin Ao asked cautiously, Who are you? In an instant he moved. So, Luo Tian landed in front of Chin Ao. He opened his hand and grabbed Chin Ao, lifting him into the air. It's your ancestor. Then he smashed him onto the ground and stepped on his head. It was also at this moment immortal Rienai arrived and was shocked to see Chineo being trampled on the ground. He shouted, "Luo Tian, don't bang!" Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian stomped on Chineo's head. She didn't even look at him. The strange thing was, there was no notification and Luo Tian didn't care. He didn't put Chineo in his eyes. "Brother Tian." Skinny Monkey crawled up from the ruins. Seeing that Luo Tian had arrived, he was so touched that he was about to cry, and said, "Brother Tian, the old cow, went berserk." Master Hong is also unconscious, as if he has been hit by some kind of soul-absorbing great technique. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled heavily. Looking at the Xianyuan ox that was desperately rushing towards the giant cow, the power in his body suddenly moved, and he shouted, "Xianyuan ox! Azure dragon!" Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. Understood. An azure dragon's shadow flew out from his left arm and roared in the air. The dragon roar wreaked havoc, directly suppressing the power of the qilin of the Xianyuan ox. The body of the Xianyuan ox was constantly changing. It wanted to break free from its restraints and break out of its body, but no matter how it struggled, it was crushed by the azure dragon. Slowly, the blood-colored scales on the Xianyuan ox's body became fewer and fewer. In the end, it completely retreated into its right arm. The Xianyuan ox's face was extremely pale. It looked at Luo Tian and grinned, saying weakly, "Brother Tian," then. His body sank and he fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. At this moment, the giant cow did not let the Xianyuan ox go and still rushed forward. "You're courting death," Luo Tian bellowed and landed beside the Xianyuan ox, staring at the bull demon king. The space between his eyebrows turned sinister, and a flame appeared on his palm. It was also at this moment Zhao Ling shouted, "Uncle, don't kill him." Huh. Luo Tian was startled. Just that his reaction was slightly slow, and the bull demon king immediately pushed him into the sky. He flew out 1,000 meters. The giant cow roared towards the sky, as if it was looking down on Luo Tian, looking at the Xianyuan ox that had already returned to its human form on the ground. Its front foot moved, and its hooves shone, trampling down. "How dare you!" In the air, Luo Tian instantly landed, grabbing onto the bull demon king's horns with one hand. His hind legs sank, and with a sudden push, the power in his arms exploded, and he roared, "Ah, rumble!" He directly lifted the bull demon king up. The bull demon king continued to struggle, but it was completely useless. Luo Tian raised it above his head and roared, "Get down!" He threw it down. The bull demon king, who was hundreds of thousands of kilograms heavy, was thrown over his shoulder by Luo Tian and smashed onto the ground. Luo Tian turned around, hugged the bull's head, and punched down. "Are you convinced?" Bam! 2 huge bull eyes stared at Luo Tian, as if it wanted him to eat it. "You're not convinced, are you? I'll beat you until you're convinced." Bam! "Are you convinced?" Luo Tian shouted again. Still not convinced? Another punch came down. "Are you convinced?" Suddenly, the bull demon king's voice entered Luo Tian's mind. "I'm not convinced. If you have the guts, fight me." "You fought, right?" Luo Tian loosened his grip and let him go. "Come on." The bull demon king instantly bounced up and suddenly exerted his strength. Without waiting for Luo Tian to react, he smashed into him and laughed excitedly. It was as if he was saying, "Brat, get down." It was also at this moment Luo Tian leaned forward like a bow. Whoosh! Rushing out, he completely collided with the bull demon king. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Luo Tian did not move from his original position. The bull demon king's head seemed to be about to split open. The pain was incomparable, and his 4 limbs dragged the ground as he continuously retreated. Luo Tian shouted again, "Are you convinced?" Moo! The bull demon king let out a roar and once again crashed into Luo Tian. Luo Tian grinned and said, Bull's temper, you're still not convinced, right? Then come and hit me again. With a move of his body, he shot out like a ray of light. Bam! With another heavy impact, the Bull Demon King was once again sent flying. Luo Tian roared again. Are you convinced? The Bull Demon King panted heavily. Suddenly, he turned around and ran into the deep pit that had just appeared. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister. Want to run? Do you think you can run? Without waiting for the Bull Demon King to jump into the deep pit, Luo Tian grabbed his tail. With a burst of his arm, he slammed him into the ground and stepped on his head. I'm asking you, are you convinced?